Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7SS11. Everyone is showing off, only Akainu is being beaten. Then let's compare and see whether your accomplice escapes first, or my accomplice can delay you until you die. Brush, brush, the two catapulted towards each other simultaneously. Shocking Bailey. Sima D's palm turned into a 5-clawed black golden dragon biting the lion CPO. Eagle strikes the sky. The falcon CPO's sword pointed out, making a sharp sound like an eagle's chirping, as if a goshawk flapped its wings and swooped down towards Sima D. The goshawk and the 5-clawed black golden dragon collided in the air. Just the shockwave generated at the moment of the collision caused the ground to sink for more than 10 meters, and the entire Desoro was trembling. But the 18 dragon subduing palms are different from Tathagata palms. Although the power is not so exaggeratedly huge, it is superior in that it can continuously output with Haki, which is a martial art with both explosive power and sustained power. Although the Falcon CPO possessed a combat power surpassing Admiral for a short time, it was still only in terms of explosive power. Sustainability. After a brief advance of several meters, the goshawk was powerless, and was torn apart by Sima D's 5-clawed black golden dragon, which continued to support Haki, and continued to rush towards the Falcon CPO with its teeth and claws. Helpless, Falcon CPO can only continue to stab his sword finger, and once again use the strongest moves to fight against the 5-clawed black golden dragon. But the end remains the same. The 990 color Haki, who has been promoted to the top level, although the 18 dragon subduing palms consume a lot of energy, can still fight with full firepower for most of the day. But the Falcon CPO, combat power obtained by burning life, cannot be so long lasting. Sima D is aiming at his point, using his own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses, and forcing him to compete with himself for consumption. Naturally, Falcon CPO will not sit still. When the goshawk and the 5-clawed black golden dragon were biting again, he mobilized and came to Sima D's side, trying to defeat Sima D with his strongest body. How could Sima D not have thought of that? The left hand that had been behind his back shot out, and another 5-clawed black golden dragon appeared and circled around him, forming a thick air wall that prevented Falcon CP0 from approaching him. See the dragon in the field? What? Falcon CP0 is attacking frantically, trying to tear through the air wall blocking Sima D in front of him. But as much as he can shred, Sima D can replenish. There is no end to it. Let Falcon CP0 can't help but despair. What's going on with this guy? Is this the power of martial arts? BFCB, sure enough. External power, after all, is too vain. His hair became pale, his exposed skin lost its elasticity, his tall and straight spine became bent little by little, and his berserk attack gradually slowed down until it stopped completely. Crack. The falcon mask shattered and fell to the ground, revealing an old and indistinguishable male and female face, struggling to breathe violently, and the cloudy eyes were full of unwillingness. If you can get close, how come this? Sima D didn't reply. People who don't want their lives are just straight up. He is not a fool. A gentleman is not standing under a dangerous wall yet. I can't be reconciled. Utter the last word. The precarious Falcon CPO fell to the ground, decaying at an exaggerated speed halfway, and in a blink of an eye, most of its body turned into dry bones, as if it had completely perished. But Sima D still maintains a wall of air, with ridicule in her eyes. Observation Haki may not have noticed, but the mental power scan clearly found that there is still a terrifying energy hidden in the Falcon CPO's left finger. In order to paralyze Sima D, he even gave up his strongest right hand. But unfortunately, all of this is hidden in Sima D's mental power scan. Falcon CPO's only remaining left eye burst out with strong unwillingness, but in the end he had no choice but to stab the final blow, and he was completely turned into dry bones, falling to the ground and shattered into ashes all over the place. The goshawk rang out the last long howl in the world, but it could only make no progress in front of Sima D's air wall until it finally dissipated into nothingness. It's a respectable opponent, but it's the dog of celestial dragons. Sima D shook his head regretfully. Turn around, Lion CPO is still fighting with Sakazuki. Both have the idea of delaying time, so the Lion CPO is not as seriously overdrawn as the Falcon CPO, and there is still room to spare. But at this time, I saw the death of the Falcon CPO. Lion CPO knows he can't hold on anymore. Ha ha ha, traitor, die with me. The lion roars. The Lion CPO is carrying the windblade of Dorag. His blonde hair soared to the sky like an angry lion, his fists pierced through the air and made a loud roar like a lion, and slammed Sakazuki's face fiercely, smashing it directly through the deck of the Grand Desoro. Directly penetrating the Grand Desoro fell into the sea and still had no momentum, until it finally smashed hard on the seabed. Seeing Sima D baring her teeth, this is too bad, right? And the Lion CPO has not had a good time, slashed directly on the back by Drago's windblade. Even though he resisted forcefully with armament Haki, he still spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the blonde hair became 2/3 wider visible to the naked eye. The Lion CPO did not tremble with Drago, and then his power shot out, directly attacking Usopp and Jinbei who were fighting with Gladius Head. Dangerous. Long nose. Dorag warned. This is enough to smash Sakazuki into the bottom of the ocean with one blow. Not to mention Usopp, even Jinbei in front of him would be killed in one blow. But suddenly, there is no combat force around the lion's CPO, and Sima D is too far away to rescue. It seems that everything Usopp's death is a foregone conclusion. B. Brush, the figure of the lion CPO disappeared abruptly, half kneeling in front of Sima D, clasped his hands together, holding Hiranmaru tightly. 100% bare-handed and white-handed. You're lucky, Usopp, you can be the winner with this random probability. Sima D joked. He is completely confused about the development of 100% empty-handed and white-handed. He has no way to designate targets, or even group control, like Li Jing, so he just has the idea of trying. It's really not possible to turn back time, he mastered this well. It has already been able to reverse the time only for the specified target, and the consumption will be much less. What? 12. Akainu is angry, extracted memories. What? Lion CPO is incompetent and furious, trying with all his might to get back up. The ground was shattered by his strength, but he was still half kneeling in the air, unable to do anything about Sima D. 100% empty-handed catch sword is such a bug. If an ability user like Bluzolino can spray laser light through his mouth, he can force Sima D to abandon his sword and get out of control. But pure physicists. Then you have to have more than twice the strength of Sima D to break free with brute force. And although the Lion's CPO briefly surpassed Admiral's combat power, it has not been exaggerated to the point of surpassing Sima D by twice. It can only be unwilling to stare at Sima D, but helplessly decaying. Letting you go at the Summit War is simply the worst decision I've ever made, Lion CPO gritted his teeth. Sima D knows what Lion CPO is talking about, on Summit War. In fact, the main combat force of CPO was also on the scene, but they never showed up from the beginning to the end. The reason? Hey, don't you still want to weaken Marine's strength and don't want them to escape the control of the world government? Sima D said disdainfully. With your flamboyant guts, who can't understand, the Lion CPO did not refute, or that he had lost the strength to speak. He could only stare at Sima D viciously until he completely rotted into dry bones and fell into ashes all over the floor. It just so happened that Gundam Melee collided with the Golden Titan, and the shock wave mixed his ashes with Falcon CPO and blew them into the sea. Ha ha ha. I finally have Devil Fruit too. Usopp's abrupt laughter made Sima D turn her head to look. I saw Usopp holding Gladius' head in his left hand and a bitten Devil Fruit in his right hand, laughing like crazy. Boom. Ow! Usopp stared at Nami, clutching his meaty head. What did you hit me for? You don't even open observation hockey, Nami said angrily. You almost died just now. The CPO personally assassinated you? Is it an honor? Knowing that I walked on a cliff, Usopp's inflated heart was immediately beaten back to its place, shrinking his neck cowardly. I'm just so excited, don't mind me, don't mind. 11. Sima D smiled and did not really care too much. Watching the Golden Titan and Gundam Melee, fighting close to each other, no building is complete like a hurricane passing by. It has the sense of sight of a 3D masterpiece. Drago came to Sima D's side and also held hands to watch. Aren't you going to help your little girlfriend? Which one do you say? Sima D asked subconsciously. 11. Without Drago's reminder, Sima D has been paying attention. Robin and Vivi are battling Hippo CPO. Hippo CPO is probably the combat power of Emperor's Lieutenant, which is lower than Admiral and higher than Admiral's alternate, with a high probability of not mastering the trick of life return hyphenation point life burning. With Zoro and Sanji there, it's just suitable for the four of them to practice without too much danger. The damage-sharing halo is still on. As for Hancock, Bakula is being hunted down everywhere. It's just that Bakura's luck is really good, and she can always turn bad luck into good fortune. All kinds of collapsed buildings only hit Hancock, and they all avoided her skillfully. But in the face of absolute power crushing, luck does not seem to play a role. Just lingering. Fortunately, Sakazuki crawled out of the hole he blasted just now. The left and right fist marks on his face were like blush. It's just hilarious. Yo, you're back, Sima D teased. Dark Hound. Sakazuki, who was furious, punched directly, but Sima D just moved a step silently, hiding behind Drago. Drago waved helplessly and summoned a hurricane, which blew the dog's head crookedly and flew to another place, just in front of Hancock, and she had to dodge, allowing Bakula to escape again. Idiot. How dare you hinder my concubine, Hancock cursed far away. Break the defense for Sokka, ha 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 ha. Sima D laughed out loud with her left hand, and patted Drago on the shoulder with her right hand. This kind of Sakazuki is so fun, please ask for flowers. Sakazuki's face trembled, and magma was flowing all over his body, but he didn't make any more moves. One is that Sima D hid behind Drago and couldn't hit him at all. Equals. I really can't beat it, but I still don't ask for it. Okay, if you laugh again, Sakazuki will lose his face, Drago said helplessly. Sima D also accepts as soon as it is good. Put away the joking mentality and continue to watch the battle between the Golden Titan and Gundam Melee. Tezzolo is quite capable of making money, but unfortunately he is too ambitious to use it for himself, Sima D regretted. This also gave Tetzolo a death sentence. The matter of the Grand Desolo is a foregone conclusion, but... Do you have any arrangements for Doflamingo? Sakazuki frowned. He has it. If we let him escape, it will be troublesome for us. In fact, it's just more troublesome to Marine. Drago said, our revolutionary army has long been a thorn in the side of the world government, and the StrawHat pirates have always been there, but the world government has no ability to eliminate them. Only marine is the best thing to deal with by the world government, Sima D answered. This made Sakazuki's face sink. You let him go on purpose? Sakazuki said dangerously. If the answer doesn't satisfy him, he must be shot. Sima D smiled and looked towards Drago. Sakazuki didn't expect that, what about you? Sakazuki, don't worry. Dorag said. Doflamingo is a smart man, he will never reveal these secrets. Otherwise he will offend his 3 parties. Even the 4 emperors dare not take him in. There is no other reason in the world shelter. Sakazuki frowned thoughtfully, somewhat convinced. Sima D was about to add one more sentence, suddenly. Sima D frowned, he found a strand of silver was about to leave his brain. B. 13. Didn't expect you to be like this Akainu, Dorag. Sima D's memory turned into silver threads, and she was about to leave him. B. Want to pull out my memory, Occlumency? The ability previously used to restrain Enel's heartnet had a miraculous effect at this moment. The strand of silver thread that was about to come off was tightly shrunk in the brain, and finally returned to the brain as a memory. It's about Doflamingo memories. It seems that Doflamingo let Granos also toy him, so as to erase everyone's memory about him, so naturally he will not hunt him down again. It's a good move to draw a salary from the bottom of the pot. Sima D glanced at Sakazuki. Just now he looked like a bulldog, but now he has recovered his calm and self-imposing appearance. All right, now there is no need to explain, everyone is happy. It's just a pity, I haven't got the childlike fruit of Granu. Division 113. Martin's mental power scan enveloped the entire Darius Rosa, but there was no sign of the Don Quixote family cadres. Escaped so fast, he took out Captain Jack's compass, but found that the needle was bumping around like a headless chicken. The last time this happened, the target was still under my feet. Sima D erected the compass, but the pointer was still spinning around. BB. All members of the Don Quixote family are hiding in the different space of the door fruit. Maybe I'm watching them somewhere nearby. Brush. Sima D suddenly opened the forbidden magic field, attracting Drago and Sakazuki to watch vigilantly, and then suddenly startled. The two looked at each other and said in unison. Doflamingo. This did not force Doflamingo from the different space, but it eliminated the memory erasure ability of Sakazuki and Tongshu fruit. What a pity. Combining childlike fruit with flower fruit is really invincible. Sima D put away the forbidden magic field. The expressions of Sakazuki and Dorag have not changed, and the recovered memory is still there. It seems that although Tongshu fruit is a bug, however, the effect also takes effect at the moment of activation, and does not continue to take effect. It was able to erase our memory when Sakazuki frowned. I do know that memory fruits can cut memories, but I have to be close to the operation, and I want to use them on the two of us quietly. Dorag looked at Sima D. How did you find out? Sakazuki also looked over. If Sima D hadn't used that strange ability suddenly, they would have been kept in the dark. Sima D is about to speak. He frowned and looked into the distance. Drago and Sakazuki also looked at the past simultaneously. I saw a 50-meter wooden Buddha sitting there, with a heroic Robin standing on top of her head, and with her wave of her hands, a lot of fists rained down behind her. Boom boom boom. After the Grand Disolo trembled for a while, Robin also left the wooden Buddha wearily. Hippo CPO, sudden. Flower fruit can be developed to such a state, but it has not yet awakened, Drago wondered. Sima D smiled without saying a word. He will not explain that this is the ability of Dragon Essence language. No matter how Doflamingo did it, since he chose to hide himself anyway, there must be no extra problems, otherwise no matter what channel we report, we may expose him, Sima D said. Both Dorag and Sakazuki nodded in agreement. Also tacitly did not ask how Sima D found out. After all, in the adult world, if there is no direct explanation, it is just a rejection. Although the 3 parties are allies, they have not yet reached the point of being so frank. By the way, I'll give you something. Sima D nodded his head, activated the soul link and transmitted 2 copies of exercises to both of them. One of them is for Ace, which is the pre-work method of Yi Jin Jing, which can practice hockey and temper the body, but it does not have the miraculous effect of reborn. This is for potential seedlings in Marine and the Revolutionary Army. 9. It is the magical skill, 4 Elephants of Heaven's Will, in Magic Sword Life and Death Chess. But of course Sima D won't give them the whole thing. Drago's is the first layer of 4 Elephants of Heaven's Will, Wind God's Wrath, which can have a ghostly movement, and the attack will also have the fierceness of the wind. Sakazuki's is the second layer of Vulcan's Wrath, in The 4 Elephants of Heaven, and it is also the most powerful move. After performing it, a huge flame statue will be condensed behind the back, which can reproduce and enlarge the move of the main body one by one. Power. And the remaining third layer of Thunder God's Fury, and the fourth layer of Electric God's Fury, are undoubtedly 4. Nami's up, after all, she is also her own woman now, and just a golden Buddha immortal body is not enough. Of course, same as Kuzan's, Sima D set up restrictions so that the two of them could not pass on this exercise to others. The heart of defense is indispensable. Sima D doesn't want someone to have this skill to deal with her in the future. The two of Dorag digested the 2 exercises carefully, and both looked at Sima D in admiration. The capital of heaven. It is indeed the ability to claim to create a new era of hockey, which is even more outrageous than devil fruit. Sakazuki also remained silent, throwing the booklet to Sima D. Sima D opened it to see. It is related to the related technology of eating devil fruit, and as expected, it involves bloodline factors, and it is quite troublesome to operate. Casually took a look. Sima D looked at Frankie and fought against Deus, who was wearing the golden armor. What about the battle? Maybe it's two perverts fighting each other happily. Daisy has that weird masochistic physique. His own physique is hardened, and he shouts, "Cool," every time he is beaten. But Frankie finally found a target, transformed into various weapons, and tested it on Daisy in turn. Both of them are enjoying it. Sima D also put away the booklet, and let Frankie study it by himself later. Seeing Drago accidentally, seems a bit greedy, he looked at Drago. "Don't you fight for it?" Sima D couldn't help but widen her eyes after hearing what Drago said. "Surprising," Dorag said. "DBB. Then I won't be polite." Drago accepted in a flash. He directly copied this pamphlet and threw it to Drago. 3 years. Sakazuki said. "As long as Marine is given another 3 years, Kuzan and I can form a new Marine that is loyal to justice rather than world politics. During this period, we need a lot of military expenses to train them. The martial arts given by Sima D are so powerful. I didn't expect you to be such a leader of the Revolutionary Army." Sakazuki saw it, but didn't care. "It is too. Just some foreign 4.1 stuff." Sima D glanced at Sakazuki unexpectedly. "I didn't expect that you, who have thick eyebrows and big eyes, knew to make excuses to ask for military expenses. Ask for an evaluation ticket. There is a difference of 97 tickets plus more ducks." Yo, 14. So Discord Sima D. 2 people who shouldn't appear. Add more 50,000 words, 14400 words. Marine still has the world government to provide military expenses. The Revolutionary Army is really close to the bottom. This time, let's give the Revolutionary Army more, Drago said miserable. I didn't expect the cold and cold Dorag in the anime to have this side. Sima D folded her hands with great interest and did not speak. You guys continue. He wants to see whose performance is more exciting today. The Revolutionary Army still has so many countries supporting it. How could it be possible that it has no funds? Sakazuki stared. As far as I know, most of the countries that have not paid the heavenly gold have joined the Revolutionary Army, right? They won't give you funds? Oh, the revelations have begun. That Drago is also impolite. Pirates plundered civilians, and after Marine strangled pirates, most of them did not return their belongings. Most of them were handed over to Marine, right? And the reward for the pirates is also paid by the world government. But Marine strangling pirates only has military merits and no rewards. Except for a small part of Marines reporting to the world government, most of this bounty will be used as private capture application funds. Moreover, there are many corrupt members in the Marine. People around them fish and meat. Even if your Marine is finally liquidated, this part of the money will be confiscated, right? Good guy. Why does Marine have so many ways to make money? Sima D looked at Sakazuki in amazement. Is this your justice? Don't slander out of thin air, Sakazuki said angrily. That old fellow Sengoku did it, I didn't. Then you are also a beneficiary, Drago retorted. Seeing that the two of them talked more and more, the anger became more and more angry, mainly because Sakazuki was more angry, but Drago was still very calm. It seems to have gradually developed into, how about? Sima D suggested. You guys fight. Just put on a show for outsiders to see. It is good. Sakazuki responded immediately, and directly fired a dark hound towards Dorag. Drago glanced helplessly at Sima D, and waved his hand to summon the hurricane to blow Sakazuki's dog's head again. Sima D sees Ichiraku. Really hit it, #bite. 3-piece set for eating melons, coke, deck chairs, popcorn. Sima D found a commanding height and lay down happily, eating popcorn and drinking coke, watching the chaotic battle of the StrawHat pirates in the Grand Tesoro, very comfortable. The movements of Sakazuki and Drago are the biggest. The two of them seemed to have started a real fire. The magma and storms they raised with their gestures swept over half of the Grand Tesoro. The wind helped the fire and the Grand Tesoro was burned on a large scale. You can see this side from a long distance away. Movement. Sima D can tell at a glance. These two are going to destroy the Grand Tesoro. After all, the core of the Grand Tesoro is Tesoro. Without him spending a huge amount of money to clear the relationship, it is impossible for the world government and Marine to accommodate him. So, the Grand Tesoro left behind for no purpose other than to destroy it. Then refining the gold on board is the real best use of everything. As for the 2,000 trillion Baileys and the massive amount of gold stored on the Grand Tesoro, a person who surprised Sima D led a group of people to transfer them. It is Karina. The thief, who was named with Nami in East Blue, is also the last winner, who deceived everyone and drove away the Grand Tesoro in the original book. I didn't expect that she turned out to be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Now think about it, even if Karina could really fool everyone, how could he drive this big guy away by himself? Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The true identity of Nami's enemy. Get the sign in reward. Karina's soft physique. Karina's soft physique. As a thief who uses beauty as a bait, Karina pays great attention to her own posture. After long-term exercise, she has already developed an extremely soft physique, and there are almost no muscles that destroy her beauty. Sima D's physique has gained a little bit of growth. But he found, I can bend my fingers and stick them directly on the back of my hand. He had a hunch he can also display what he wants, such as split horses and Hot Wheels. How good is this physique for his woman? What is it to him? Sima D is also dumbfounded. Then there was a moment of silence for Sakazuki. Are you still here to bargain with me? Duo Lage directly stole the house? The second fiercest battlefield is the Golden Titan in Gundam Melee. After the initial confrontation, Tezzolo finally found a way to restrain Gundam Melee. Gundam Melee is an item, after all. The only thing that can be called life is the keel inlaid with the rad charm. So he can completely use the awakening ability of the Golden Fruit to directly assimilate Gundam Melee into gold that he can control. If Gundam Melee hadn't reacted in time and replaced all armor with sea stone, it would have protected herself. I'm afraid Sima D will have to turn back the clock. But the shrunken Gundam Melee lost the threat, fought against the Golden Titan with bare hands, and was defeated steadily. Fortunately, at critical moments, Luffy started the fourth gear to join the battle, fought side by side with Mei Li, and suppressed Tezzolo again. Chopper also swallowed the blue wave ball and transformed into a monster form that was close to 30 meters. Although it was a little small in front of the two 100-meter titans, it could also cause some troubles for the Golden Titan. It was only a matter of time before Tezzolo was defeated. Hancock is still chasing and killing Bakula, but it looks like it's nowhere in sight. Bakura, a cruel woman, every time a person who was stunned by Conqueror's haki passed by, he just touched the opponent's luck with a small hand, and he left in a cool way, and the person who followed would be enveloped by the aftermath of the battle, sudden death on the spot. Although Bakura did not directly kill people, he indirectly killed thousands of lives. It is currently the largest number of heads on the Grand Solo. Jinbei couldn't see it all, and he killed it with a sullen face. Bakula always manages to turn bad luck into good luck. This luck fruit is indeed a bug, it just needs to absorb enough luck, and it fits Robin's flower fruit best. Sima D thinks, how about giving it to Robin first? Although Tongshu fruit is more bug, but it didn't say that there would be sequelae after using the devil fruit separation potion. At that time, the luck fruit or the target fruit will be peeled off, and the 470 will have a devil fruit slot. Frankie and Daisy were still fighting each other in Pervert, Sima D didn't even see it. These two people won't have feelings for each other, will they? The rest of Vivi and others are still fighting with Hippo CPO. This Hippo CPO is also pitiful, his strength just doesn't go up or down, and he's just right to be a training partner for the Straw Hat Pirates. Even Usopp, the one who got the explosive fruit, used him as a target to train the devil fruit ability. Sima D has copied the development experience of the explosive fruit to H. Frankie, two perverts, he is also terrified when he looks at it. Tezzolo's side is all area damage, but it's completely out of reach. The last Hippo CPO, on the contrary, Luo, who came after Doflamingo, became the only free person on the Grand Solo for a while. Luo's eyes moved, and he looked in Sima D's direction. Will be here debt repayment progress, 50,000 words, 144,000 words. Ask for a wave of monthly tickets, reminders, flowers, and evaluation tickets. RO was shocked. Sakazuki is an Admiral-class battlefield. It's not like he's confused, two figures appeared beside him. There are too many people beating him, and if you want to beat him, you have to line up. That is. Feel sorry, Bakula is too evil, he just added to the chaos. 15. Sengoku's Waterloo. Justice with a hammer. Luo looked at the two voices behind Sima D in shock, how could they appear here? BB. Isn't the plan of the Straw Hat's second master going to be exposed? Straw Hat number 2. Look behind you, Luo reminded. Sima D waved her hands indifferently, and copied two sets of reclining chairs, complete with matching popcorn and coke. The two of them were also blunt and sat down directly. One of them grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth, then took the entire popcorn bucket in his arms and stuffed it. It seemed to suit his appetite. Garp. Another figure said helplessly. No one will fight with you, so you don't have to worry about eating. Anyway, pay attention to the image. Marshal Sengoku, old man Yinpu has always been like this. Sima D excused. That's right. The two people who came were Sengoku and Garp, and they were on the Grand Solo earlier than the Straw Hat Pirates. I just don't know that it was Kuzan who told the whole plan. Or Sengoku reasoned out with his own, the resourceful general. Demon Buster, you don't seem to be surprised by our appearance at all? Sengoku said unexpectedly. This is too calm. Well, haven't you guys been on the Grand Solo? Sima D curled her lips and said, if you have anything to say, just say it. Although I can guess what you want to say, it's still too troublesome. How nice to be straight, Sengoku pondered for a moment. Then he bowed his head slightly. Thank you very much for letting me avenge Rosinante. Sima D glanced at Sengoku with a sincere attitude. It seems that today came with good intentions, it's just a matter of convenience. Sima D looked at the battlefield. I also hate this kind of undercover agent, but it's a pity that Doflamingo ran away, otherwise you can kill yourself again today. Oh, you may have to queue. Luo also came to revenge for Rosinante. Sengoku looked at Luo with a scrutinizing gaze. Is the kid Rosinante mentioned? He has grown so big before he knew it, Sengoku sighed. It seems that the love for Rosinante is pinned on Luo. But this made Luo a little uncomfortable and walked away with his own knife. Sengoku looked away and looked at Sima D again. Then, Demon Slayer, what are you going to do? The show is coming. Why did you ask earlier, and you still have to talk about family matters? Sima D curled her lips and said, since you asked this way, it seems that guy Kuzan did not betray me. Let me guess, it must be Sakazuki, this mischievous guy. Did he slip a hole in front of you? Marine knows about this besides Kuzan, isn't it, Sakazuki? A dog's head flew towards him and was slapped away by Sima D with one hand. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Sakazuki has changed too much, and he is still saying strange words, which makes me suspicious. Furthermore, when the new Admiral Fujitora requested to come over, he was rejected by Kuzan, and it was not Paluzolino who dispatched the fastest, but Sakazuki. This made the old man very curious when he had nothing to do, so he came to take a look. Tisk. It is indeed free. It seems that you will not enjoy retirement. Yeah, after a lifetime of hard work, I'm not used to suddenly letting me ignore everything. Sengoku nodded. And did it ever occur to you that you could be wrong? I just respect justice. Justice is to use Buster Call on a group of scholars. Justice is to kill all the children born in the same year as Ace regardless of the reason. The sinful blood should not be left behind. What kind of crime can an unborn child be? One Piece says he can become one. Now let Ace go to wave the flag and see if any pirates recognize him as the son of One Piece. You said you took the blame and resigned, but it was just a lot of mess left to future generations. Whitebeard at his peak, the prisoner who escaped from impelled down, the ambitious Blackbeard. These are the products of your wise governance. Did you execute justice with a hammer? 1. In comparison, you are not as good as Garp. Sima D looked at Garp, who was showing off popcorn. I can't even feel confident for Sengoku. Has he been so useless all these years? Admit it, you are just a thug raised by the world government. Sima D disdainfully said. What kind of justice? You are clearly questioning the decision of the world government, but you still carry it out unswervingly. What? This sentence completely broke Sengoku's defense. Without Marine to maintain the stability of the sea, this sea would have been turned upside down. Although Marine has a lot of corruption, it is basically maintaining the order of the sea. But guess what, if the Marine and the world politics are removed, will the sea be more chaotic than it is now? Isn't the endless stream of pirates born from the gold in the sky? For a while, Sengoku really can't figure out whether the disorderly sea is more chaotic or the orderly sea is more chaotic. Don't think about it, the sea is definitely safer without world government and Marine. Sima D bluntly said, without world government and Marine, the sea will give birth to organizations such as 4 emperors to govern their respective. In fact, the 4 emperors are no longer pirates, but a small world government. Sengoku was speechless for a moment. Because what Sima D said are all objective facts, there is no way to refute them. Ha 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 ha. Garp laughed and patted Sima D on the shoulder. I can make this old guy speechless. After all these years, except Luogia who is unreasonable, you are the first to be reasonable. Ha 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 ha. This is definitely a bad friend. But Sengoku was interrupted like this, and he stopped thinking about the past. Instead, he asked, so your goal is to overthrow the world government and establish a new regime? Sima D gave Sengoku an odd look of Li Hao, which made Sengoku a little uncomfortable. Did he make a mistake again? I'm a pirate, so I can do whatever I want? Sima D asked strangely. I'm not happy with world politics now. Like killing him, is there a problem? It is in line with the logic of pirates. Sengoku understood thoroughly, whether he was reasonable or unreasonable, he seemed to be tightly controlled by Sima D. It's simply broken. Anyway, I'm old too, this ocean belongs to your generation of young people, so go ahead and make trouble as you please. Talking, Sengoku also lay flat, picked up the popcorn bucket and ate with relish. But, Sima D can make him wish. 16. The old marshal of the new Marine, the origin of the mark of Dorag. Sengoku, he wants to lie flat? Have you asked Sima D? You can't just let it go. Sima D said, if Kuzan wants to form a new Marine, he, as the Marine Marshal, will definitely not be able to support him, and you know Sakazuki's character, so it seems that the only option is to retire. If you have nothing to do, you are the best candidate. No, he's ready to lie down, and you are still a pirate. How could he still be given a job for the former Marine Marshal? Sengoku is doubting life. Sima D had already pulled out the white phone bug and made a call to Kuzan. The other side has obviously been waiting, and picks up in seconds. What's going on now? Kuzan asked. Sima D glanced at the battlefield, and it seemed that it was difficult to tell the winner in a short time. They were all strong men with pervert physiques. It's still early, Sima D said, but Sakazuki missed the show and let Sengoku and Garp know about our alliance. So your new Marine has a new marshal. You mean? That's right, Sengoku is a good fit, isn't it? Kuzan hasn't spoken yet, Sengoku is not happy yet. Boy 527. When did I promise you? There is no world government forcing you to issue any strange orders this time, don't you consider showing your ambitions? Sima D raised her eyebrows and said, you launched the Summit War before you were about to retire, didn't you just want to make a show? Do you want to prove yourself with some achievements? After all, you have been serving as a spearman for the Celestial Dragons during your reign, and you will want to be your own after a long time, right? Boy, it's a pity that you don't come to Marine, just this eloquence. A group of Marines, run away from home, every minute. Okay. Sima D said to the phone bug, Sengoku has acquiesced, and your new Marine Marshal is here. Kuzan also didn't expect that the problem of choosing a candidate that he had a headache would be solved like this. Originally, he planned to send Smoker, although he still ordered some food, but at least he can be trusted. It just happened to let him pull a wave of players in the training camp. But now, is there anyone in Marine who is more familiar with who can mine and who can't than Sengoku? In that case, I will trouble you, Marshal Sengoku. Sima D looked a little funny. This scene is really interesting. Ding. Congratulations to the signed in scene. The new Marine Marshal Kuzan appoints the former Marine Marshal Sengoku to become the new Marine's Marine Marshal. Get the sign in reward. New Marine Marshal Sengoku's Conqueror's Hockey. New Marine Sengoku's Conqueror's Hockey. As the Marine's first army commander, Sengoku longs for justice to cover every corner of the sea, so he awakens the Hikoku color hockey. Sima D's Conqueror's Hockey skyrockets. It didn't stop until it rose by nearly half. Unexpected. Sengoku actually has such a strong Conqueror's Hockey? You have to be at the level of an advanced peak, and you can almost break through to the top level. That's fine, there's nothing for you here, hang up first. Sima D hung up the phone directly, and saw Sengoku staring at him strangely. Your aura rose just now, and it suddenly became stronger? Is it Conqueror's Hockey? Sengoku guessed. After all, Conqueror's Hockey has risen by half at once, and it is impossible not to be noticed. Well, isn't it normal to get promoted after implementing my will? Sima D asked back. The improvement of Conqueror's Hockey is originally a metaphysics. Generally speaking, it means people must make progress. So Sengoku listened and didn't suspect anything. He just sighed, what a monster. You're not the first to say that, Sima D said indifferently. Didn't feel exaggerated at all. At this time, Garp also dazzled his own bucket of popcorn, glanced at Sengoku's popcorn bucket beside him, and grabbed it directly. Hey, Garp. That's mine. You, BFBE, are talking about business, don't waste it. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Let the Emperor get you another one. You? Sengoku looked at Sima D helplessly. Another barrel? Haven't tried this stuff yet, it's pretty interesting. Sima D also didn't expect that these two plus an old man over 150 years old could quarrel over a bucket of popcorn. Popcorn. The popcorn buckets are stacked in the shape of a pyramid in front of you, and the tube is full. Sengoku brought over a bucket of popcorn and sighed. This devil fruit's ability is really... Hey, Sima D said angrily, I'm warning you, don't take my abilities for granted. I don't want to hear this review. Make him look like a toolman. Sengoku is more face-saving and chose to face it with a smile. Apparently that's what he was laughing at just now. And Garp. Boy Emperor, this ability is really convenient, Garp said with his nostrils pressed. If you don't like it, why don't you use the devil fruit separation potion and separate it out for the old man? Then the old man can have countless senbei and donuts. Sengoku. Sima D. With such a bug ability, you actually want to use him to realize senbei and donuts? Don't pay attention to him, the monkey family is notoriously unreliable. Sengoku turned to Sima D. Sima D nodded in agreement. Sima D suddenly thought of the blush on Sakazuki's face that was smacked by the lion CPO, and it hasn't faded yet. It was rare to see the three of them appearing at the same place, especially Garp, who was a grandfather, watched his son and grandson fight with relish. Garp, what's the matter with the pattern on Drago's face? A birthmark? Sima D asked curiously. It's fine if you fight, why do you still bring revelations? Ha ha ha, Garp laughed loudly. That kid actually wanted to recruit me to be a revolutionary army, but I was beaten all the way with my slippers. Although I used love and armament hockey, I didn't expect even after so many years, the imprint has not faded. So it's really a slipper print? Ha 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 ha, Sima D laughed. Huh? Sengoku frowned and said, Dorag, you're just like Garp, you like to kill first and play later. Oh, and this? Sengoku opened his eyes wide, speaking of? Suddenly, birthmark. Drago didn't have it when he was young. Sengoku also looked at Garp suspiciously. So, it caused Drago, who was fighting fiercely with Sakazuki at the other end, to look at him with a little resentment. For Garp, Dorag, and Luffy's father and grandson, there is no one who can save trouble. Don't bring such a cheating son. Correct. 17. The shoe sole is wrapped with armed color, the combined attack of the grandparents and grandsons. Huh? Sengoku frowned and said, Dorag, you're just like Garp, you like to kill first and play later. Sima D glanced at the sea. A magnificent ship is sailing away from the Grand de Solo, and it is Duo Lage who arranged for the stolen house to drive the sightseeing boat of the Grand de Solo, carrying Bailey and gold, and is about to run away. Tisk. Drago, you don't know how to arrange a submarine, have you been discovered? Sima D clasped her hands and prepared to watch the show. How will Sengoku choose? As the new marshal of the new marine, Sengoku stood up and stepped on the moonwalk, rushing towards the sightseeing boat that was about to slip away. Leave half of the old man's military expenses. Why has Marine been eaten to death by world politics? Isn't it just a question of military spending? Sengoku has had enough of being stuck in the marshal's life. This time he is determined not to bow his head for money again. Drago saw it and immediately abandoned Sakazuki, and turned into a wind to chase Sengoku to intercept him. Boom! A fierce fist wind blocked him, and Garp stopped in front of Drago holding a bucket of popcorn. Little b*********, D, you actually plan to swallow all the military expenses? Your heart is really dark. Garp scolded in a natural way. Dorag was also quite helpless. Father, I am your son. FK off, Garp said, holding his nose. You are not filial, let the old man see how much you have grown. Talking, he even took off the slippers under his feet and wrapped them in arm colors, and then stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards Dorag. His face turned green with fright. He is already the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Doesn't this unreliable father know how to save him some face? Drago is angry from the guts, relying on the advantage of own wind control directly. Brush, fleeing in the wind. Ha ha ha, little b asterisk 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 d. I'm still afraid of the old man's love greeting. Garp laughed while holding his black shoe sole. It caused Dorag to sway and almost fell directly from the air. Anyway, the most important hockey exercise has been obtained this time, and the funds and so on. The big bag that Sima D gave Tyrant Bear last time has only consumed 1/10 of it. The gold given by Sima D is much more insane, and it is not inferior to what Tezzolo has stored for many years. So his request for funds is really not as urgent as the new marine. Drago rode the wind and came to Sima D, nervously staring at Garp who was chasing him, with his toes pointing out although he had the idea of running away. Okay, Garp, collect your shoes. Sima D said with a smile. We need to discuss the follow-up cooperation matters first, and you will hit your son later. Isn't it Sengoku who hasn't come back yet? I'll beat him up first. Garp said angrily. If this kid didn't run around the world and didn't teach Luffy well, how could he be taken advantage of by that b asterisk 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 d Shanks and become god a pirate? Luffy, who was fighting, heard these words, and Yao Yao yelled at the top of his voice. I'm not bewitching. I'm the man who wants to be the One Piece. And as a price, Luffy was blasted into the deck by the Golden Titan's gold karma fire. Garp. Huh? Drago. Huh? Are you really brave enough to beat our son, grandson in front of us? Brush, brush, the two men who were chasing you and running away just now flew towards the Golden Titan tacitly, and Drago set off a strong wind to suppress the Golden Titan in place, and Garp's iron fist bombarded Tezzolo on the head like a meteorite. It was Luffy who flew out from the ground, his hands clenched into his body like claws. Don't touch my enemies, the Lion King bazooka. The two claws bombarded the Golden Titan's head from bottom to top with tremendous force, and Garp couldn't help but raise his eyebrows at that power. Very strong, but why does the old man listen to your grandson? Meteor Bone Iron Fist. The grandpa and grandson, one on the left and one on the right, will flank the Golden Titan who was suppressed by Drago to the left and right for a headshot. Among them, Tezzolo received the fists of the two of them from left to right, and Armament Hockey pushed him to ultimate with the help of his desire to survive. Even so, he was just dying. Garp and Luffy's fists are not so easy to catch. Boom. Garp and Luffy's fists were pounding together, and Tezzolo was in the middle. Good guy. I am angry with Nami who is practicing moves in the distance. The golden fruit is her dream fruit. Asking for flowers. Fortunately, Luffy's family is unreliable, but isn't there a Sima D? He also dodges to the front. Armament Hockey wraps around Conquers and punches the grandpa and grandson flying, and shakes Tezzolo's remnant with his hand. Turn back time. Tezzolo, who exploded into pieces of flesh, reunited little by little like a rewinding picture into a whole. Before he had time to rejoice, the rest of his life was clicked and put on sea-stone handcuffs. Huh? You are. Zila. Nami rushed to the scene in the form of lightning, saw the intact Tezzolo, and immediately gave Sima a sweet kiss. Great. My golden fruit is still there. Tezzolo is also a smart man, and he knows what's going on when he hears it. 0. You want my devil fruit? Delusion. This guy is also a straightforward master, and he is about to pinch his own throat by raising his hand. Certainly, Sima D used the language of the dragon spirit, and directly gave Tezzolo the same place. Then gestured to Nami. Give it to me. Nami immediately took out a bottle of devil fruit separation potion and an apple from Opie. As Sima D's woman, these configurations are all handy. Garp also jumped back, watching Nami's operation curiously. Drago, who was carrying Luffy out of 4th gear, also came to watch. Sima D looked towards System Interface. Ding, congratulations to the sign in scene. The epic combination of the 3 grandparents. Get the sign in reward. Dorag's Conqueror's Hockey. Dorago's Conqueror's Hockey. As the leader who overthrew the world government, Dorag awakened the high-level Conqueror's Hockey when he was determined to save the world, but years of hard work made him belong to the promotion, and he was stuck at the peak of the high-level level. Conqueror's Hockey is up again. Sengoku couldn't help but look sideways again. What's the matter with this guy? How can it be raised without moving? 18. Sabo and Luffy. Garp is going to rob. Add more 52,000 words, 144,000 words. During Sima D viewing rewards, Nami also poured the devil fruit separation potion on Tezzolo. The apple in her hand soon showed golden coin lines, and a few breaths transformed into a golden fruit. Led Garp and Drago were amazed. Boy D, who researched that potion just now. Sengoku suddenly appeared and asked Sima D. Sima D didn't answer right away, because there is something to explain later. He glanced at the sightseeing boats on the sea, and they were already surrounded by the marine warships. Not far away, there was a small boat rushing back towards the Grand Tesoro, on which were Karina and other members of the Revolutionary Army. Without Drago to back them up, what would they do in the face of Sengoku? But Sima D sees Sabo. I don't know if he recovered his memory or not. But it's okay, that is to say, 037 did not restore the memory, and Sima D is just a matter of telepathy. If it doesn't work, send another blessing. Sima D cancelled, birdcage, and sent a word with a soul link. During this time, Nami also took out the devil fruit compatibility potion from Opie and swallowed it, and then directly bit on the golden fruit. This scares the three of Sengoku enough. Little girl, spit it out, the same person can only eat. Gulu. Nami swallowed the golden fruit in a daze, and looked at Sengoku suspiciously. Did you just say something? Sengoku, on the other hand, was shocked to see Nami who had no problems at all, and for a moment didn't understand what was wrong with his cognition. It's that potion just now, Drago said in a deep voice. What's that for? It allows you to eat a new devil fruit. Nami didn't speak, but looked at Nami. Let me explain. Sima D said. The devil fruit separation potion was swallowed by Tezzolo. It is used to peel off the devil fruit. It is the second little garden on the fourth route in the first half of the Grand Line. Under the active volcano in the center, a research room about the king of the country was discovered and found in a museum. The drug that Nami drank later was called Devil Fruit Compatibility Potion. Its function is to allow the user to have the ability of 3 devil fruits. It was discovered in a private research institute in a huge kingdom on Sky Island above Guy Island. Undecided, huge kingdom. Although the three of Sengoku have thousands of questions, they don't know where to ask them. After all, if I ask Sima D, there is a high probability that she would not know. In the end, it can only be a soul problem. Great kingdom. Why was it replaced by the world government? Sengoku wondered. The brilliant civilization that has developed such a potion, the normal means do not believe that those corrupt scumbags in the world government can overthrow their regime and replace it, Dorag said in a deep voice. Maybe the giant kingdom left on its own, and the world government took advantage of it. Garp held his nose. Neither Sengoku nor Drago paid much attention. It all gave Sima D a flash of inspiration. To develop science and technology, it must go to the Sea of Stars. It is not only to explore the unknown, but also to obtain more resources to develop technology. So will it, as Garp puts it, the giant kingdom found a better planet, so the interstellar immigrants left this barren planet, and the ancestors of the celestial dragons occupied the magpie's nest. And celestial dragons still want face after all. Therefore, this part of history was covered up, and it was clearly ordered that no one should be allowed to study this period of history, so that they could become world nobles with peace of mind. Duh. The logic is usual and the illustrations are clear. Totally possible. Hey, your kid is talking to you, Garp said angrily. Huh? Sima D came back to her senses. I said let you give us a bottle of this potion to play with, how about it? Oh. No way. Sima D refused directly. Joke, Garp is not one to eat devil fruit at all. High probability, it will still be taken away by Sengoku and given to Vegapunk for research. Whether it can be researched or not will not do Sima D much good. Furthermore, it is enough for top powerhouses to have people like the StrawHat pirates, and he doesn't want to train people to embarrass him. Why? Garp said angrily. He stared at Sima D maliciously, intending to rob her. This behavior is also very Garp. Garp, don't mess around, Sengoku frowned. Father, don't mess around, Dorag also hurriedly said. The current Sima D is the hub connecting the new Marine, the Revolutionary Army, and even the future pirate camp. Although the Devil Fruit Separation Potion and Devil Fruit Compatible Potion are very buggy, they are still far from the pattern of the sea. After all, hockey martial arts is the real bug, Devil Fruit? After all, it is a flawed ability. Because this potion is in abundance, just barely enough for the pirates. Sima D spread his hands. How about I give you Luffy's share? Luffy is still single Devil Fruit ability. But when Garp heard that he wanted to withhold his grandson's benefits, immediately, he shook his head and said, I'm just asking a random question, don't be so serious. Several people in Sima D rolled their eyes. Don't they know what kind of personality you have? Telepathy. The three looked at each other and said in unison. Everyone tried their best to win over as many countries as possible to defect, and to pierce the foundation of world politics F3.3. Could you tell me about your specific plan? Sengoku frowned. So the goal now is, talked for a long time, debt repayment progress, 52,000 words, 144,000 words. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's talk about the follow-up, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Drago looked at Sima D subconsciously, and was going to listen to what the wise boy had to say. Not knowing the overall plan, this will make him very uncomfortable who has always been in control of the overall situation. Sengoku also looked at Sima D. Although there is no way for her to directly develop the golden fruit to awakening, it can greatly shorten the process. Sengoku, you are not the former Martial Marine, you have to face the whole sea alone. Sima D laughed. On the contrary, now the sea is not our enemy, but our help, now we have only one goal. World politics. Sima D did not disclose the slightest bit of his layout. Well, I do still have some ideas. Sima D said, but as far as the current situation is concerned, you are still far from the standard to implement my plan. Sima D extracted Tezzolo's development experience on the golden fruit and instilled it into Nami, who was turning a stone into a gold nugget and then into a stone. Sengoku, you have developed the new Marine, and Drago continues to grow the Revolutionary Army. 19. Top Conquerors Awakening, brothers meet again. The three looked at each other and said in unison. World politics. This moment, both Drago and Sengoku have a sense of reliability in their hearts. Is the goal only world politics? Thinking about it this way? The two of them suddenly felt much more relaxed. Drago is relieved that he is no longer fighting alone. At the same time, Marine's defection is also a trade-off for world politics, and the remaining 7 warlords of the sea and CPO are no longer to be feared. On the contrary, it is the secret trump cards that may exist in the world politics, which is the target to be vigilant about. What Sengoku thinks is compared with pirates running around the world. Although world politics is a harder nut to crack, it is also a visible goal. The most important is, this time he is no longer alone. There is a very reliable enchanting boy, and a rare decent man in the monkey family. MXF. Can justice really be celebrated? This moment. Sengoku seems to have broken through a certain layer of shackles, and a violent aura emerged from his body, sweeping towards everything around him like a king descending 15. Sima D and Drago's Conqueror's Haki rise up at the same time. Sima D's Golden Conquerors accounts for more than half of it. And Sengoku's White and Dorag's Cyan are almost cool autumn colors, and they evenly divide the remaining half of the space. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there would be a further opportunity when I was getting old, Sengoku said in high spirits. He broke through to the top Conqueror's Haki. As long as he learns Conqueror's Entanglement again, he will only be a physical skill from now on, and he will also belong to the top combat power of the sea. Crack. The wreckage of the Golden Titan under his feet was overwhelmed, and it cracked and collapsed on the spot. Everyone is not weak, easily fell to the ground. Only Taizuolo, who was unconscious, was buried under the ruins. But no one cared about him anymore. Since that's the case, as a congratulatory gift from an ally, 70% of the new marine harvested this time can be taken away. Dorag offered. Look at that generous appearance, it doesn't look like someone who just sneaked away to take away all the treasures. Sengoku did not reveal the shortcoming and nodded in agreement with the distribution ratio. Then I don't give a gift, it seems a bit difficult. Sima D nodded her temples. Telepathy. Most of the tricks about Conqueror's Winding, and the first form of Buddha moving mountains and rivers, in Tathagata Palm, were passed on to Sengoku, still locked as usual. Thought about it, and to Garp on the side, gave him the martial arts of Yi Yongji. His only boxing method is Tianshuang boxing, which is not suitable for this old man. Sengoku and Garp froze for a moment. Immediately, he was attracted by the exquisite exercises, and lost his mind for a long time. Drago knew at a glance that they had gotten something good. Suddenly, Sima D looked towards the side passage. There was a holy light on his hand, but Garp and Sengoku, who were intoxicated, shot out like snakes and scorpions. It seems that the shadow in Marineford has not faded yet. Sima D throws the holy light to Luffy, restoring his overdrawn vitality. Then the palms wrapped around the arm color, and Luffy was woken up from sleep with a slap. Who hit me? Damn it, it hurts. Luffy sat up covering her head. Sima D didn't speak, just pointed to the direction behind him. Luffy immediately turned his head angrily, and armament Haki was directly wrapped around his fist, but then he froze. He stared blankly at the man who appeared in front of him. He couldn't mistake that familiar face. Yes, Sabo. Luffy lost his voice. Are you Sabo? Is that you Sabo? Sabo also looked at Luffy in a daze. The lost memories were flooding up in his mind. He remembered the sworn brotherhood of the 3 brothers. I also remembered that my unbearable family's decay went to sea early, and I was bombarded by celestial dragons and lost my memory. Is it Luffy? Sabo murmured. Ah? Lee. Sabo. Where have you been all these years, Ace, and I thought you were dead. You're alive. It's great. Compared with Luffy's outgoing emotions, Sabo is much calmer. Although he is also very excited, he can barely manage his expressions well. He was just like when he was a child. His left hand gently put his arms around Luffy's shoulder, and his right hand patted his back, as if coaxing his younger brother. This scene took Drago a little by surprise. Unexpectedly, the child who was rescued casually at the beginning was still his son's sworn brother. As for Sima D, ding, congratulations on the sign-in scene. Sabo and Luffy's long-awaited reunion. And get the sign in reward? Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo's Dragon Claw Fist. It is a special physical technique developed by Dorag. With strong finger and grip strength, it can easily crush steel such as swords and helmets. Tisk. There is no good product, it might as well give Sabo's body, or Haki's. But looking at the two of Luffy who met as brothers, he smiled antly with Ma D. Never mind, he also doesn't like this little reward, seeing this scene is more rewarding than any other reward. Tap tat tat. Hancock walked over with long legs, and handed the devil fruit in his hand to Sima D. HMPH. No matter how lucky you are, you can't escape the concubine's pursuit, Hancock said proudly. I can only nod my head, the winner has already been decided. Frankie is also playing against Daisy. For Frankie, who has no fatal injuries, he can win only by exhausting his opponent's physical strength. Tezzolo is not a good guy. Compared to cooperating with Lion Majesty, it is more cost-effective to pack up the Grand Solo, Drago denied. He glanced at Garp, who was studying a male finger. That finger could poke a hole in the air, as if giving him a chance to refuse. The Hippo CPO not far away is also under siege in turn, and its fatigue is gradually showing. Of course Sima D shrugged indifferently. The new Marine has a lot of waste to do, and he can't let go of any opportunity to gather wool. Wait. Sima D interrupted Sengoku, saying, I still need Sakazuki to help me. Leave this ship to our Marine to handle, Sengoku said hastily. He took the fruit of luck and threw it into the gold treasure house. Yes, Hancock is the best, Sima D laughed. It's a pity. If Tezzolo can cooperate, the Grand Solo can continue to operate and collect funds. Sima D looked regretfully at the devastated luxury ruins. Drago, wait until 970 o'clock in the evening to allocate another piece. The difference between automatic subscription is 2 more ducks. Lost the blessing of Tezzolo's golden armor. Since that's the case, let's. 20. The land of love and passion. A third party steps in. There are many people turned into toys on Doris Rosa, although most of them are pirates, but there are also innocent people. I need Sakazuki to help me gather them, and then I will open the forbidden magic field to get him out of the effect of the childlike fruit. No one present could refuse Sima D's request. Sakazuki, who had been watching the wind from a distance with a sullen face, also walked over with a sullen face. Then I'm going to gather those toys now, but it will be in the name of Marine. We can't reveal the news of the cooperation between Marine and pirates yet. Sakazuki with such a nice voice is really unaccustomed, Sima D joked. You. Sakazuki glared at Sima D, and finally shook his hand, blasting a dog's head at Doris Rosa, and he himself used the devil fruit awakening to merge into the dog's head and left. He doesn't want to stay here for a moment. Sakazuki left. Sengoku also pulled Garp to say goodbye. See you next time. I hope to know what your layout is, Sengoku finally said. Then you have to develop the new Marine well. Sima D smiled and said, I will send you a base later, remember not to be too surprised when the time comes. Yes. Forget it, if you ask me, you probably won't say it, so let's go. The two of them flew to the sightseeing boat on the moonwalk, and the funds for the new Marine were still on the way. Drago looked at it and hurriedly said, then we should also withdraw, and look forward to meeting again next time. Sima D nodded. Sabo, who was hugging and crying with Luffy, immediately pushed away Luffy who was crying and snot. Sabo doesn't dislike using. Luffy's little vest wiped away his tears and snot. Luffy, it's impossible for Ace and I to become the One Piece King. Let's go forward with our share. Of course. Luffy shouted at the top of his voice, I am the man who will definitely become the One Piece. I believe you can do W degree. Sabo gave a thumbs up. Looking deeply at Luffy again, Sabo backed up to Drago, and then the two were swept by the wind and chased Sengoku. Although they are the two closest to Luffy, they still go to other places for their own ideals. And Luffy didn't feel sad, but grinned. It's clearly a separation. What are you laughing at? Nami asked strangely. Because I'm already looking forward to the next meeting. Luffy smiled even more happily. I should have become the One Piece by then, right? Tisk. This brain circuit is really different from ordinary people. It won't be that long. Sima D was uncertain. After all, they have crossed half of the Grand Line in 1 year. New World should be fine even if it is difficult for 2 years, right? New Marine and Revolutionary Army. 2 years, I don't know if it is enough for them to develop to the scale of the final plan. These are beyond the control of Sima D, only the ability of Sengoku and Drago. Looking at Nami who was still playing with the golden fruit, Sima D shouted to Gundam Melee in the sky. Mary, turn back into a boat. And everyone, the Grand Solo is about to be taken over by Marine, hurry up and get rid of the opponent. Finished speaking, Sima D turned the Hearthstone back to going merry, just in time to see Gundam open its chest to reveal the starry night sky. It's kind of sci-fi too. Nami and Hancock also appeared on deck, asking, God, where are we going now? Well, Mary find a place to stop, let's go to Doris Rosa to take a look. Sima D laughed. Having the title of the country of love, passion and toys is not for nothing. Yeah. Nami cheered. I already have His Majesty's love, and I have no interest in other people. Hancock said proudly, but if your Majesty wants to experience it, I am willing to go with you. Then let's go. Sima D directly put her arms around Hancock's slender waist, and flew her to the Grande Solo. As a country of love and passion, there are a large number of mushroom rocks on the periphery of Doris Rosa, and the fragrance of flowers is all over the island, which is very refreshing. The greening of Doflamingo is well done, Sima D praised. Besides, the cuisine of Doris Rosa is also world famous, and there are many authentic delicacies. The three found the food street in Doris Rosa, ready to eat from the street to the end of the street. Nami is also a strong person now, and there is absolutely no problem with having an appetite that matches her strength. Travel with the United States and taste delicious food. How happy. The streets are full of beauties in hot clothes, and couples kissing passionately can be seen everywhere. It is indeed the capital of love and passion, but the quality of these girls is definitely not as good as the Hancock girls next to Sima D. Just curious to take a look at the picture for fun. On the contrary, the Hancocks have attracted the attention of countless men, and many of them have been discovered by their female companions. The lightest one is tender meat around the waist spirals up to the sky, and some are chased and killed by women with daggers everywhere. The excessive attachment to love has also created a strong jealousy among the women on the island. As long as being betrayed by a man, they will commit terrorist acts to assassinate each other. And the more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious her attack will be. These toys are also human beings in front of them, all of which are turned into toys by sugar with childlike fruits. It can be said that there is a clear distinction between love and hate. The monthly ticket is 5 more ducks, but Sima D knows almost. In addition to hot beauties, look at yourself, the streets are also full of all kinds of toys, and Wuha 8 Gate acts as a free labor force. Lees. But these are not what Sima D wants to worry about. Just don't know. Some of the toys that followed the family and carried heavy loads were most likely the girlfriends of the men in the family or the boyfriends of the women. Because they were turned into toys, the other party lost their memory of themselves and became forced to be single, will find a new love. His journey is still in the sea of stars, to this. Therefore, it is not surprising that people on the street have emotional disputes or even escalate to physical conflicts. For him, Darice Rosa was just a short stop in an adventure. But it can only show that you can't control. Where's your wife? This is what you call the head of the family. Even Hancock doesn't care too much about the girls who look at them casually, and can even discuss with Nami who looks good in clothes and who is more suitable for them. Not long after, Sima D contacted these people in their toy state, and the memories of these reorganized families were restored. How to face this third party. 21. Fudge the little people. Sad reminder of the sand crocodile. When eating 2/3, Robin flapped his angel wings and flew with Vivi. When Robin landed, he handed over a devil fruit full of holes, and took Sima D's half-eaten fried seafood. This is the wearing fruit. I don't know if you want it or not, so I took it down first. Robin said softly. The people who should be dealt with have been handed over to the Marine who rushed over, and the hippopotamus CPO has also been silenced. Sima D nodded. He was still very relieved when Robin was doing things. Throw the Chuanchuan fruit into the golden treasure house, and only a few delicious food will flow to Robin and Vivi from it. These are the ones we ate just now and thought they were good, so I left a portion for you. Him, Sima D, Rain and Dew are up. This is not a romantic intention, but it is extremely beneficial to Robin and Vivi, smiling brightly. 2 more teams have been added to the game, and we will continue to compete in the snack street. Hiss. There was movement from the overhead PA system, followed by Sakazuki's rough voice. First, I'm Marine Admiral Sakazuki, and I am now broadcasting to all the toys of Darice Rosa. Marine will detoyify you and restore the lost memories of you. All the toys that need to be restored, rush to the city square of the palace within 3 hours. Once again, you only have 3 hours, after which you will be just toys for the rest of your life. All forces must not obstruct the independent choice of toys, and if they find out, they will be severely punished. 093. First, I'm Marine Admiral Sakazuki, broadcasting to all toys of Darice Rosa. The radio played this passage on a loop, causing Sima D to lose most of her interest. This Sakazuki is really disappointing, but why come at this time? Nami pouted. That's Marine Admiral. Nami, you dare to arrange it now? Robin joked. Nami shuddered at the first mention of Marine Admiral. Nami took Sima D's arm and raised his chin. It's just a kainu, didn't the dog's head be smashed by Dejeong? It really fully interprets the fox's fake tiger's might. Everyone laughed amusedly, and suddenly they all stared. I saw an afterimage flashing past, and the target was the hot dog in Vivi's hand. Will Vivi be happy with this? He raised his hand to avoid the sneak attack of the ghost, and grabbed the ghost with the other hand to catch the thief. But although observation hockey can spot the opponent, Vivi's hand speed can't keep up with the speed of the opponent, so he can only catch an empty space. Oh. Interesting. Dazzling 100 blossoms. Robin activates the ability of flower fruit, and dense, BFAG. Arms grow on the surrounding ground. No matter how fast the afterimage is, it still won't fly and be caught by one of the palms. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a palm-sized humanoid creature, dressed in blue clothes and with a blue fluffy tail, except for the unusually sharp nose, basically no different from ordinary people. Sima D slapped his head. How come you almost forgot about the little people? Not only because of curiosity about this family, but also because the princess, Manchueli, of the little people has the ability to heal fruits. Although it can't be compared with Sima D's blessing ability, at least it doesn't have that miraculous side effect, and it is still a good devil fruit. But think about it carefully, such a useful tool. Should Doflamingo have taken it with him before he left? Mental scanning. Sima D observed the mental power of the little human race member in front of him, and found that although he was small, his mental power was extremely strong, even far exceeding the level of ordinary people. Worthy of being one of the creations of the Great Kingdom. In this way, it is easy to distinguish. Sima D directly scanned the spiritual power all over the entire Darice Rosa, excluding all ordinary spiritual powers, and the rest concentrated on the isolated island in the east, and the rest were scattered in various places. Check out the faces one by one. There's no whereabouts of Manchueli. It seems that Doflamingo was taken away. It's a pity. Sima D dissipated the mental power scan and looked at the 4 girls who were curiously surrounding the little human race. Hey, you grown-ups, let me go, the little human struggled. But Robin obviously won't let him go. A woman's curiosity surpasses a cat's. This also gave Sima D a new idea. The talents of the little humans are not bad, but there is a fatal flaw, that is, it is very easy to believe other people's lies. We are friends of the descendants of Rolando. Can we visit your tribe as guests? Sima D smiled kindly. This made Nami frown. Dejeong, why did you suddenly move out of Rolando? You don't think you can? Really? the little human said in surprise. That's great. You are friends of the descendants of the hero Rolando, so of course you can come and visit us. Huh? Nami had question marks all over his face. Ding. Congratulations on signing in for the scene. The innocence of the little people, and getting the sign in reward, speed physique of the little people. Speed physique of the little people. As one of the proud races transformed by the giant kingdom, the little people have a speed bonus that matches their body size. Even ordinary little people can run at speeds that ordinary people can't lock. Seeing Nami's shocked expression, Robin couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. Sister Nami, you still doubt Dejeong? Vivi also laughed. So far she has never seen anything that Sima D can't do. Let's go girls, let's go to Lilliputian for a while, Sima D said. He directly used the power of thought to take the little human race to the east. I really didn't expect, and already so strong, he can single-handedly defeat Clock Doll. Wicca continued. Hey, you must be Coolie Gaido's partner, the Straw Hat Pirates, right? But the four girls didn't care about these, and each reported their own names. But, this time it was Sima D who answered by Robin. My name is Wicca, and I'm a member of the small human scouting team. I came out to borrow food from the adults, Wicca Mengmeng said. Oh, and this? Sima D was even more surprised, thinking about it this way. There is a difference of 210 evaluation votes plus more. The little people were still chirping. It's really miserable for me. D-chan, didn't you read the newspaper this morning? Coolie Guy met K. Lokadar who escaped from Impel Down in Alabasta, and when he was about to attack Vivi's father, he defeated him head-on. Has Coolie Guy caught up to Alabasta yet? Borrow food? Oh, you actually know Coolie Guy? Sima D was a little surprised. K-Lok seems to be a bit unlucky. He was hammered by the Straw Hat Pirates twice in Alabasta. Thinking of the way she directly robbed Wicca when she met her, is this prepared to borrow without repaying? 22. Discuss kidnapping and trafficking you face to face. Catch up Coolie Guy. Add more 53,500 words. 14400 words. HMPH. How dare Lock Doll have thoughts about my father? Vivi gritted his teeth and said, if I see him again, I will smash his head. Vivi is now the woman who has hammered Marine Admiral, and it is really possible to do this step. Then Coolie Guy has to hurry up, otherwise we'll all be at Raftel, and it's meaningless for him to come again. Sima D laughed. But also admitted their relationship with Coolie Guy. Wicca said happily. Great, the visit of several heroes by Sima D will definitely make everyone very happy. It really depends on what they say, and the card is what it is. Sima D shook her head and took out the white phone bug. About to dial, but scratching his head, he found that he didn't have Sakazuki or Sengoku's phone number. I had to call Kuzan. After a few rings, it was answered. This made Sima D can't help complaining. Every time you pick up in seconds, I now seriously suspect that you, the marshal, have been fishing. Actually, it's already 12 o'clock, and I was sleeping just now, Kuzan said lazily. When are you not sleeping? Sima D said without a smile. Okay, I found a good combat force for you. Do the little people know? The kingdom of Titan is similar to the product of Titan. Also excellent for scouting and scouting. Oh, are there any small humans still alive? Kuzan said unexpectedly. Sakazuki should be near you. Just talk to him directly? I don't have their phone number. You tell me your location, I will let him come to you. Forget it, I'll take all the little people there later. Sima D changed her mind again. This made the character pop out of Kuzan's face on the phone bug. Since you can take their entire clan away directly, then why are you looking for me? Oh, I just can't see you idle, Kacha. Sima D hung up the phone quickly, leaving Kuzan on the opposite side in a powerless rage. I am so happy, but, well, Sima Didu, what did you say you want to take our Dongtata tribe to? Wicca asked silently. It seems to be a little angry, too. Whoever has discussed in front of him how to abduct their entire clan will not be in a good mood. But, as a friend of Coolie Guy, I found you a place where you can eat and wear for free, and you can also appear in front of adults freely. Sima D nodded affirmatively. To normal people, this is obviously a term for trafficking. But it made little stars appear in Wicca's eyes. That's really thanks to Sima Didu. Is there really such a good place? Of course, you still don't believe me? Of course I do. Wicca swayed her fluffy blue tail happily, obviously believing it. The four daughters were shocked to Robin. Is it so easy to fool? Wicca should be the only one like this, right? But wait for everyone to cross the broken bridge and come to the kingdom of Dongtata on Greenbit Island. When I saw Sima D using the same words, a group of little people cheered for joy. Asking for flowers. They are really numb. Is it really that easy to cheat? Sima D looks at these little guys who are so easy to fool. I feel a little guilty for no reason. But then he suppressed the thought. Ashamed? Joke. He has found a place for the little people, where they can perfectly display their value. Shirahoshi is a fool, but it doesn't make any difference. Sima D convinced herself with such peace of mind. If that's the case, Sima D led the mighty little people to the city square of the palace. 0. 0 at this time, what does that have to do with him, Sima D? As for what Sakazuki said to be silent, only the theory of gene defect can explain it. Sima D thought about it, and it was really possible. Nami guessed. The Titans are notoriously straightforward, so the innocence of this little human race is probably also a problem with the medicine. Let's go and be the new heroes. He believes Sakazuki can handle it by himself. After all, it's okay to say that one or two are so easy to fool, but the whole family is like this. Debt repayment progress. 53,500 words. 14400 words. The difference between automatic subscription is 2 more ducks, people. Isn't that Shirahoshi who also took the little human potion? But thinking of this, Sima D laughed again. 23. Dover's Grudge, Newsbird Mystery. The city square in front of the palace. Sima D appeared swaggeringly with a group of little guys, making Sakazuki frown. He has a premonition. Demon Buster, why are you here? Sakazuki asked. It still looks like something to do. Oh, I don't know either. Sima D was perfunctory and then glanced at a square full of toys. Okay. Doflamingo has saved a lot of family property over the years. Forbidden Realm. The shrouded toys turned into their original human appearance on the spot, and the crowd not far behind caused commotion. Oh my god, I forgot my Jack, Ruth, my wife is Ruth, why should I marry another? Damn it, Locke is going to kill me and my husband. It seems to work well. Emperor Sima, 370, directly used the ability of the rabbit charm to wipe the city square like wiping a blackboard in the forbidden magic field. Looking at the messy crowd, he nodded in satisfaction. Back in place, Sima D pointed to Sakazuki for Wicca and said, from now on, he will be the one who will provide food, accommodation and work, go find him. Yeah, thanks Sima Didu. Sima Didu is really a nice person. Sima Didu is as much a hero as Rolando. Amidst the sincere thanks from all the little people, Sima D waved at Sakazuki, who had fire-breathing eyes. Then they took Robin and the 4 girls and swaggered to leave. But Sakazuki obviously won't let him go so easily, whether personally or marine. Great eruption. The lava from the eruption enveloped Sima D 5 people, but Sima D didn't even take a shot. Slave arrow. The magma was petrified in a large area, and then it was crushed by Vivi's Thor's hammer, and the large pieces of gravel fell to the ground, which was crushed by Nami's super large area of lightning, turning into powder and falling to the ground. Unknowingly, the women of Sima D have also been able to defuse Marine Admiral's attack. Sakazuki watched the 5 of Sima D leave without further pursuit. Because he is covered with little people. Sakazuki, why did you attack Sima D? Where are we going to live? Can I have meat at every meal? I want a tree hole to be my home. Chattering, Sakazuki's head is aching, but these cute little guys, Marshal Kuzan told me just now, will be an important force of the future Marine, and they are extremely simple. That is really not to be beaten, not to be scolded. When the Straw Hat pirates enjoy their private time after the battle. Hundreds of kilometers away from Doris Rosa, a ship drifted in the middle of the sea. Squeak. A space portal opened, and Toribel walked out and looked around, making sure that there was no problem before moving away. The tall and burly Pika stared at a pocket version of Doflamingo and walked out from the space portal, followed by the cadres of the Don Quixote family. It can be clearly seen that they still respect the king for the Doflamingo doll that Pika is staring at. They have not lost their memory of Doflamingo. Hey, Treble sighed. Fortunately, the devil fruit of Granos is about to awaken, and you can designate people not to have their memories erased. Otherwise, if you lose your memory of Dover, I really don't know what happened all these years came. Toribel met Doflamingo since he was a child, and he was shocked to entrust his life to him. If this is blank, that would be a real hit. Ha 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 ha. If it wasn't for the sugar that can be manipulated, I wouldn't have let myself be turned into a toy so hastily. Doflamingo said with a sullen face. Would you think that the combat power of the Zhongmao pirates is so powerful? Even the Marine and the Revolutionary Army helped them unscrupulously, so I had to abandon the base camp. Damn it. Doris Rosa, which has worked hard for more than 10 years, is so handed over to others, it is impossible to say that it does not hurt. But fortunately, although the territory he worked so hard for is gone, his team is still there. Whether it is to reform a pirate group or join other pirate groups, it is a good choice. Dover, now they are being targeted by the 3 parties. If you want to restore their original body, it is impossible to reform your own pirate group. As a military advisor, Toribel suggested, choose one among Big Mom and Kaido. Well, now only the 4 emperors can protect us. As for why there are no red hair pirates and whitebeard pirates. Do I need to say more about the relationship between these 2 and the Straw Hat pirates? Damn, Doflamingo raged impotently. Just paired with his pocket-sized appearance, he looks unexpectedly cute. But after all, he is a person with king's qualifications. Quickly, Doflamingo thought of new options. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha, Straw Hat pirates, I want you to die. Yawn, Sima D yawned and got up from the pile of jade arms, and carefully removed Hancock's long legs. Only then can I get up. He came to the balcony, looking at the hot girls in professional costumes below, there chasing and killing men with knives. He took a sip of hot tea contentedly. It really is a country that dares to love and hate. I had so much fun last night that I found a nearby hotel to stay. The newsbird flapped its wings and landed on the balcony railing, looking at Sima D with a familiar tilted head. Would you like a newspaper? But Sima D is sure that this newsbird is not the one she knows. Because of its tail, there are several variegated feathers. What's the situation? To say that this is the habit of newsbirds, I have never seen it before. Telepathy. After simply searching the memory of this newsbird, I finally found the culprit. It was the newsbird that I met Sima D before. After eating sweets twice, back to the ethnic group, it has been widely publicized. As long as you tilt your head towards humans, you may get a lot of extra wealth. So after Sima D saw every newsbird in 2.4, he would tilt his head at him. Until today, the appearance of a miscellaneous hair allowed him to solve the case. Hurrah, Lousy, you were an interesting friend, but you took Lousy for a fool. Sima D has decided, in the future, only one newspaper will be 100 Baileys, and I will definitely not reward it. And, this time he's going to be a PR** street Ute. Telepathically manipulate newsbird to drop a newspaper, then let it play on its own. Sima D spread out the newspaper with telekinesis, and the front page was once again occupied by the Straw Hat Pirates. And, nothing to do with the Grande de Solo, but a 24. Distribute the loot, a new way to eat devil fruit. The Straw Hat Pirates challenge the 4 emperors, the goal is determined. How should the Big Mom Pirates respond? Oh, Sima D is a bit strange. When did they announce that they would be doing Big Mom? Although that's exactly what I thought. Sima D would never have guessed that this was a hard dish specially arranged by Tezzolo for the Straw Hat Pirates before his death. Look at the content again. There is only, according to reliable information, in the whole article, but it is not mentioned who leaked it. Tisk. This news king has to go to greet him when he has time, Sima D said with great interest. He was still curious about how reliable this, reliable news, was. Continue to look down. Poor Tezzolo. The news of the fall of the Grande Solo can only be relegated to the subpage, and the large-scale content is still written by the Straw Hat Pirates. To say that the news agency did nothing wrong, the current Straw Hat Pirates, as rising stars, are a proper news hotspot. It can only be said that the Golden Emperor has become a thing of the past, and is no longer the darling of the media. In the third news that followed, it was announced that Marty was very interested. The Drought Jack of the Kaido Pirates and the Egg Baron of the Big Mom Pirates will arrive at D15 Reese Rosa today. At the end of the newspaper, there is also a comment from the editor looking forward to the first meeting between the Straw Hat Pirates and the 2 members of the 4 emperors. Abbreviation. Watching the excitement is not a big deal. Sima D rubbed her chin, feeling that this was indeed an important issue. After all, it was the 4 emperors' regiment. It must be so cool to hit them in the face, with this in mind. Sima D opened the gold treasure house and is about to operate it. A ray of light suddenly shot into the sky, bursting into the shape of a straw hat in the air, followed by a deafening explosion. This is Frankie's special collection of fireworks, which can only be used in emergencies. Just now Sima D was going to use this thing. Didn't realize anyone had used it before? The 4 daughters of Robin who were still asleep woke up immediately. Who put the assembly signal? Something big happened. Could it be that guy Luffy who misplaced it again? Then I have to go back. If I make another mistake, this time I will beat him with armament hockey for an hour. The 5 of them used the Hearthstone at the fastest speed one after another, and returned to the Going Merry, which was docked somewhere. Didn't expect Usopp to be faster. Oh, is Usopp the signal you played? Vivi asked unexpectedly. Well, it's me. Usopp nodded solemnly. I'll tell you what's going on when everyone's due. Sima D noticed Usopp tugging at a newspaper, which seemed to be what he wanted to do. Good, it's getting more and more like a team, otherwise. If it was Usopp in the past, he should have been so scared that he didn't know where to hide at this moment. Quickly, one after another beams of teleportation light fell, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates appeared in different shapes. Luffy, as always, brings his own meat. Zoro lingers with the smell of alcohol. Sanji didn't know what to do. She smelled like rouge and powder, and there were a few lip marks on her face. Wait until the people are assembled. Usopp opened the newspaper and said seriously, everyone, the Big Mom Pirates and the Kaido Pirates are about to arrive into Reese Rosa. Now we need to decide whether to confront them head on or avoid them. How about setting sail early? Have to say, Usopp like this really looks like a captain. At least it was much stronger than Luffy, who was munching on the leg of an unknown creature. But Usopp is still very self-aware, just for starters, giving space to Sima D. Sima D was not in a hurry to say these things, and took this harvest out of the gold treasure house. First, the little lanky, the fruit. This is the way to make items eat devil fruit's ability. You can research it yourself. Oh, that's great, Frankie said pleasantly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Sima D picked up the lucky fruit again. This lucky fruit doesn't increase strength much, and it also needs to touch the target to control the opponent's luck, so the most suitable one is Robin. Of course, if anyone wants it, they can also get it. Everyone looked at each other, except for Usopp, who was a little emotional about the so-called luck. The others are not very demanding. But Usopp has obtained the explosive fruit, and he has not developed it yet. So I didn't make a sound. That's fine, I'll give it to Robin. Sima D handed the lucky fruit to Luo Wu. Robin didn't hesitate too much, and was ready to take a small bite after taking it. Wait, Robin-san. Sanji shouted, wait for me. He quickly ran to the kitchen, stepping on the second floor of the moonwalk in order to hurry, and soon came back with an object that looked like a piece of white paper. This is a candy wrapper. Wrap it outside the devil fruit and swallow it without chewing it. Then the taste buds will only touch the candy wrapper, and there will be no disgusting taste, Sanji proudly said. Fortunately, he can come up with such a good way. Hey hey hey, why didn't you tell me last night? Usopp said angrily. He is eating hard. At that time, Laozi was fighting with the CPO, who has the time to control you. You be asterisk 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 D, Sanji said bluntly. Then thank you Sanji. Robin took the candy wrapper and wrapped the lucky fruit according to Sanji's instructions. When he took a bite, the candy wrapper extended with his teeth, perfectly separating the juice and pulp. But this is Sanji's character and you can't do anything about it, definitely not because you can't beat him. The automatic subscription is 2 more ducks away, just 2 ducks away. Not a single drop flowed into the mouth until Robin swallowed it. Except for Robin, this made other people who tasted devil fruit look envious. Furious at Usopp, Robin-chan, try the ability to see the lucky fruit, Vivi said curiously. Such as Nami, great, this invention is for the benefit of everyone. It's apple-flavored, Robin squinted and smiled. Even if Zoro and others say they will never eat devil fruit, who can be 100% sure whether they will encounter devil fruit that they cannot refuse in the future? The golden fruit is actually not ideal for her growth, but she still has to eat this devil fruit, whoever grabs her will be impatient. Never worry about the taste again. Good job Sanji, 25. Munch-Munch Fruit surprise winner, do 2 at once. Robin-chan, try the ability to see the lucky fruit, Vivi said curiously. But, how to test this thing? Robin looked at the proposed Vivi with a smile, making the latter come to his senses. Let's forget it, and see if there are any unlucky ones next time. Vivi waved her hand quickly. I'm afraid that Robin will be used as an experiment target. Makes everyone laugh. Sima D took out a devil fruit again, Munch-Munch Fruit. Everyone, this is a devil fruit that has the potential to obtain more devil fruit abilities. Sima D looked around. Anyone want it? Everyone looked at each other, some moved intentionally and some remained indifferent. Luffy was the first to say, I want it, give it to me. As he said that, he jumped directly at the Munch-Munch Fruit, about to give it a mouthful of boredom. Boom. Nami punched Luffy on the deck, his head was stuck on it. It can be seen how hard it is. Are you an idiot? Nami said with a dark face, even if you want Munch-Munch Fruit, you have to drink the devil fruit compatible potion before talking. Everyone reacted this time. If Luffy swallowed the Munch-Munch Fruit just now, there is a high probability that it will explode directly. When Luffy knocked his head off the deck, Sima D shook his head and refused. The upper limit of Munch-Munch Fruit is the ability to devour other people's devil fruit, which requires a very strong devil fruit ability development ability, otherwise too much devil fruit ability will become his burden. And Luffy, you want this Munch-Munch Fruit, isn't it because you have the ability to have an unlimited appetite for it? Wasting a devil fruit slot just to have unlimited food? This sure enough, very Luffy. But what Sima D said is also right, the upper limit of Munch-Munch Fruit is high, but the lower limit is also very low. Only for people with quick brains. Several of them can be eliminated directly on the boat. The rest. For development, Usopp and Frankie should be the best candidates, Robin suggested. I'll let it go. Usopp shook his head and said, it will take me some time to develop the ability to explode fruit, and I'm just a sniper, so the consumption of too many devil fruit abilities can be predicted to be extremely terrifying. I'm afraid I can't afford it. It's also quite reasonable. Everyone looked at Frankie. Oh, I'm quite interested in this ability, but I have to research whether the item can eat multiple devil fruits. If so, I can get it without Munch-Munch Fruit at all. What? Is it possible that such a potential devil fruit should be temporarily shelved? After all, even if it can devour other devil fruit abilities, there is a high probability that it can only be done after awakening. Of course, eat early and awaken early. Vivi, you don't have the devil fruit ability yet, why don't you give it a try? Nami suggested. But Vivi shook her head crazily. I don't want it, swallowing people. It's too scary. This is how everyone reacted. The ability of Munch-Munch Fruit must be swallowed before it can be digested, so if you want to swallow the ability of demon fruit power, it seems that you have to swallow people first. Now the human beings present couldn't accept it. Naturally, his eyes fell on the only non-human Chopper who ran fast. Although he is very smart to run fast, he is still aware of it like ordinary people. FFLX. Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Chopper asked in bewilderment. He is a reindeer, it is impossible to empathize with the obstacle of humans will not swallow humans. Chopper, I think this Munch-Munch Fruit, only you are the most suitable. Sima D said. It happens that your human fruit, the common people form, the human form has no potential. Get a new devil fruit ability, but can I do it? Chopper hesitated. Self-doubt Sima D. Chopper, don't underestimate yourself. Crocus patted Chopper's hat and said, you are the most talented medical person I have ever seen. The development of the blue ball is a super difficult problem for me. Believe in yourself, develop ability. And Munch-Munch Fruit can refine and combine swallowed items, so maybe you can help Crocus develop hockey potion. Robin bewitched. This made Chopper's eyes shine. Is it really possible? Definitely no problem. You're Tony Chopper. Believe in yourself, Chopper. Sima D took out the devil fruit compatible potion while the iron was hot, poured it into the dazed Chopper, and gave Chopper a bite with Robin's remaining candy wrapper. Munch-Munch Fruit has a new owner. The distribution of spoils has come to an end here. Sima D, this is the old story, so, do you think that the 4 emperors are coming, and we are going to run away? Or are we going to be tough? Facing Sima D's problem, the timid trio who should have been the first to be afraid of running away, Chopper, Nami, Usopp. There is no movement. Very good, finally, he has the confidence of a strong man. Why run away? Luffy said angrily, someone is going to trouble us, of course we just blow them away. The captain made his statement and the others also spoke one after another. To become the world's #1 swordsman, the swordsman in the 4 Emperors Regiment must not be missed. Oh, my weapon can continue to be tested, hit them. It seems, haha, no idea. For all the beautiful ladies, I will definitely kick all the enemies away. Their Straw Hat pirates are going to pick 2, and bring the Kaido pirates together. The 4 Emperors group. If it is of the same level as the Whitebeard pirates, it seems that it is not impossible to tie. Okay, since that's the case. Mary, let's go to the port and wait. Sima D laughed. Since there are people who want to see us make some big moves. Just to challenge the Big Mom pirates? Just wait at the port? Do not, then let's show them. If we do, we'll do 2 at a time. The Straw Hat pirates drove Going Merry enthusiastically to the port of Dressrosa. People from Big Mom and Kaido have not waited, but they have waited. Walk, 26. The royal group appears. Sanji on target. Add more 55,000 words, 144,000 words. Going Merry is located across the port, and soon spread throughout Dressrosa. Many of today's newspapers are read. I guessed it right away. Straw Hat pirates, these are the people who are waiting for the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates. But not many people dared to come and watch, after all. That's the 4 Emperors Regiment. The Straw Hat pirates have nothing to worry about. If they are ordinary people, if they die, they will die in vain. Surprised Sima D. There was no one waiting, but Sakazuki got there first. Devil Killer. What are you going to do? Sakazuki angrily said, there should be a limit to nonsense. Now he communicates with the Straw Hat pirates as a marine, so he must show the same hate and hatred as before. B. Sakazuki, according to your habit, you should say a punch before you can't help it. Sima D joked. There is also 323. The surrounding area is covered by my silent field, and no one will overhear. Hear this. Sakazuki also stopped pretending, and punched the dog's head with a backhand to the golden melee. But no one wanted to intercept it. A layer of translucent energy shield rose up, obliterating and making the dog's head invisible. What are you going to do? Isn't this forcing me to arrest you? Sakazuki said helplessly. He is helpless because, really can't beat Sima D. Otherwise, even if it is an ally, if it jumps so repeatedly, it must be repaired and repaired. Well now, can only speak well, of course. The dog head can't stop. Well, don't worry, we're just waiting for the Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates here, Sima D said casually. But it made Sakazuki frown. Listen to what you said, what are you going to do? Sakazuki gritted his teeth. Are you going to challenge 2 4 emperors at the same time? The Straw Hat pirates don't have the strength yet? Hey, uncle, what are you talking about? Luffy said angrily, it's just 2 4 emperors regiments, we can definitely beat them. Del. Really blind confidence. Even Sima D. I don't have the courage to say that I can defeat the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates at the same time. He can fight Big Mom and Kaido, but it is very difficult for the Straw Hat pirates to defeat the 2 pirates cadres. After all, they are the 2 with the largest number of people in the 4 Emperors group, and they are exhausted to death. So, since you all think that the Straw Hat pirates can't take down 2 4 Emperors at the same time, are they going to put down their heads and join forces to deal with us? Sima D asked rhetorically. Opened up Sakazuki's mind instantly, you deliberately? This is to deliberately provoke the attention of the 2 pirate groups, and then use their arrogance to take the opportunity to defeat one of them. Shichiguo's, BFFF, conspiracy, not to mention whether Big Mom or Kaido will realize it, even if they think of it, they will just smile dismissively. After all, they're 4 emperors. Even Marine Admiral, in terms of individual combat power, it is also not as good as 4 emperors. Didn't you watch the Peak Day and the last admiral was not pressed to sleep? So even with Sima D's record on the surface, he has not repelled Bluzolino. Big Mom and Kaido will not be taken too seriously. After thinking about it, Sakazuki also frowned a little because he came over hastily. How should he end now so that he can get out of his body? Looks like we can only really fight Sima D, getting ready to start. 2 ships appeared on the skyline, heading towards Dressrosa at full speed, flying the pirate flags of Big Mom and Beasts pirates respectively. People are here. Sakazuki put away his abilities and silently watched their arrival. The 2 pirate ships docked next to Going Merry, one on the left and the other on the right. Baron Egg and Jack the Drow stood on the bow of the ship and stared at the Straw Hat pirates on the Golden Merry. That's right, you know how to go to sea to meet us. Jack ordered domineeringly. As long as you hand over Guy, Boss Kaido said, I can give you a chance to join our Beasts pirates. Ken. This style is very Jack, but, to everyone's surprise, the Straw Hat pirates haven't refuted it yet. Baron Eggs actually broke the stage first. Let's not talk about others, this Vince Moke Sanji is the one my mother called for. Hey, Sanji. Vince Moke, that surname, so familiar. 27. Wedding invitations, cranky Jack the Drow. Let's not talk about the others, this Vince Moke Sanji is the one my mother asked for, swar. Baron Eggy's words caught everyone's attention. If Big Mom calls for Luffy or Sima D by name, they can still accept it. After all, Big Mom is known as the Green Hat Madman, frantically looking for excellent men to inoculate and then throw it away at will. But Sanji? Although the strength is not bad, but the reward of 330 million Baileys already explained everything. Still a long way to go. Only Sima D showed a clear look on the scene. Sanji's father still chose to marry with the Big Mom pirates. And it is still sacrificing Sanji, the useless waste. Sanji's father, Vince-Moke Judge, in order to become the strongest family in the world, chose to marry the Big Mom pirates of 4 emperors. To this, Big Mom is obviously very emotional. The Vince-Moke family controls the entire North Blue. They have powerful ships, advanced science and technology, and a vast territory, but they have no fixed territory. Isn't this the alliance that countless people dream of? Or rather, annex objects. As a woman who can abandon her husband without hesitation after pregnancy, Big Mom even uses her children as tools to become stronger. How can she be on an equal footing with a son-in-law's family? Hit from the beginning, Big Mom just wants to annex Vince-Moke's family. It's ridiculous that Judge still wants to be the strongest family in the world? Has the Monkey D family been forgotten by him? Both Judge and Big Mom have their own calculations. Only no one asked for Sanji's opinion, asked for the opinions of the Straw Hat pirates. Swipe, swipe. A stack of red invitation letters was thrown out by Baron Eggy, and everyone in the Straw Hat pirates got a copy. Open it. It was the wedding invitation of Vince-Moke Sanji and Charlotte Pudding. Everyone in the Straw Hat pirates was stunned. Sanji, you have a fiancé? Usopp wondered. Big Mom's daughter. Chopper was shocked. Then you still pursue other girls everywhere? Nami looked disgusted. Sanji just grimaced and smashed the wedding invitation to pieces. He had roughly guessed what was going on. 18. The current Straw Hat pirates are not the original Straw Hat pirates. 4 emperors? They're fighting the 4 emperors now? You bastards, go back and tell Big Mom and Vince-Moke's family, Sanji, will definitely hint at being there. Sanji's words were abrupt, flashing to the waist of everyone present. Hey, don't say such cowardly words in such a harsh tone, Usopp complained. Sanji was speechless, only looked at Sima D resentfully. It was Sima D who used the soul link just now to make him agree to this marriage first. This was the sudden turning point. Anyway, even if he didn't know why Sima D asked him to do this, Sanji still changed his words without hesitation, which shows his trust in Sima D. Baron Eggy quickly adjusted his mentality after a brief astonishment. That's right. The prestige of Big Mom. How can a small pirate group who has only been at sea for a year be able to fight against it? That's fine, as long as you hand over Guy, the rest. Baron Eggy, are you looking for death? Jack roared violently. Guy is what our beast's pirates want. That blonde boy is already the limit for you. That can't be done. Geisa is also the person my mother called for. Swar? Baron Dandan didn't back down. This made Jack's complexion completely dark, directly bombard the BIGMQM pirates with 10 punches from the air. Then go to hell. Good guy. He is indeed the irritable man who dared to attack Admiral Fujitora and the elephant owner first. If there is a disagreement, he will fight. Egg Baron had obviously heard about Jack's temper. Observation Hockey had been on guard all along, and immediately dodged sideways. Boom. A member behind Baron Egg exploded, and was blown to pieces by Jack's fist wind. Jack the Drow. Are you going to start a war between the 4 emperors? Swar? Baron Eggy said angrily. Ask for flowers, but Jack seems to be thinking about this stuff? After squatting slightly and then leaping vigorously, he tilted his car and rushed directly towards Benju's boat like a shell. Call first and talk later. Although the Baron Eggy is also very strong, but facing the Emperor's deputy, Jack is a little bit of a loser. It's just that when you fight against each other, you will fall into a disadvantage. Seeing that Pokemus was about to come to deliver the head, Baron Eggy hurriedly stopped him. Pork Moose. Call Mom. Swar. Tell Mom to call Kaido and stop this idiot, Bon. What? How dare you call me stupid? Jack is furious. Directly use his Zone Elephant Fruit ancient species mammoth form, turn into a tall mammoth and run rampant on the deck, holding the Baron Eggs to chase and kill, causing countless deaths and injuries at the same time. Zero Sima D, who was watching the show, was amazed. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Inflammable and explosive Jack the Drow. And get the sign in reward. Jack the Drow's underwater breathing. Jack the Drow's underwater breathing. As a Murloc, Jack the Drow has the ability to breathe underwater, so even if he sinks to the bottom of the sea as a demon fruit power, he can still maintain a certain degree of consciousness and normal breathing. It cannot be said that a little egg is useless, it can only be said that it is tasteless. It's still more interesting to watch Jack kill the quartet. Crack. In the end, Baron Dandan couldn't escape the chase, and was stepped on by the mad mammoth, and the egg yolk and egg liquid splashed everywhere on the deck. Ashore, seeing this scene, Sakazuki didn't find it funny, but was mad with anger. Whether it was Baron Eggs or Jack the Drow, he never said hello to him from the beginning to the end. And without a doubt Big Mom and Kaido are pure pirates, burning, killing and looting all grandmasters. It can be. Execute the goal of justice. 28. Can't fly yet arrogant. Don't cheat who you cheat. You. Don't be too arrogant, pirates, meteor volcano. The violent magma enveloped the 3 pirates. The Straw Hat pirates are not afraid of energy shields, but the other 2 pirates suffered. Although Jack is a single-minded person, he still loves his inner self. Immediately, he left Baron Eggy, who had been trampled to pieces, and rushed back to the front of his own ship with a roar, intercepting most of the attacks with his rough-skinned and thick-skinned body. But Baron Egg, who has lost his backbone, has suffered. Facing Jack the Drow is powerless. What can they do with Marine Admiral's big move? Fortunately, this ship is not an ordinary ship, but a homies, made by Big Mom with the soul fruit, infused with other people's souls to have self-awareness, and move around in a small area, 593, to avoid key position. Finally, it was barely sunk directly, but it was also crumbling. It is only a matter of time before it sinks. Chirp. Baron Egg broke out of the egg white and evolved into Viscount Chick. Baron Dandan is a Dandanman, who ate the Dandan fruit. His body has become the structure of an egg. After receiving a certain amount of damage, he will be reborn from the shell and transformed into another form. He has 3 types. Egg Baron Right-Pointing Arrow Chick Viscount Right-Pointing Arrow Rooster Earl. Every rebirth power will increase exponentially, but the premise is that it will not be broken during the period of turning into a testicle. Of course, his defense power will also increase exponentially during this period. Quite an interesting devil fruit ability, at least. He resisted Sakazuki's attack, but the Jack the Drow who crushed him was blasted into the bottom of the sea. A group of his subordinates jumped into the sea to catch people. Although most of Beast's pirates belong to Zone, not everyone has demon fruit power. After all, devil fruit is very precious. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't be so always a guy. Although the artificial devil fruit stretches the hips, it is a very good increase. Chirp from the Straw Hat pirates. Viscount Chick shouted, come here, take us out of the port first, chirp. This changed the shape, and all the suffix tone changed accordingly. It's indeed a very interesting ability. Has anyone taken a fancy to it? Sima D joked. But everyone showed their disgust. Into an egg? Do you have to be broken to become stronger? Just forget it. Compared to these, are we going to add insult to injury, or turn around and leave? Nami asked. Neither. Sima D waved to Viscount Chick's pirate ship. Recovery is before. The holes blasted by Sakazuki are filled directly, and the crumbling ship stops sinking and can sail again. Let's go, Melee, go this way. Sima D pointed in the direction. Control point speed, their boat is flooded, so they can't run fast. This is to get Viscount Chick and the others to run away. B. Why? When Going Merry turned around and sailed away from the port, the Beast's pirates and Sakazuki frowned. What's going on? Hey, Straw Hat pirates, don't run away. When Boss Jack comes back and finds that you have escaped, he will go crazy and chase after you. If you don't want to die, stop it for lousy. Going Merry ignored the clamor of the Beast's pirates. Because. What are you barking at? Great eruption. Without Jack as a human shield, the rest of the Beast's pirates members are not to be underestimated, but in front of Admiral Akainu it is just a matter of exerting more force. Even, Sakazuki also took a lot of effort to assimilate the seawater in the port into magma. Although he still couldn't kill the pervert Jack, the pirates who tried to rescue him were all cooked. Huh. Sakazuki snorted fiercely. Before I leave, I still have to tell the old man to do something. Even though he is a pirate, he even arranged for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. It is of course self-evident who said it, Ongoing Merry. Looking at the destroyed Jack the Drow and his Sima D, I have to sigh for Jack's brain. You can't fly and you are so arrogant. If you don't cheat you, who will you cheat? But if Jack knows how to do moonwalk or something, he won't be pinched by Sakazuki so easily. To this, Robin, who can fly in the Straw Hat pirates, and others nodded in agreement. Those who can't fly and those who can fly are really 2 different worlds. Usopp nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly he had a good idea. At this time, the Viscount Chick's ship also caught up with Going Merry and kept pace with it. Thank you for the help just now, chirp, said the gentleman Viscount Chick. Although he is a member of Big Mom, he is much more polite than Jack. You're welcome. Sima D had a hypocritical smile on her face. Didn't you just say that Sanji is going to marry Big Mom's daughter Pudding? Then it shouldn't be a problem for us to attend the wedding banquet as his companions, right? Ah. Of course there is no problem. Chirp, Viscount Chick responded simply. Hash. He had already thought of the scene where he took the Straw Hat pirates back and was praised by Big Mom. If Sanji can be used as a medium, incorporating the Straw Hat pirates into the Big Mom pirates. The position of One Piece goes one step further. That's good. Sima D nodded. But before that, we need to go to Shazu first, where there is the dowry gift I am going to give to Big Mom, the original history of the Red Road sign. Oh, that's really great, Pokemus at the side was overjoyed. Is this bad? That is the original history of the Red Road sign? A quarter to Raftel, but Viscount Chick instinctively sensed something was wrong. It's really a generous gift, chirp. The Viscount 1.2 chickens hesitated for a while, and then asked. Then I don't know about Guy. Oh, he has been killed. Sima D said calmly, but it made Viscount Chick and Poke Music's complexion change drastically. It doesn't matter if Guy dies or dies, however, the Titanization drug experiment he researched is very important to Big Mom, which will add a few points of risk to the alliance that was originally smooth. The most important is, they have failed the mission, and they may be punished. And the punishment of Big Mom, but even sons and daughters draw their souls to death. 29. Sanji in spring. Pokemus of the Titan family. Sima D saw the concerns of Viscount Chick and Porkmas. He opened the golden treasure house, a tube of black potion flew out, and was caught by Porkmas. The titanizing potion that guy sprinkled is just a semi-finished product. We got it from a huge kingdom relic during our travels. It can perfectly evolve ordinary people into titan races. And the lifespan will also be increased several times. Porkmas and Chick Viscount shine. If Sima D is telling the truth, then it doesn't matter if Guy is dead or alive, as for whether Sima D is fooling them. Is it necessary? As long as you find someone to drink the titan potion, you can test the lie. I believe that this evildoer who planned the summit war will definitely not make such a low-level mistake. That's the best thing. Mom will definitely look forward to meeting you. Chirp, the Chick Viscount smiled. Although there were some twists and turns in this mission, the harvest was unexpectedly great. It's going to be lunchtime soon. Would you like to have dinner together? Sanji's craftsmanship is very good, Sima D invited. It still doesn't work. I have to report the progress of the task to my mother. Chirp. Then I'll send some copies over. Our chef will also make good desserts, and we can take some back when the time comes. The two smiled politely, and then returned to the cabin. Wait until no one can be seen. The smile on Viscount Chick's face disappeared immediately, and his figure also degraded accordingly, turning into Baron Eggy again. Huh? What's wrong with you? Don't you want to report to your mother? Porkmas asked strangely. Baron Eggy glanced at the excited Porkmas, a little disdainful. You don't really think that man just wants to go to the wedding, do you, Bon? This tone has been degraded. Isn't it? Porkmas asked in confusion. Baron Eggy sighed, and didn't choose to explain more to Porkmas. People of the fur tribe really don't use their brains very much. Go find someone and test whether the titan potion is real or not. Well. Dismissed Porkmas. It was Baron Eggy who took out the phone bug and picked it up after a few rings, but what emerged was not Big Mom's face, but a man with half of his face buried in a scarf. Katakuri, things are a little troublesome. Baron Eggy told the whole story in detail. Finally, add your own opinion. Devil Buster is definitely not a simple person. He must have some amazing plan, but I can't think of it. Katakuri on the opposite side pondered for a moment. Is the way, no matter what, since there are clues to the original history of the Red Road sign, then you go and see what the Straw Hat Pirates are going to do. As for them coming to the wedding, let them come. Mothers are invincible in all countries. Also, let me know as soon as the Titan Potion experiment is successful. In this way, Mother Wongwo can make up for the regret of not having a Titan all this time. Baron Eggy heard the words and was about to reply. Suddenly there was a noise in the cabin, and then the cabin above the head collapsed. Baron Eggy flew out of the collapsed position, and saw a Titan more than 10 meters high, standing in the ruins of the cabin in a daze. This person is none other than Pokemus, who told you to experiment with yourself. Bomb. Ongoing Mary, Sima D was also a little surprised when she saw Pokemus turned into a Titan. Why did this guy test the medicine himself? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also looked at it curiously, but then lost interest. Compared to these, Emperor, are you really going to form an alliance with Big Mom? Usopp asked curiously. Yeah, I won't really want to marry someone, will I? Sanji said full of expectation. I don't know what kind of beautiful lady the other party will be. Hey, colored cook. Wipe your drool off. Sanji subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth, but found that there was no saliva at all. B********* D chlorella. I'm going to kick you to death. HMPH. Who's afraid of you? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Sima D pressed his hands to signal them to be quiet. Although Sanji and Zoro didn't fight to save face, they still stared at each other, disliked each other. First of all, I want to remind you Sanji, Lola is the daughter of Big Mom, and most of the daughters of Big Mom are like this. Sima D smiled. As predicted, Sanji's complexion turned black immediately, as if he had eaten devil fruit, with a constipated expression on his face. Is it a lie? Lola is the daughter of Big Mom? Nami was surprised. Then the life paper she gave us? That's right, it's Big Mom's own. This. It can only be said that the arrangement of fate is really wonderful. No one cares about Sanji already heartbroken, they are more curious. So D-chan, what is your plan? Vivi asked curiously. Everyone has also cast attention. Sima D didn't make a fuss either, and said directly, isn't this understandable? Use Sanji to break into Big Mom, first solve Sanji's family background, and then kill Big Mom pirates to become the new 4 emperors. What a simple and crude plan. Not at all. It's not like a plan you can come up with, it's so simple? Usopp asked suspiciously. No, this plan is perfect, humph. Usopp wiped his sweat. How could he forget to question that Sima D will be targeted by Hancock? Sima D just smiled and said nothing. Is the plan simple? Simple is right. Because Sima D's original idea, Mo Qianhao, was just to sign a few famous scenes. The wedding of Sanji and Pudding could not be completed, which is also the regret of many Jaime. Exactly, Sima D has no curiosity about the 3-eyed people, and Pudding's dual personality is not his thing, so let's make Sanji a single dog, and save him from having trouble around his woman. And this should be considered a famous scene, right? This wave. Sima D is in the atmosphere. He looked in the direction of the stern. Count the time, Sakazuki should find that guy too, right? It's my compensation for letting Doflamingo go. I hope that guy won't be scared. 30. Rewards for signing in as the owner. This product turned out to be gagging 57,000 words, 14400 words. Derice Rosa, in a hotel. All the members of the Heart Pirates gathered here, and Luo, the leader, was full of helplessness. Why did the second bosses of the Straw Hat leave without saying hello? He was also thinking about discussing with Sima D how to cut the weeds and root out Doflamingo. Without waiting for others to answer. Boom! A stream of magma fell from the sky and melted through the ceiling, and Sakazuki stepped out amidst fireworks. Trafalgar Law, the leader of the Heart Pirates, right? Sakazuki said in a deep voice. Luo's complexion changed. Immediately, the fruit field will be expanded, and then the ability will be used to transfer everyone. Sakazuki's next words interrupted his spellcasting. You have two choices, die or become 7 warlords of the sea. Ga? Luo Shi never dreamed that one day a marine admiral would descend from the sky just to invite him to become King 7047 Wuhai. It's just dreamy. Sakazuki is also quite helpless about this, but who let Sima D mention it? What about Kuzan's solicitation? Furthermore, although the Heart Pirates are pirates, they are ordinary doctors. They basically did nothing bad along the way, but healed many patients. If it hadn't been for a head-on conflict with Marine, he wouldn't have been offered a reward. And, Op Fruit is also a highly functional devil fruit ability. It does have the value of attracting. Street. Let the old man come to recruit pirates, it is really annoying. Coax. Flames rose from Sakazuki's body, it was his anger. But Luo thought it was Sakazuki's last warning, so he hurriedly agreed. No problem. I'm applying. Please be merciful, HMPH, you're smart. BFDC, under the contract of the elephant owner, Going Merry sailed on the sea with a clear goal for more than 10 days, and found this Natamii Nolita elephant who was ordered to walk only because of a mistake made in ancient times. The body as high as 35,000 meters made everyone raise their heads to the limit, but they still couldn't see the back of the elephant owner. Even the tallest sky island that the Straw Hat Pirates have ever been to is only over 10,000 meters away. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene. Natamii Nolita elephant, and get the sign in reward. The lifespan of Natamii Nolita elephant. The lifespan of Natamii Nolita elephants. Netamii Nolita elephants are sightseeing tools specially transformed by the Giant Kingdom. They have a lifespan beyond 10,000 years. And they can send away 18 generations of the owner's ancestors, more than enough best companion and pet. The improvement of lifespan does not have much intuitive feeling, and the vitality has not changed much. But on a spiritual level, Sima D found that the telomerase of her own cells was extended more than 10 times. So, just by extending telomerase in cells, can lifespan be changed? Sima D nodded thoughtfully, immediately noticed. Natamii Nolita elephant turned out to be transformed by a Giant Kingdom tourist tool? Then imagine the furry park on the back of the Lord, which is a country inhabited by fur tribes. Is there something similar to a cruise ship? It's spectacular. There is such a huge creature, what a terrible breath. It seems to be higher than a lot of Sky Island, won't it hit it? By the way, how did he stand on the sea? The last question also aroused Sima D's interest. Don't we know if we dive in and have a look, Mei Li? Look how awesome I am. There is no change in the body of Going Merry, but the water inlet valve has been opened at the bottom, and by swallowing enough seawater, Going Merry can dive into the seabed. And the existence of the energy shield, it also allows Going Merry to keep the seawater out without transforming into a Gundam form. This surprised Baron Dandan and others who were following behind. I thought the Straw Hat Pirates were going to escape. Cross-legged on the deck looking up at the Elephant Master's Titan Pokemus, he also jumped into the sea in a hurry to chase the Straw Hat Pirates back. But found, Going Merry did not leave too far away, but hovered 100 meters under the sea, and everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the long legs of the Elephant Master with admiration. The main elephant has one more foot joint than ordinary elephants, and it is an elephant with 2 pairs of extra long elephant legs. When walking on the sea, only 1/3 of the feet are in the water, and the distance from the sea to the elephant's back is more than 10,000 meters. Such an unreasonable body structure. Sima D is more and more interested in that huge kingdom. TOB. How did a kingdom with such a prosperous technology disappear without a sound? Sima D doesn't believe that the rubbish of the world government can really threaten them. Looking for a more ambitious development to take the initiative to leave? Still. Another secret? 31. Luffy strips Nika fruit, Sanji's determination? After watching the elephant owner's long legs, Going Merry resurfaced. Seeing the Titan pork mousse soaking in the seawater, Luffy cast a puzzled look. Big Cat, are you kicked off the boat because you were too hungry? Ah, this. What weird brain circuit. Of course, Titan Pokemus couldn't say that he thought the Straw Hat Pirates were going to run away, so he jumped into the sea in a hurry to chase after him. He also realized that he was a bit too ignorant of this. How could the physical body catch up to the Lil Pluton? Not even the Titanized him. It's just a little hot, let's go swimming in the sea, Titan Pokemus said with a backstroke. Luffy couldn't help showing envious eyes. That's great, can you swim? Luffy seemed to think of something suddenly, and hurriedly looked at Sima D. God. Give me a bottle of A. Zoro quickly covered his mouth with his hands. He probably guessed what this guy was going to say. But you should watch the occasion anyway, hey. What if someone overhears you? It can't be murdered, can it? Nami also shouted. We are going to go up to the elephant master first, you follow up yourself. She patted Mei Li on the shoulder, and the latter understood immediately. The energy injectors on the side of the ship were turned on one by one, and the fireworks were ejected to make Going Merry leave the sea and set off to an altitude of 35,000 meters. I can't help seeing Titan Porkmas with envy. It was the first time for them, who had self-aware ships, to be envious of other people's ships. The sky is omnipotent, and it can also become an important combat force at critical moments. It is really easy to use. But suddenly stunned. It's not right. He is the demon fruit power of turtle fruit. How can he swim in seawater? Suddenly, Baron Dandan on the boat shouted. Porkmas, I searched just now and found a devil fruit in the warehouse, which is the turtle fruit. On Going Merry, when they were far away, Zoro pushed Luffy away in disgust. Hey, don't lick my palm with your tongue, it's disgusting. Well, I just smell the smell of meat, subconsciously want to taste it, Luffy said with a smile. Why do you want to shut my mouth? Then tell me what you wanted to say just now. You be *****D. Oh yes. Luffy slapped his palm and said excitedly. God. Give me a tube of devil fruit separation potion. I can peel off the rubber. Nika fruit, and I can go swimming. Don't say, this proposal makes Robin and other demon fruit powers shine. Only those who have lost will know how much they cherish. Swimming is indeed very attractive to demon fruit power. Boom. Nami punched Luffy and smashed it on the deck, which shows that he used his strength. You're an idiot. How could such an important potion be used in such a strange place? Nami yelled angrily. Sima D's devil fruit separation potion is not configured by himself, but needs him to use the dragon language to manifest. As one of Sima D's trump cards, in addition to manifesting potions, dragon essence also has other uses, but it cannot be used to satisfy Luffy's private desires. Indeed, Mr. Luffy, Nami-san is right. Jinbei expressed his position. You are too willful. Such a precious potion cannot be wasted like this. I also think Luffy went too far this time. Everyone spoke in unison, and Luffy didn't dare to say anything. As the captain, he didn't have any dignity at all. But it is precisely this kind of atmosphere that makes Sima D willing to stay. He waved his hand to stop the attack on Luffy and said to Luffy in a funny way. If you want to swim, then get stronger. Sakazuki was thrown into the bottom of the sea by the CPO's dying counterattack, but he can still get up by himself. 17. As long as the demon fruit power is strong enough, although it will still be weakened by seawater and seastone, it can still move freely in the sea, but the combat power will be reduced. Although it is a bit strange to use Sakazuki as an example. But Luffy still sees hope. Okay, it's decided. God, I'm going to the house again. Luffy was full of fighting spirit. It's the house of time and spirit. Sima D corrected. Exactly, the cooldown is almost over. Who of you wants to accompany Luffy? Although it is so asked, but Sima D looked at Sanji. This trip to the Big Mom Pirates. Sanji is definitely going to be the big protagonist. If the combat power is not high, it may stretch the hips. Sanji didn't rush to refuse. Slap, lit a cigarette, took a long puff and then exhaled. None of the Straw Hat pirates asked about the wedding invitation these days, nor did they say a word about his relationship with the Munch-Munch family. Asking for flowers. Sanji knows that everyone respects him. Now, it's time for a confession. My full name is Munch-Munch Sanji, the third son of Munch-Munch's family, born in North Blue. I was born as a reformer, when I was 8 years old, with the help of my sister. I met old man Zeph, trapped on the sea rock, until Luffy invited me to go out to sea and became the chef of the Straw Hat pirates. After talking about his life, Sanji looked relieved. On the contrary, Luffy and others are very angry. He imprisoned his own son. What kind of father is this? He is even crueler than my grandfather. Luffy couldn't understand. Although I don't have a father, but obviously, your father, Sanji, is not worthy of being called a father, Robin said softly. Zero, it cannot be said that it is possible, but it will definitely threaten him with this. It's almost time for everyone to discuss. It will be the return of the king. Waiting for Sanji to come back again, Sima D said, you don't have to worry about the Balati restaurant. Thank God, when I come back tomorrow, I will make you a full banquet, Sanji smiled. Since everyone abandoned you at the beginning, why do you have to marry someone now? Usopp didn't understand. But your wedding is coming up, and I don't think they'll be able to leave for East Blue without permission. Sima D didn't say much, everything went without saying. It should be that Munch-Munch's family wants to form an alliance with Big Mom, Zoro guessed. Thank you. Zhang Kailong voted monthly begging. Based on what he knew about his father, I asked Kuzan and Drago a few days ago. The people sent should have arrived at Barati restaurant to protect them. It is impossible for Germa's ordinary fighters to threaten them unless you're do it yourself. He took out the teleportation stone of the House of Time and Spirit, and the activation of Luffy and Sanji's familiarity turned into light and disappeared. He really didn't think of this, but then he was frightened for a while. This time, let's bring Big Mom together and put an end to this matter. 32. The xenophobic fur family, what are you barking at? Here we go, Mary called. Sima D looked overboard. In the diffuse clouds and mist, on the broad back of the elephant owner, there is a forest, with a large number of buildings in the center. At the same time, Sima D can clearly perceive that she has some kind of control over the subject, as if she can control her at any time. Decide its life or death. This is the power of the contract. Otherwise, with Sima D's combat power, it will take a lot of effort to destroy the big guy like Lord Elephant. Huh? This country seems to have just experienced a major war? Usopp asked strangely. Indeed, the furry park is in a mess, countless houses have collapsed, and a large number of fur tribes are collecting their bodies. It seems that although the time has advanced, but Jack is still due to some reasons, Derice Rosa who got the news and rushed there when he was killing all directions here. Otherwise, September 10th, might not be as fast. Go, let's go down and have a look, Emperor Tongma said. Going Merry landed towards Furry Park, and when it reached a certain height, Chopper suddenly called to stop. Wait, there's a strange smell in the air, it's gas. Sima D said in a deep voice. The poisonous gas bomb, the gas weapon invented by Guy Saw, is a bit troublesome. Ah, poisonous gas bomb? Isn't it only 48 hours for treatment? Everyone looked at the ground, the damned ones are already dead, and the ones who are still alive are not afraid of the residual gas in the air. It seems they are late. Fresh air. Sima D used her spiritual power to disperse the gas in the air, and Going Merry descended to the ground in a fair manner. This caused the fur people on the ground to look vigilantly. They are the ones who have experienced a war, now they're like frightened birds. Sima D and others also looked back curiously, they were still very curious about the fur tribe. Both have thick fur, same as you, Chopper, Zoro exclaimed in surprise. Of course, fur people have fur. Nami rolled his eyes, also, don't judge in front of others, that's not polite at all. TCH, I see. Zoro curled his lips. Going Merry also landed completely, and Tong Ma D took the lead to disembark first. Looking at the vigilant fur people, Sima D didn't do much. If I remember correctly, there are 2 kings in Zou Kingdom, who are in charge of day and night respectively. It is daytime now, so can the king of day, Duke Inuarashi, come out and talk? The voice is falling. There was a dog-headed fur tribe who bravely stepped forward to talk to Sima D. I know you guys, Straw Hat Pirates, Zou doesn't welcome outsiders, so let's go. Immediately issue eviction order. It's really not hospitable at all, Sima D sighed. He didn't want to be so troublesome, a thought. The sky suddenly darkened. When everyone looked up, they saw the giant trunk of the elephant owner descending from the sky. It stopped suddenly when it hit Sima D, and the strong wind it brought blows away the people nearby, backsliding endlessly. Sima D patted the elephant owner's nose and looked at the fur tribe in front of him. I'm very sorry, the elephant master is now listening to my orders, so, strictly speaking, you are in my territory. It would be nice not to ask you to pay the rent, but you still want us to leave? Wishful thinking. The people of the fur tribe were all stunned, obviously unacceptable. The elephant master actually has a master. Impossible. How can an elephant master have a master? The elephant lord is that lord's partner. The person in front of him must have used some method. But what means can threaten the elephant owner? Talking to civilians is troublesome. Sima D didn't want to get involved with the fur tribe, he just came to sign the original history of the Red Road sign. Simply turn on the mental power scan and find Duke Nagong, the king of the day. Blame their movement, he has not shown up, it turned out to be seriously injured. Robin, let's go. Robin spread his angel wings and flew away towards Sima D. Brush, a figure flew towards the 2 of them with a sharp slash. Clang. Zoro blocked the sudden attack of that figure, and the 2 of them saw his appearance clearly after they landed. He is tall, with a leopard face, yellow fur with black Madara spots, and long wavy blonde bangs covering the left side of his face. Sima D recognized the person, it was Pedro. But he didn't have any intention of staying, and continued to fly to Duke Inuarashi with Robin. Stop. Pedro raised his knife and was about to chase again, but was intercepted by Zoro again. Turning your back to others is not something a swordsman should get used to me, Zoro mocked. Go away. The 2 men clashed swords, this time they were no longer hasty as before, they both used their true skills, and at the same time they understood each other's background. Is a strong enemy, Pedro was dragged, and 2 more figures rose from the woods to intercept Sima D and Robin. But it was blocked by Brook and Jinbei, who had expected it for a long time. I can't let you bother the vice captain, yo ho 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 ho. The pursuers were all intercepted by the Straw Hat Pirates, and Sima D successfully led Robin to find the unconscious Duke Inuarashi. Looks like Jack is making a big fuss, surprisingly, there are no extra guards left, only one, Garrot, is left to guard. That is, the rabbit fur tribe who followed the Straw Hat Pirates to Big Mom in the original book. At this time, plus 5.6 Tello directly intercepted in front of the Holy Light, and took a paw with sparks and lightning, but obviously it had no effect on the Holy Light, and instead he was hit by the Holy Light. I say, Jack the Drow, who wreaked havoc here just now, was tricked by me not long ago, so he should be imprisoned and impelled down now, right? Brush, die. Human. Sima D waved a holy light and flew towards Duke Inuarashi, planning to cure the matter first. Gatlo stared at the 2 of Sima D vigilantly, rubbing his fur to generate static electricity, as if ready to fight at any time. Gatlo lay limp on the ground with a flushed face. Don't be so nervous, we are not bad people, and we are not interested in your Duke Inuarashi. Seems like I was misunderstood again. Seeking automatic subscription duck. The difference is 3 more ducks? Sing. Let you block it blindly, don't come to unknown objects. Actually. Sima D made a joke, waved his hand again and shot out a holy light, which landed on Duke Inuarashi. Wong. Sima D slapped his head. Duke Inuarashi let out a dog bark and sat up straight from the hospital bed. His eyes wandered between the limp Gatlo and the strange human Sima D, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. 33. Sign the red original, get pregnant if you don't listen. Sima D. I said. Duke Inuarashi, die, human. Seeing Duke Inuarashi sprinting forward regardless of the reason, Sima D's face was full of helplessness. Anyway, let me say a few words. Although Duke Inuarashi belongs to the Fur Clan, he has a physique that surpasses ordinary humans, and he is also a member of the 9 Heroes of the Red Sheath. B. He was just recovering from a serious injury, but facing Admiral's powerful Sima D, he was still not enough to look at. Kenglong has regrets. The 18 palms of the subduing dragon highlighted the freedom of retraction. The 5-clawed black golden dragon roared and knocked Duke Inuarashi into the air, and landed on the hospital bed again. The wound that had been healed worsened again, but it was not fatal. Sima D nodded, and she has almost practiced lifting weights like light. I said that all of you fur people don't listen to people's words? Sima D complained and threw out the holy light. In the end, I still need to heal. Wong. Duke Inuarashi barked and sat up 15 times. This time, he did not attack rashly again, but helped the limp Gatlo up. It is confirmed that her condition is very good, but her eyes are blurred like. What is it like? But Duke Inuarashi knew what was going on. After all, he had barked twice. Duke Inuarashi looked at Sima D. Your Excellency. Is the demon buster Sima D, right? I don't know what's the purpose of coming to Zou. The speech is quite polite. Then Sima D will not talk nonsense. If you don't order directly with these stubborn people, you will suddenly start doing it if you don't make sure. I want to see the original history of the Red Road sign. I know it's under the ground. Impossible. Duke Inuarashi said decisively. I don't care where you know it from, but we guard the original history of the Red Road sign in the era of fur tribes, and we will never give it to others easily. Hey, Sima D sighed helplessly. I said, you can't beat me. Why are you so stubborn? Sima D complained. And I also know the location of the original history of the Red Road sign. It's just polite to trouble you. Sima D raised her hand, and the trunk of the elephant owner appeared like a shadow. Now the elephant owner is controlled by me, and you all live on my pets. Strictly speaking, the original history of that Red Road sign is also mine, do you know? I'm being polite to you, you're still pretending. But the fur tribe is obviously not able to be persuaded by simple, mouth escape. Duke Inuarashi stood up again, posing for a battle. If you want to snatch the original history of the Red Road sign guarded by the Fur Clan for generations, you can only step on me. Said to snatch hello. Don't arbitrarily accuse others of your own crimes. Sima D rubbed the center of his eyebrows, but it was not easy to kill directly. But, I can only use the trick that has been useless for a long time. Sima D took half a step forward, keeping Robin behind her so that she would not be affected. Brush, Duke Inuarashi, the startled dog, sprinted directly, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Sima D's sword charge instead of kneeling down to accept the sword with bare hands. At the same time, Sima D's eyes are shining brightly. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique. The gilded light enveloped Duke Inuarashi, and Gatlo, who sat up in a daze, was also affected. The belly of a dog and a rabbit swelled up to the point of being pregnant in October, and then the color of both sides changed drastically. Duke Inuarashi could still bear it, but Gatlo rolled on the ground clutching his belly. What is this? Ah. Sima D withdrew the 100% empty-handed sword, looked at Duke Inuarashi who was still standing up while holding his stomach, and continued to block him. Why are you still not listening? Fine. Then. Ice cream assassin's critical backstab. A piece of ice cream flew out. Duke Inuarashi instinctively had a premonition that something bad was going to happen and he wanted to dodge, but when he moved his stomach, he felt a piercing pain, and the slight sluggishness was concentrated by the ice cream and merged into his body. Next moment, his mood was down and his heart was cold, and he knelt down in front of Sima D again with a plop. Whoa. I'm guilty. Wong, I can't even protect my own people. Wong. I am not worthy to guard the original history of the red 480 color road sign. He regarded Sima D as, face the cliff, and the words in his heart came out in a strange mouth. Sima D didn't have much intention to listen to it. The current enemies of the StrawHat pirates are at the level of Big Mom, Kaido, and World Political F. As for Duke Inuarashi and others at the level of small cadres, Sima D does not arouse too much interest at all. Let's go. Sima D turned and left. My sight, it's just polite to ask them, let's go to see the original history of the Red Road sign. If someone stops him again, he won't show mercy anymore. Well, let's go. The two flew away, leaving Duke Inuarashi and Gatlo with a big belly. Sima D can't help but look forward to the first piece of Red Road sign history original. I don't know what sign and rewards will be given. Look forward to 34. Invincible rewards. The secret room in the original history. Make a patch. Pokemus is a turtle fruit capable person. Because he was deprived of his ability after using the Titan Potion Devil Fruit, he became an ordinary human again. Whale Forest. The interior of the whale tree. At the end of the spiraling stairs is the original history of the towering Red Road sign. Seeing it for the first time, both Sima D and Robin are excited. The difference is. What excited Sima D was that the sign in reward for this famous scene is too much to praise. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. The original history of the Red Road sign, and get the sign in reward. Saitama, who is bald and becomes stronger in One Punch Man, whose painting style is super cool but still explosive, is released. Saitama, who is bald and becomes stronger in One Punch Man, whose painting style is super cool but still explosive, is lifted. Due to the differences in strength between species and individuals, there are creatures that cannot be controlled no matter how much effort they put in. The limit of elimination. The significance of this limit is to allow all kinds of creatures to grow within the scope of not losing the survival consciousness and rationality of the species. This growth limit is called a limiter. Now your limiter, lifted. He is indeed a man who can punch the earth in the middle, and must control his strength so as not to crush the moon. Does even the name of his ability have to be so long? Limiter lifted. This gave Saitama the ultimate power to rival the gods in a mortal body. Saitama's ordinary one punch is the same as an ordinary person's casual punch, but it was used by Sima D as a killer in the early stage. And now, Sima D has a chance to become Saitama too. But well, I won't go bald too. Sima D stroked her hair. But after thinking about it, with such a strong ability, there is no reason to give up just for the sake of a few inches of hair. Absolutely not, because the release of the limiter is passive, and there is no way for him to give up even if he wants to. Shook hands. Sima D can clearly perceive that a certain restriction contained in his body has been lifted, and now he only needs to. Hey. Sima D did 100 push-ups on the spot, and her strength increased a little bit visible to the naked eye, and armament hockey also rose slightly accordingly. But then it just stopped. This is a normal scene. The lifting of the human body limiter allowed Sima D to break the limit of the body, but the cells still need a process of adaptation and nutritional supplementation. So, although he can improve visible to the naked eye every day, he cannot improve without limit. Get a little bit of accumulation. B. What Sima D lacks most is time. If it is really urgent, he can also go to the House of Time and Spirit. 1 year is enough for him to grow to an invincible posture. Alas. Correct. Sima D thought of the adventurous encounter in the Fishman Island Hajisan, turned on the mental power scan and carefully checked the original history of the Red Road sign, all the spaces up, down, left, and right. There is nothing. The original history of the Red Road sign in front of him was actually opened a little bit, revealing a closed space protected in the middle. Ha. Even if it is a historical copy, the surface is not absolutely smooth and flat, but has a grainy matte feel. After all, Chamber of Secrets, thanks, Night Curtain, voted for the monthly ticket con. Ordinary people really won't find out. More ancient texts are engraved on the inner wall of the space, and there are grooves inlaid with 3 bottles of green medicine. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deep. The movement of heavy stones rubbing against each other came. If it weren't for Sima D's mental power scan, he could analyze the original history of the entire Red Road sign and reverse it to find this institution. Sima D also shook her head with a smile, because the location of the secret room is exactly. The original history of this Red Road sign records exactly how to find Raftel. The key to the lost 100-year history was also placed on the island of the end, Robin said suddenly. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. The birth history of the fur race, and get the sign in reward. Unbelievable. Sima D scanned the elephant owner inside and out, and finally found what he was looking for. Like this. Let me show you something good. Press this particle. Sima D walked to the side of the original history of the Red Road sign, and his mind led him to float to the top third of the position. He groped the stone tablet with his palm a few times, and there was a slightly prominent particle on the touch. 35. Robin, the beast-eared girl? New relics discovered? Ding. Congratulations to the signing scene, the birth history of the fur tribe, and get the sign in reward, controllable moon lion form of the fur tribe. The controllable moon lion form of the fur tribe, after looking directly at the full moon, it transforms into a pure white, moon lion form. This form will awaken the hidden wildness of the fur clan, and the combat ability will be greatly improved, and you can choose to end the transformation freely. Another transformation ability? And you still have to look directly at the full moon to activate it? Sima D's complexion was a little weird. Isn't the blood of Super Saiyan just seeing the full moon and turning into a violent orangutan? Isn't this completing one's bloodline? What is recorded on the wall is the origin of the fur tribe. Robin translated. Although both the Titan potion and the villain potion can increase lifespan, the difference in body size is unacceptable to some people in the huge kingdom. That's why the giant kingdom started a new study called 730. Although the enlargement and shrinkage of the body size have been removed, it will become the designated beastman form, that is, the fur tribe. 7. But the project was put on hold because looking directly at the full moon would create a maddening moon lion formation. These are the only 3 remaining samples, which can turn people into fur tribes and gain strength and lifespan blessings. Tisk. Is the fur family also an accidental product of the giant kingdom's research on longevity potions? Could it be? Those long-handed, long-legged, and 3-eyed people in this world are all byproducts of this longevity potion, right? It's strange. The huge kingdom ruins we've seen so far are more or less related to longevity potions. Sima D wondered. Is it possible? Is the reason why the giant kingdom came to this planet to study longevity potions? The whole world is their experimental base? Hiss. If this is the case, how powerful is the home planet of the huge kingdom? The more she learned, the more curious Sima D became about the giant kingdom. Do you want to take these 3 bottles of fur medicine? Robin asked. Sima D beckoned, and used telekinetic power to take out the 3 bottles of fur medicine and looked at Luokan with a smile. Yo, Robin-chan. Do you want to become a fur tribe? Your birth must be a fox. Oh, Di Zhang wants me to become a fur tribe? It's not impossible. Robin threw the question to Sima D instead. Sima D said, although the beast ear girl is very sensual, but the skin is smooth to the touch. Touch a hand hair? Sima D is afraid of pricking her little Sima D? Putting 3 bottles of fur medicine into the gold treasure house, Sima D shook her head at Robin. Robin sauce is so beautiful now, how can I be willing to let you become a fur tribe? Robin looked at Sima D with a smile, approached him and pushed it on the original red road sign history, and whispered in Sima D's ear. I haven't tried it in front of the original history, do you want to think about it? How could Sima D have the heart to refuse her own woman's request? BFCG. Hiss. Stimulate. Sunset. Setting sun. Sima D returned to the place where Going Merry landed with Robin in a changed suit. Duke Inuarashi is leading Pedro and other fur tribesmen to confront the StrawHat pirates, Baron Egg and others, and the figure of Titan Porkmas is particularly conspicuous. Behold, Sima D is back, Duke Inuarashi said bluntly. Outsiders, since you have read the original history of the Red Road sign, please leave. If I remember correctly, his eyes were a little colder, looking directly at Sima D. There was no intention of leaving directly. This made Duke Inuarashi's eyes turn cold, and he looked at the setting sun in the sky, and there was a waning moon beside it. Sima D looked at Duke Inuarashi and smiled slightly. Baron Eggy was taken aback when he heard the words, and then looked at Sima D with piercing eyes. It's time for the Elephant Master to clean up the debris on his back today. You have also heard that there are 2 roads before the fur race. Either. Looks like it's a full moon today, doesn't it? You have already obtained the original copy of the Red Road sign history, what else is there to do in Zou? If it can really help you, Mom will be happy to agree to any conditions, it's not impossible to marry another daughter. As Sanji's betrothal gift, the Titan Potion and the original history of the Red Road sign seem to be a bit short. If you add the combat power of the fur tribe, I believe Big Mom will be very happy, right? There are 63 evaluation votes, plus more, either as the rent for living in the elephant owner for so many years, I will be loyal to the elephant owner for 10 years, and then I can give you the right to live freely on the elephant owner for generations. You're welcome, I helped you treat your injury. Sima D clasped his ears. Although it sounds good, but I already have quite a lot of women. Sima D smiled without saying a word, and looked at Baron Eggy. 36. Fur family potion, a gift for Big Mom? Either. It's time for the elephant owner to clean up the debris on his back today. With Sima D's threats, the elephant master also sucked up a tube full of seawater in cooperation, spraying it into the sky and turning it into a torrential rain, but it was just right that it only rained on the fur tribe, and did not affect the StrawHat pirates. Duke Inuarashi knew that it was impossible for the fur race to resist the giant elephant master alone. Living on the back of an elephant owner for many years, don't they understand its horror? But so it was given to Big Mom as a gift. Pedro, who once quit the Big Mom pirates, knew the cruelty of Big Mom, and looked nervously at Duke Inuarashi. 493. Duke Inuarashi. I can't promise, Big Mom. Boom. But it was Titan Porkmas who punched Pedro. Although the latter dodged him, he planned to talk to him. Traitor, you don't have the right to speak ill of Mother, Titan Porkmas warned. You are the traitor. The traitor who betrayed the ethnic group. Pedro gritted his teeth and retorted. This made Titan Porkmas's eyes sink, staring at Pedro dangerously. And during the farce between the two, Sima D also took the opportunity to communicate with Duke Inuarashi through a mind link. I am using a special ability to communicate with you now. I am not interested in the allegiance of the fur race. This time, our StrawHat pirates are going to obliterate the Big Mom pirates and make room for the 4 emperors. The fur tribe and the elephant owner only need to be responsible for cleaning up the little ones. After the matter is completed, I can let the elephant owner move to a safe place so that the fur tribe will not be disturbed again. And, you are a retainer of the Wano-kuni Kazuki family, right? We will also go to Kaido to trouble you later, and we can help you take back Wano-kuni. Of course you can refuse or reveal my plan, but believe me, the fur tribe will pay the blood price for your impulse. Just highlight the coercion and temptation. What can Duke Inuarashi do? Even if they believe it or not to reveal Baron Eggy's secret now, even if they believe it, they will be able to hurt even the elephant owner if they tie it together. Not to mention a Sima D who can wrestle with Admiral. Hey, Duke Inuarashi sighed heavily and closed his eyes helplessly. Let me discuss with Momomushi, and I will give you an answer later. Duke Inuarashi looked into his eyes and said, I hope you can keep your promise. What Duke Inuarashi said is of course what Sima D promised in Mind Link. But to Baron Eggs and the others, it is the right to live on the back of the elephant owner for generations, promised by Sima D before. Of course, I always say what I say. Sima D readily agreed. That's good, no, Duke Inuarashi, Pedro said anxiously. Titan Porkmas stared, but Duke Inuarashi interrupted Pedro by raising his hand before him. I've made up my mind, let's talk about it after I discuss it with the cat viper. Seeing Duke Inuarashi's firm attitude, Pedro could only grit his teeth and stare at Sima D viciously. There is a sense of deja vu being stared at by animals. But Pedro is too weak. Although he has done better than Baron Eggs, but in front of Sima D, they are all the same and not enough to look at. Then we will wait for your good news. Sima D smiled and turned to going merry. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates also followed. Baron Dandan hesitated for a while and hurriedly followed. Although the attitude of the Straw Hat Pirates so far is not bad, the idea of an alliance with Big Mom is very clear. Yeah. Egg Baron instinctively felt that something was wrong. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It has a weird smell. Thinking of the title of Smart Star Monster, who is the devil's nemesis. No matter what you are planning, as long as you arrive in Wanguo, everything will be decided by your mother, Baron Eggy said confidently. No one can beat Big Mom, going merry, in the kitchen. Robin and his daughters are busy in the kitchen. Sima D put the fur medicine on the table, and told about the harvest of the first half. Just now the second half is paid content, which cannot be explained to outsiders. I'm just curious. Crocus stroked his head and said, we in Luogia also went to see the original history of the Red Road sign. Why didn't we find this thing? It is also the fourth route to take. Why can Sima D find huge kingdom relics in Little Garden and Sky Island, and even dig Joey Poi's tomb in the Fishman Island? Why didn't the Luogia pirates find any of them? Street. It feels like a trip for nothing. It's no wonder that Luogia went to Raftel, but in the end he returned without success. He missed so many key clues in 3.4, if he can pass the level, he will be a ghost. To this, Sima D could only smile without saying a word. Although he did fabricate one or two huge kingdom relics, the Little Garden, Joey Boy's clothes tomb, and this time the fur medicine are all real. We won't discuss the matter of the seniors. Sima D laughed and said, now let's talk about it. Does anyone want to drink this fur medicine? It can gain strength increase and self-explosive transformation ability 37. Card bug taking drugs. Furball chopper. Add more 58,000 words, 14400 words. Does anyone want to drink this fur potion? You can gain strength increase and the ability to transform yourself. Although the reinforcement Sima D said was very tempting, none of the people present spoke. After all, well, who wants to be an orc? But Chopper was very excited. But my body is a reindeer, can I drink this fur medicine? Chopper worried. After all, it is a medicine developed by a huge kingdom for ordinary humans. Not to mention whether interracial use is effective, but whether it is dangerous is the most important thing. That's easy. Sima D snapped his fingers. Usopp, go to the aquarium to catch a fish. As long as there is no problem with the fish, then Chopper will have no problem drinking it. 15 makes sense. Usopp quickly picked up the net bag and went to catch the fish. At this time, Crocus suddenly said, boy, tell me. Titan medicine can increase strength, while Lil Human medicine can increase speed, and both can increase lifespan. If you drink one of them first, then drink the other, is it possible to obtain a triple increase in strength, speed, and lifespan? Ah, this. What about card bugs? In the past, Sima D might have thought about it seriously, but now. It is highly probable that it is not feasible. Sima D shook his head and said, what can you think of? The Giant Kingdom can't think of it. But they still continue to develop lifespan potions, and even have the byproduct of the fur race, which shows that this road is a long way to go. No way. That's right. Robin from the kitchen confirmed. It is stated on the stone tablet that if you take two medicines successively, they will neutralize each other and cancel all the gains. Crocus sighed regretfully. If you can get rid of this bug, the Straw Hat Pirates will take off directly on the spot. Usopp also came back from fishing and caught an octopus. Watching Crocus and Chopper feeding the octopus, Sima D remembered something. This Murloc. Isn't that how it came about? Murloc potion? Did the mermaids turn into human beings who drank the mermaid potion? It's done. It's really possible, but that's weird. A hairy octopus? The head hasn't changed, it's still an octopus. Sima D recovered and looked at the past. Zhao Jian saw that the octopus had thick, leg hair on its legs, and it was covered with a thick sweater, but its shape didn't change much, and it didn't grow into a human body. It seems that the birth of this Murloc at least has nothing to do with this fur medicine. Mental scanning. Scanning the state of the fur octopus, inside and out, there is no major problem. And I go. A lot of strength. The fur octopus broke free from Usopp's hand and jumped directly to his face, looking like he was about to kill his face. Boom. There was an explosion. Fur octopus was directly blasted by Usopp with the ability to burst fruit. If the ordinary octopus was designated to be torn apart, this fur octopus jumped on the table a few times and even crawled towards Brook nearby. Yo ho 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 ho, interesting little thing. Even so. Snapped. Crocus's black hand directly pressed the fur octopus, took out a scalpel and dissected it neatly on the spot. Chopper also leaned over to help. Although the little guy is full of love, he does a lot of work as a medical student. Well, yes, the internal structure is the same as what I probed, almost unchanged, 473. The muscle tissue density is much stronger than the average octopus. Huh? This electrostatic ability is unique to the fur tribe. Send the dismembered fur octopus to the nearest kitchen for cooking. Crocus concluded. No problem, this fur family only increases the muscle strength of the body, and the after effect is the vigorous hair. This sequelae is difficult for ordinary people to accept. But everyone glanced at the thick-haired Chopper, who might not be as long as his own. Then I won't be polite. Chopper picked up a bottle of fur. Vomit, 38. Compliment the shortcomings of combat power. Complete StrawHats. Vomit, it's bitter, it smells like snake gall. Chopper retched a few mouthfuls, and when he stood up again, the hair on his body grew wildly, and it turned into a fur ball in a few blinks. Just like Chopper used a blue wave ball to expand the fur enhancement. Ah, Zoro, try to shave some off for me, Chopper called out. Zoro chopped off a large section of hair from Chopper with a few strokes, but it soon grew back on its own. It seems to be fixed to be so long. Chopper, try to see if you can control these hairs with the blue wave ball, Crocus reminded. I'll try it. Chopper ate a rumble ball, closed his eyes and concentrated for a while. The thick hair on his body was shrinking, and soon returned to its usual appearance. But he didn't open his eyes, he was still feeling something there. Everyone waited patiently. It wasn't until Robin and the girls brought the food that Chopper opened his eyes in surprise. Brush, the dark color spreads all over the body in the blink of an eye. Armament hockey is fully covered. This is the level that can only be achieved by advanced armament hockey. Wow! My armament hockey has been advanced, Chopper exclaimed in surprise. There is still power, speed, it's all increased, and... Chopper rubbed his little hoof, wisps of lightning flashed between the hairs. This is the Fur Clan's static ability. Is it strengthened so much? Usopp enviously said. It makes me want to take a sip. Oh, there's just one bottle left, or, Sima D joked. Usopp was shocked. I just said hello, why'd I still take it seriously? He hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, Kaya is still waiting for me. I can train myself to become stronger. Look at those little steps back. I'm afraid that he was really poured with fur medicine. Make everyone laugh. Ha ha ha. I haven't seen Usopp like this for a long time. Yeah, or timid Usopp is more familiar. Recently, I suddenly became more courageous, and I'm not used to it. Sima D also nodded with a smile. Such a cowardly Usopp is really rare recently. Unknowingly, the original cowardly trio are now all strong men who can stand on their own. Nami, needless to say, the Thunder Fruit alone is enough for her to eat for a lifetime, and the Golden Buddha immortal body increases her lightning power and strengthens her physique, and now she is practicing the four symbols art of Heaven's will. Just wait for the hockey level to go up, and you will have a proper Commodore level combat power. After a little precipitation, you will be able to have Admiral combat power. As for the Golden Fruit, with experience in the development of the Fruit Awakening of the Golden Emperor, if it can be developed to the level of the Golden Emperor in the future, gold is the best conductor of thunder and lightning, and it may have a combined effect of 1 + 1 or about 2. Chopper, needless to say, after successfully taking Super God Water and Fur Medicine, with the blessing of advanced armed colors, he already has the combat power of Commodore. There is also a controllable monster form of Rampo Ball, which can even participate in the battle between Golden Titan and Gundam Melee. Now there is a Moon Lion form. I wonder if the double transformation is also 1 + 1 greater than 2? But come to think of it, after the double transformation, it is more than enough to hang an ordinary Vice Admiral in a short period of time. Well, Usopp. The explosive fruit gave him unlimited possibilities as a sniper, and also gave him a lot of courage, so he was no longer as timid as before. It can be said, the shortcomings of the Straw Hat Pirates have already been made up for. The current Straw Hat Pirates can be called the complete Straw Hats. After a simple meal, the time also came to night. The king of the night, Neko Mamushi, shopkeeper, woke up and came to going merry with Duke Inuarashi. Sima D also appeared with someone, and Baron Dandan and others appeared afterward. Titan Pokmas looked at the Straw Hat Pirates suspiciously and muttered. Strange, Vince Mo K Sanji and that Straw Hat kid, why didn't they show up after getting on Zo? Say muttering, but with his current body shape, his voice is really almost the same as shouting with a megaphone. Egg Baron looked at Sima D, waiting for an explanation. We are here, are you still afraid that they will run away? Tong Ma D raised his eyebrows. Explain? All Big Mom? Our trip is Big Mom, thanks. Hutch, Master Lu, voted monthly. No problem. Baron Dandan said flatly. Mom will not treat my family badly, and I can promise that the elephant owner can become the 35th island, and the two can continue to govern Zo as ministers. With the strength of Duke Inuarashi and shopkeeper Nekomaschir, it is not a problem to be a dessert minister equivalent to a cadre. To the ears of Baron Eggy and the others, this sentence is because they are afraid that Li Wang's Fur Clan will be used as cannon fodder to take the lead. Calmly looking at Duke Inuarashi and other fur tribes, his eyes became a little fiery. Send to death. The group of Baron Eggs tied together is not enough for Sima D to hammer with one hand. Just follow the conditions you said before, but we have to add one more thing, that is, we will never accept being a death squad. Egg Baron obviously knew this too, and what Sima D said was indeed right. Lousy is not. Come up if you have one. Who wants the promise of Baron Eggs? If the fur tribe becomes a member of the 10,000 kingdoms, then his contribution this time will be great. Duke Inuarashi was just silent, looking straight at Sima D. Duke Inuarashi, who was still familiar with Sima D, took a step forward and said in a deep voice, 39. Target all countries, run faster and get stronger. Big Mom, it's Big Mom, Duke Inuarashi wants Sima D's promise. The Fur Clan can intercept the troops of all nations, but they will not participate too much in the battle of advanced combat power. Although many ants can kill elephants, the queen ants are bleeding and crying. Of course, everything is as Baron Eggy said. Sima D smiled and said, when all the dust settles, I believe that with the generosity of the Big Mom pirates, you will definitely not be let down. Puns, to Baron Eggy, it sounds like appeasement to the fur tribe, but to the well-informed Duke Inuarashi, it sounds like a guarantee. Both sides showed satisfied smiles. Okay then, we will accompany you to Wangguo to meet Big Mom, Duke Inuarashi nodded. Now Sima D and Baron Dandan laughed. The two looked at each other and nodded politely. Eggy Baron laughs no matter Sima D has any schemes, as long as he arrives in the kingdom, Big Mom has the final say. And Sima D laughed, the people in Big Mom 450 are really stupid, they're still smiling so happily after being sold. That's fine, I'll direct Shang to go in the direction of Million Kingdom, Sima D said. Actually, as soon as Going Merry was on the back, he used the life paper of Big Mom to drive the elephant owner to the world. Of course a good show must come early. It's a long journey, do you want to go to the clan to rest? Duke Inuarashi invited. Sima D glanced at the fur tribe who didn't know the truth but had hatred in his eyes. After all, in their eyes, it was him who threatened the two leaders with force to succumb, although it was true. It would be a pain not to stay here. Forget it, we'll just stay on the boat by ourselves. Sima D shook his head. The rest of the Straw Hat pirates also nodded. Although Chopper is quite eager for how the fur tribe uses static electricity, but seeing everyone like this, he is silent. But Emperor Sima, Bifak, noticed it. By the way, who is that? Gatelo, right? Sima D looked at the little rabbit. Can I trouble you to help us on our ship for a few days? Anyway, she is also the new leader of the fur clan in the future, let her teach Chopper to build some relationships. Gatelo was named by Sima D, and his first reaction was to step back half a step while clutching his stomach. Obviously childbirth experience left her with Sima D phobia. But before she refuses, Duke Inuarashi nodded first and said, no problem, Gatelo, you can follow the instructions of the distinguished guest during this time. Compared to a Gatelo, Duke Inuarashi puts more emphasis on recapturing Wanokuni. What can Gatelo do? They could only follow them on the thief ship with a bitter face. Fortunately, as soon as Sima D got on the boat, she stood on the bow in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. This is his usual state of thinking about plans and the like. Vivi made an appointment with Nami and Hancock to practice in the training room. Only Robin was left by Sima D's side, taking out a book from Opie and reading it carefully. This made Gatelo heave a sigh of relief. As long as she doesn't communicate with that demon, she is still very generous. Chopper came over at this time and said politely, hi, can I ask you how to use the static electricity of the Fur Clan? Huh? Gatelo was a little dazed. Why do you still ask this? Looking at Chopper's appearance again, Gatelo misunderstood something, but he also understood why Sima D called him to board the boat. She smiled and patted the hat on Chopper's head. Are you from Deer Fur? With such a small appearance, it is probably the first time you have come to Zoo? Gatelo said gently. Our Fur Clan's fighting style is quite different from that of ordinary people. My sister will teach you. Huh? Deer Fur? Chopper looked confused, for a while. I don't even know if what Gatelo said is right or wrong. After all, he did drink the Fur Clan potion and became a member of the Fur Clan. And the reindeer itself. Between hesitation, Gatelo was already explaining the Fur tribe's fighting skills, and when he rubbed his hands together, it caused waves of static electricity. But as Vivi's pet, people usually don't guard against him. The sprinter on the side approached quietly, listening to Gatlo's explanation. His eyes seemed to understand. And both of them didn't pay attention, so. The vibrating gold safe is coated with sea stone. If there is no password, Admiral is coming. It takes a lot of effort to open the box violently. Thanks. I'm a boss. Rewarded 588 VIP points, run fast and have a decision in your eyes. His eyes could not help but look in the direction of the warehouse. Because the fur medicine is not an important, strategic resource. Sima D randomly put it in the warehouse, along with super magic water, devil fruit separation medicine, etc., all of which have a bottle. So if you run fast, you know the password. Chopper and Usopp, who used to be his companions, are now more motivated than one. This made Chopper quickly calm down and listen carefully. The alliance of the Three Musketeers in Straw Hats will definitely rise again. In case the Straw Hat pirates are in urgent need and cannot contact Sima D. He can't be too far behind. It quietly touched the warehouse with a determination. Of course, comparable to Nami. 40. Can the fur tribe run fast? Super God Water reappears. Gaw, the sudden screams in the warehouse caused everyone to be shocked. Sima D, who was thinking at the bow, was also interrupted, subconsciously launched a mental power scan, and then frowned. Robin, call Vivi over here. Robin closed his eyes, used flower fruit, and poked out half of his head in the training room to send a message. As for the ship's doctor, Chopper rushed to the warehouse immediately. Stopped by Sima D waving. It's useless to go in, it's because I ran fast and took the super magic water, Sima D said. Although super divine water is a good thing that can stimulate the potential, but if a creature with evil intentions takes it. Even Sima D doesn't have a good idea. This wave was taken advantage of by running fast, and he never expected that he would be so hard. Ah, run fast and drink super magic water? Chopper looked nervous. As the reindeer who also took the super god water. Chopper knew that everyone was helpless, and he was the only one who survived by himself. Vivi and others who came after heard Chopper's words and understood what was going on. Vivi's complexion changed drastically. He rushed directly to the warehouse. This time Sima didn't stop her. After all, the appearance of Vivi is also an incentive for running fast. Others waited outside the warehouse tacitly. Although Run Kue is Vivi's pet, he also gets along with everyone day and night. It is often used for fun, it's also emotional. Now. Oh, I was negligent. Frankie blamed himself a little. Such an important item should be equipped with facial recognition like the power room. It's not your fault. Sima shook his head and said, even I didn't expect that I could remember the password when I ran fast, and I also knew how to take the fur medicine to increase my body, and then take the super magic water to stimulate my potential. Everyone was taken aback. Wait, what did they hear? Wait, Zoro said in surprise, you said you ran fast, so take it first. He glanced at Gatlo and swallowed the follow-up words. It seems that it is not easy to talk too much in front of outsiders, right? Sima didn't care. As a person familiar with the plot, he knew that Gatlo was a reliable person. T.O.B. With Gatlo's character, he is also a potential user of Chaoshin Shui. Well, it's okay to run fast now, Emperor Tongma nodded. When he saw it in the mental power scan just now, he was surprised. Turn out to be. This is the real function of the Fur Clan potion. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had different expressions, but Gatlo looked confused. Wait a minute. Gatlo boldly asked. Fur Tribe potion? What is this thing? What does it have to do with our Fur Tribe? Everyone just looked at Sima in silence. Sima nodded to Robin, who would like to educate Gatlo on the basics. Before the world government, there was a civilization that was a huge kingdom. They created the current Grand Line, the magnetic field of the island, and created the Titan race, the Little People, the Fur race, and so on. And the Fur Tribe potion is. This potion exists in. Gatloyo listened to this historical truth, as if he was listening to heaven. Asking for flowers. She looks at Chopper, so you are. Well, I was just a reindeer who ate the human fruit in the human form. I used the Fur Tribe potion not long ago, and I have the Fur Tribe's electrostatic ability. Except for the whispers of Chopper and Gatlo, everyone was silently listening to the quack of the running fast, quietly waiting for the result. Her worldview has collapsed. What Chopper's little head can think of is that Sima has a crush on Gatlo, right? Still, the monthly pass is only 6 plus more, although the beastier girl is curious. Gatlo turned his head and wanted to ask Sima what, but found that Sima had already returned to the bow of the ship and continued to think just now. 00 rise from the ashes. The others also dispersed one after another, but none of them left the deck, silently guarding the warehouse. Chopper imitated rubbing his palms together, and 10 wisps of electric arcs danced. Chopper pulled Legatro's trouser legs, and whispered, if you have anything you don't understand, just ask me. Since God allowed you to board the boat and let you know about it, he probably wanted you to train you. If Sima knew what Chopper was thinking, he would definitely give him a few headaches. With this ironclad fact in front of him, Gatlo had no choice but to believe it. But if he is covered in hair, he really can't talk about it. They are all waiting for the result, for a while. Die from exhaustion. 41. Conquerors 2 combos. Run fast and show up. Add more 60,000 words, 14400 words. Gaw, quack. Quack quack. The screams like killing ducks lasted from night to noon the next day. Because this time Sanji went to the House of Time and Spirit, so it was Robin's children who went to the kitchen to prepare 10 dishes for Luffy and Sanji. Both of Sanji went to the House of Time and Spirit for the second time, so there is no need to worry that they will miss the return time. While the rest, they all gathered outside the warehouse, waiting quietly. It's been over 20 hours, it is basically determined that there will be no problems if you run fast. Now, 403, depends on whether it can last longer and gain more potential. Here I have to boast about running fast, he actually knew to take the Fur Tribe first to increase the upper limit of his potential, otherwise it would be his original potential. It can't be said to be too weak, but it is definitely far inferior to the Fur Tribe. Finally, the screams of killing ducks stopped abruptly. Everyone immediately focused their gazes on the door of the warehouse, with anticipation in their eyes. 21 hours and 57 minutes is not bad, it's only 2 hours and 50 minutes less than mine. Usopp did not forget to boast himself. Zoro snorted disdainfully. For a real genius, it's all day up. Suddenly, buzz buzz, this familiar movement. Everyone's eyes widened involuntarily. Could it be? Impossible. Hum 6 in a row. The Conqueror's Haki of Sima 6 people urged one after another, suppressing the Conqueror's Haki that suddenly awakened. Otherwise, if it is allowed to spread, it will probably spread to the Fur Tribe aside. Although the Fur Tribe is born to be a fighter, not everyone wants to be a warrior. Originally, Sima carefully used Conqueror's Haki to protect the warehouse, otherwise the collision of Conqueror's Haki would damage any items. Oh, Sima found something interesting. He quietly manipulated Conqueror's Haki to break the protective net, and let the vented part rush towards. Buzzing. Everyone. Another new Conqueror's Haki rises up. And it's much stronger than the Conqueror's Haki just now, and it's already entered the intermediate level. However, under the cooperation of Sima 6 people, they still failed to cause too much disturbance. It's Vivi. Sima D said happily. It was a rare opportunity just now. I saw that Vivi's mood seemed to fluctuate greatly, so I put some pressure on her, but I didn't expect it to happen. Vivi is the princess of Alabasta, the future queen of Alabasta. The potential was developed by Chao Shui again, and it was blessed by Thor's hammer. It makes sense to be able to awaken Conqueror's Haki. So the first Conqueror's Haki is fast? Usopp couldn't accept it. I thought it was Vivi at first, but it still runs fast. Nami expressed confusion. Hiss, I go. Isn't that outrageous? Everyone was shocked. A duck, even a chocobo, can awaken the Conqueror's Haki, isn't it a bit outrageous? Veteran players such as Jinbei and Crocus have a sense of broken world view. Crocus is fine. Jinbei almost doubts the world. A duck can awaken Conqueror's Haki, return him it's outrageous. Squeak. The door of the warehouse was pushed open, and the first thing to step out was a long leg, which was extremely white, translucent and smooth. It looks like Vivi's. After all, he runs fast and now he is a fur tribe, how could he have such smooth legs? Vivi hugged Sima D joyfully, and cheered. D Zhang. I have awakened Conqueror's Haki. It's an intermediate level at the beginning, isn't it very strong? Sima D fondled Vivi's blue hair. Vivi is awesome. Vivi is very helpful smile. Others also came back to their senses. Then, Usopp counted with his fingers. Don't we have 8 awakened Conqueror's Haki on board? My god, are there so many in this sea? It's really amazing. Ha ha ha, while everyone is proud of it, they haven't forgotten that 2.1 pays attention to the warehouse. There is also a protagonist who did not appear. Although it was the first time he had awakened Conqueror's Haki, with the help of 6 people just now, it was not possible to directly faint from exhaustion. Quickly, a figure appeared in everyone's eyes, and the first reaction that came to everyone's mind was, it's outrageous. Could this be running fast? The automatic subscription is short of 2+ updates. Debt repayment progress. 60,000 words, 144,000 words. 42. Chocobo Queen. Gatlo's request. The figure that appeared at the door of the warehouse was a duck-headed person, just like the general fur tribe. Although the limbs have the small feathers unique to ducks, they're still pretty. Only. With a height of 3 meters and chest muscles as strong as watermelons. Huh? Run fast. Are you a female duck? Usopp was shocked. Run fast and look at Usopp, the evil doctor. Immediately, he hugged Usopp in his arms and squeezed fiercely in his strong chest muscles. It's you and Luffy fishing with me as bait, right? The voice of running fast is as low and hoarse as the duck voice, but it still cannot conceal the unique softness of women. It's really a duck, not to mention everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, even Vivi, the master, scratched his head in doubt. No way, Vivi, as the master, you don't know the gender of the fastest runner? Crocus was surprised. Point 15. The fastest running duck has the best stamina among a group of chocobo ducks, and the male duck's stamina is generally stronger than that of the female duck, so I subconsciously thought that the fast running duck is the male duck. This made Ran Kuei show a proud expression. Princess Vivi, I am the queen of chocobo ducks, which is rare in 100 years. I have far more stamina and speed than drakes. Okay. Case solved. No wonder Conqueror's Haki can be awakened, it turned out to be a queen. It is not unbearable to have the fur tribe to bless the talent, and it is understandable to awaken a Conqueror's Haki with the combination of the two. Hey, if you don't let go, Usopp will suffocate to death, Chopper reminded. At this time, it was the people who discovered that Usopp couldn't get rid of the fast running, embrace skill, at all. The power to run fast. Something is wrong. I ran fast and let go of my hand. Pulling his Usopp hard, he sat down on the deck, gasping for fresh air. Embarrassed. It caused everyone to be suspicious. Didn't this seem to be a play? But these days Usopp and he have been exercising a lot. Although their physique is still at the bottom on the ship, they're still at the level of a colonel. To be directly suppressed by the drugged runner. Run fast, your strength is a bit strong? Vivi was also surprised. I'm not bad at all in strength. Run quickly and laughed. We Luxing ducks have to carry people around, and I am a queen. My strength is nearly 5 times that of ordinary people, and now I have been boosted. It's normal to suppress a sniper, right? That natural tone made Usopp's complexion turn black after he was overwhelmed. Hey, look down on snipers, you beg me for a day? Usopp dissatisfied. He's Usopp. He is the most reliable sniper at critical moments. Quickly glanced at Usopp, not paying attention. Then may I ask as sniper, which famous person has your best record defeated? This. Usopp stuck. He doesn't seem to have any outstanding achievements yet? The most eye-catching operation. Probably shot the key at Summer War and hit Ace's Sea Stone key accurately across several battlefields. B********D. That's better than this pet, Usopp insisted. He took a quick step forward and stood condescendingly in front of Usopp. Usopp trembled in fright and quickly crawled back. Okay, run fast, don't scare Usopp. Sima D stopped and said, tell me, besides strength, what else do you gain? Alright, Captain Emperor. He ran quickly and changed his face seriously. In addition to the Junior Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are also awakened, but they are also junior, except for the first time. Run fast and rub your palms, strands of electric arcs dance. Thanks. Big Brother Dongmen voted for the monthly ticket. Gatlo, who has been quiet all this time, said cautiously. Well, if you want to test it, why don't you let me drink a bottle of super magic water? 3. Conqueror's Hockey. Usopp couldn't believe it. Why, I only awakened observation Hockey after drinking the super divine water. This little rabbit is also thinking about it. How can a duck awaken Conqueror's Hockey? He refused. Seem. I'm just upset, Usopp complained. Paired with the junior Conqueror's Hockey and superhuman strength, the current runner is fast in melee combat ability, at least at the level of a senior field officer. It is the electrostatic power of the Fur Tribe. Gatlo didn't awaken Hockey, it's all because of the Fur Tribe's electrical warfare? At this time, the crowd ignored Usopp. Sima D nodded thoughtfully. Don't be dissatisfied, Crocus said bluntly. The observation Hockey with the perspective feature is even more precious than the advanced armament Hockey. It is the most suitable ability for you as a sniper. Compared with the previous War 5 slags, it is really a big difference. Perhaps it's because of the Fur Tribe potion that you drank first, so the upper limit of your potential has increased? Jinbei guessed 783.43. Gatlo takes super magic water. Sanji Luffy returns. Would you like me to drink a bottle of super magic water? Gatlo is indeed a good test subject, but, according to the trajectory of history, in the future, Gatlo will become the new king of the Fur Clan, and his mood will be completely different at that time, which is the basis for awakening Conqueror's Hockey. Now take. It is possible to have two-color Hockey, but Conqueror's Hockey is almost impossible. The current Gatlo is just a cute rabbit of the junior generation. So, of course. Sima D readily agreed. As a reward for teaching Chopper and running fast, there is no problem with the hush money 10 bottles of Super God water seen on the boat. Gatlo is not Sima D's partner, why should Sima D think so much? Of course, the maximization of interests comes first. No doubt, the strengthened Gotaro will shine more light in Wano and even Wano Kuni in the future, and the more chances of becoming the future king of the Fur Clan. #B4. Knowing the horror of the Straw Hat Pirates, she has a better chance of being persuaded by Sima D to join the Revolutionary Army or the New Marine. The Fur Tribe is such a good source of soldiers, how could Sima D not be tempted? The Straw Hat Pirates have already made up their minds to follow the same elite route as the Red Hair Pirates, so the future Straw Hat Grand Fleet will no longer exist. The best arrangement for the Fur Tribe is the Revolutionary Army and the New Marine. Sima D opened the Golden Treasure House, took out a bottle of super magic water and handed it to Gatlo. It will hurt a little, but it will be very refreshing afterward. Gatlo stared straight at the Super God water. It is hard to imagine that this clear liquid can awaken people Hockey. Received the super divine water and uncorked the bottle. Gatlo directly raised his head and drank it without too much doubt, without even thinking about whether he might be tricked. With such simple energy, Xiao Shenshui had to awaken her two-color Hockey. The medicine bottle hit the lawn on the deck, and Gatlo curled up on the ground with his stomach in his arms, his body trembling like. It's quite bearable that I didn't shout out loud. Usopp was amazed. He knew how painful it was during the period when the super divine water developed its potential. Sima D and Crocus looked at the kitchen at the same time, and then an afterimage flew out and half-kneeled beside Gatlo. "Ah, what have you all done to this cute bunny girl?" Sanji wailed. It seems that the beast-ear girl is also within his protection range. "Hey, Sanji, have you lost your mind because you haven't seen a girl for a year?" Usopp complained. She just took super magic water and is developing her potential. Huh? Sanji scratched his head in embarrassment, then took off his suit jacket and put it on Gatlo. Don't let the rabbit-eared lady catch a cold, but... Sanji, Gatlo is a fur tribe, this will make her uncomfortable, Chopper reminded him friendly. Sanji paused. With a smooth turn, he put the suit jacket back on. Then, as if he had just seen running fast, he looked at her suspiciously. Seems to be trying to tell if she's a boy or a girl. I don't need you to guard me, please don't treat me like a girl. King Kong Barbie ran fast and waved her hands. Sanji's love is still too hard to bear. Stand, is this lady from the fur tribe too? It's really, the food is good. Everyone also returned to their rooms, where Luffy was feasting. 12. During the explanation, okay, Sanji just came back, don't tease him. Sima D said angrily. Someone explained to Sanji. Robin, put Gatlo in the empty room. Hey, you sure can't recognize who she is? Usopp put his arm on Sanji's shoulder and said meanly, this is a fast runner, it's the duck you called as a spare food. The Fur Clan was also researched by the Giant Kingdom. Sanji was surprised. The Titan race, the small human race, and the current Fur Clan, these races of the sea, are all transformed from humans by the Giant Kingdom for the research of longevity potions, right? I have to say, this is still very possible, Sima D agreed. Otherwise, how could it have changed so much? Could it be that besides the problem with the teleportation stone in the House of Time and Spirit, a year has passed here? Sanji boldly guessed. The monthly pass is 1 more plus more, although he has been away for a year, but in reality, only 1 day has passed, right? Crocus has revealed a secret, Axe. Let me come, oh, Frankie said. It's a long story, and I'll start after you left. After Sanji finished the cause and effect, he was also amazed. 44. Grab the bride. Do Big Mom. Before Emperors. When I was traveling last time, I met an evil doctor who used an island as a test site. Crocus recalled. Now it seems that the huge kingdom is not impossible, to our world. Robin didn't hide most of the information about the huge kingdom. So everyone knows, the giant kingdom is not actually native inhabitants, but from the moon in the sky. Old man Crocus' guess is not impossible. Usopp nodded seriously. Hey, don't make it look like you understand, Zoro complained. Yo ho 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 ho. It's really a frightening speculation. Although I am a skeleton, I have no heart and no guts. Yo ho 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 ho. After a brief discussion, the topic will also return to the present. Sanji, how is your progress this time? Jinbei asked. Everyone also looked over. Sanji smiled confidently upon hearing this. This time, both of us have gained a lot, brush. The pitch black 910 armament haki covers Sanji's whole body, and the armament haki completely covers it. The representative move of advanced armament haki. At the same time, looking at the color of armament haki, I am afraid that it has reached the apex, and is about to break through to the top armament haki, right? The two-color haki is already at an advanced level, and I have almost digested the new gas fruit. If first fight against Marine Admiral again, I believe I can hold him back for a short time, Sanji said to himself. That's right, advanced two-color haki, and Logia's gas fruit, which has been strengthened by transparent fruit. The future is promising. Sima D nodded in agreement. Proper Admiral alternate strength, just read precipitate. It is also expected to break through the combat power of the Emperor's deputy, and even Admiral and 4 Emperors. The future is promising. Everyone looked at Luffy, who was eating meat. What's your harvest? In the end, Luffy, stuffed with meat, said something that even the most knowledgeable Robin could not understand. The royal interpreter Brook is an exception. Yo ho 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 ho, really? No no no. Yo ho 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 ho, amazing, no no no. Yo, boom. Sima D slapped the table, staring dangerously at Brook. If you are talking nonsense, I will try to see if the skeleton can get pregnant, Sima D said unhappily. You eat melons there by yourself, what about us? Yo ho 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 ho, it's scary, Brook hurriedly said. Luffy said that his Conqueror's haki is high level, and Nika fruit has also developed unexpected moves, but he realized that it would consume a lot of vitality, so he kept going. I dare not use it. Extremely depleting vitality? Sima D's eyes flashed. Could it be? Yes. With Joey Boy's Nika fruit development diary, it is not impossible for Luffy to comprehend the Nika fruit awakening in advance. Then you will have a chance to perform well this time. Sima D smiled and said, I think everyone understands about this battle, right? Of course. Usopp raised his hand and said, snatch the bride, you Big Mom, B4 Emperors. Everyone nodded in approval. Obviously, although BFEJ, Maddie kept saying that he would join forces with Big Mom, he even threatened the Fur Clan to be loyal to Big Mom pirates. But everyone knows what medicine is sold in Sima D's gourd. Huh? Shirahoshi wondered, isn't it an alliance with Big Mom? Sanji is going to marry Big Mom's daughter, is this really good? Sima D didn't explain, but looked at Sanji, pa-ta. Sanji lit his cigarette and took a deep breath, exhaling a long smoke ring. I haven't smoked for more than half a month, and I just miss it. Sanji smiled and said, let's not talk about the wedding, but this time I must get back what I lost. It seems that compared to Big Mom, boom, haha, of course, Luffy finally swallowed the meat. After eating Sanji's food for so long, how can you refuse such a simple condition? Nami said mischievously. Seeing the crowd expressing their approval one after another, Sanji was a little moved. HMPH. Let the perverted cook show off the limelight this time. Zoro, the deadly enemy, took the lead in expressing his opinion. There was a loud noise, which made the actions of the master come to a halt. It seems that they actually delivered it to the door by themselves? Sanji. I support you, Chopper yelled. Before the decisive battle with the Big Mom pirates, it's time to have an appetizer. The automatic subscription is 1+ more. Sanji rolled up his sleeves and was busy in the kitchen. Sima D turned on the mental power scan and then raised her eyebrows. There are still some dishes left, I'll fry some. That's fine. Sima D set the tone. This time, Sanji will be the main character. We must let his hard-eyed father know how ridiculously wrong his choice was at the beginning. Do you have any opinions? He stood up quickly, hiding his emotions. Sanji wants to prove to his father judge that he is wrong in front of his family. Feelings do not prevent people from becoming stronger, on the contrary, they are the greater motivation. 45. Meeting of father and son. Sanji's new form. Add more 61,000 words, 144000 words. Boom. There was a loud noise, which made the actions of the master come to a halt. Even Going Merry felt tremors, showing the power of this blow. Sima D and others got up and walked out of the kitchen, observation haki and mental power scanning spread out. Boom. Another loud noise led everyone to find the source. It was a huge ship made up of snail-like ships, and the black sails marked 66 showed their identities. Germa 66, known as War Specialists, and Evil Army, it is the army of the North Blue Germa Kingdom, a scientific combat force commanded by Vince Moke Judge, and is active as a mercenary all over the world. That's right, it's Sanji's cold-blooded dad, and the loud noise is a huge cannon on the giant ship, so powerful that it can even shake the body of the elephant owner. But that's all. Hey, Sanji, it seems that your chance to prove yourself has come early, Sima D joked. Sanji's face was sullen, and there seemed to be anger rising in his eyes. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. This thing is from Sanji's family? Boom. Another shot. I'll go down and have a look. The words Sanji left behind caused his body to turn into gas and flow towards the sea. You guys continue to eat, I'll go down and give Sanji a place, don't let him be bullied. Sima D ordered. Urging the thought power to bring himself, he fell to the sea in a calm manner. Boom. Another cannonball flew head-on, making Sima D raise his eyebrows. Raised a middle finger to poke it, and the force of Yi-Yang finger directly shot the cannonball. Isn't it the customary solid ammunition? Germa 66's technology is indeed ahead of the sea. Sanji, who was one step ahead, appeared on the Germania, and Sima D followed and landed on the deck. Sanji looked over. I won't interfere with your family affairs. I just came here to eat melons at close range. Observation hockey still can't see it with my own eyes, Sima D said truthfully. All the people who used observation hockey to watch the show on Going Merry couldn't help shouting Sima D is cunning. But everyone knows. If Jamal 66 really dares to do siege with no limit, then Sima D will let them know what it means to form an army with one person. Da da da. The sound of heavy footsteps came. Teams of replica soldiers rushed forward at a uniform pace, lined up on both sides of the road to greet a strong man in a golden battlesuit, and behind him were a woman and 3 men, all dressed a conspicuous battlesuit. The strong man is Sanji's father, Vince Moke Judge. The pink-haired woman is Sanji's older sister, Vince Moke Reiju. The 3 men are the eldest son Vince Moke Iji, the second son Vince Moke Niji, and the 4th son Vince Moke Yuji. Sanji is the 3rd son. The battlesuit is a combat suit called shape memory armor, which is so strong that flames cannot burn it. The cloak is a shield with an acceleration device on the heel and a suspension device under the feet. According to each person's combat characteristics, there will be amplified effects of poison, flame, lightning, and giant force. It can be said, as long as they have this battlesuit, their strength will increase exponentially. But again, if they lose this set of combat suits, their combat effectiveness will also drop significantly. Rot. Sanji stared at the leader judge with hatred in his eyes, biting his cheeks swollen. Vince Moke Judge. Sanji gritted his teeth. Since you have already regarded me as a shame, why did you come here again? You even found me a fiancé for no reason, what did you think of me? Judge didn't look directly at Sanji, but directly looked at Sima D, who was watching the play with folded arms. The famous demon Nemesis can come, it really is full of splendor, please go in. Judge. Sanji yelled and interrupted. Don't ignore people at will. You be ****** D. You have already cut off the blood relationship, why are you looking for it? 0. Puff. Flames rose from Sanji's feet, and the anger directly ignited his demon wind feet. Judge had to frown and look at Sanji with dissatisfaction in his eyes. When grown-ups talk, why do children interrupt? Scold. Opening your mouth is scolding, still did not answer any of Sanji's questions directly. Now Sanji is completely angry. Boom. The flames under the feet spread to the whole body, and waves of heat swept around. Sima D, who avoided the high temperature, stood still and looked at Sanji in surprise. It seemed to be a brand new form combining demon god Fengjiao and gas fruit. Don't talk to yourself alone. You be ***** D, devil god form, gas explosion. The automatic subscription is 1 plus more ducks, 46. The duel between father and son, exploding Sanji. Don't talk to yourself alone, devil god form, gas explosion. Sanji's brand new form resembles that of a Super Saiyan, except that the golden flames have turned into blue flames, and the temperature is as high as thousands. It was just an ordinary kick that made Judge feel the danger. If you don't stop it, you will die. High voltage current was generated on the high-tech boots under Judge's feet, accumulating lightning energy to propel the back of the head, and collided with Sanji's flaming kick. Boom. The ground under the 2 of them exploded into a deep pit, and the nearby Reiju and others were all blown away by the violent 293 airwaves, and the high-tech shoes under their feet ejected flames to stabilize their figures and landed on the ground. The 4 of them looked at the center of the smoke and dust in horror. It is hard to imagine that the waste material back then has such a powerful strength now. The smoke clears, Judge's high-tech shoes spray out airwaves, and Sanji, whose lower body has turned into nothingness, stands in the air and confronts. You actually have the Logia fruit? It seems that I underestimated you, Judge said in a deep voice. Your strength just now is enough to return to the family. I can decide to let you come back. As long as you admit your mistake, I will send someone else Big Mom marriage. I've said it all, don't talk about yourself, banquet kicking package. Sanji cancelled the elementalization and stepped on the moonwalk to rush towards Judge. His feet danced and created afterimages, and every time he collided, he would burst out a powerful explosion just like before. This made Sima D a little surprised. Devil God form gas burst turned out to be a passive permanent state. It is a basic skill blessed by physical skills. As long as there is a body collision, it will cause small-scale explosion damage. Sima D couldn't help scanning carefully with mental power, trying to analyze the principle of this move. This is the discovery. There is a layer of liquid material outside Sanji's body surface, but it is highly compressed liquid gas, and the gas that escapes into gas is ignited and turned into a flame code, and Toka will produce a small scale when the external balance is lost. Explode. As expected of Sanji, a good cook, Knowing that gas can be liquefied under high pressure, they were able to develop such a trick. In other words, Sanji has the blood factor of the Lunaria family, and has the ability to control flames that is different from ordinary people, so he can do this step. Otherwise, it would be troublesome just to maintain the flame coat. And under the blessing of this form, even the kicking skills that used to be very common, Judge is quite embarrassed at the moment. That is to say, the shape memory armor on his body is very strong, and the flames cannot burn it, otherwise he would have been injured long ago. But the pride of being a father obviously won't let Judge dare to keep defending. Sanji, never forget, Munch-Munch's wrist, burst shot and kick. The upgraded version of the move that is stronger than electromagnetic smash. The high-tech shoes emit thicker arrogance, accumulate more intense lightning energy, and collide with Sanji again. Boom. High-scale explosions set off wider smoke and dust. This time before the smoke clears, Sanji's figure flew upside down, but was repelled by this kick. But that's all. Judge's armament hockey is only at an advanced level, and it can't cause much damage to Sanji, who is also an advanced armament hockey. Brush, Judge flew out from the smoke and dust, and the high-tech spear in his hand was accumulating high-voltage current and flew towards Sanji like a meteor. Electromagnetic thrust. Judge's Nirvana, can it really be done? Feel the blow. Judge barely had time to erect the high-tech spear horizontally, trying to parry the blow with its tough material. Trademark Cokes. No empty fields, in a vacuum environment. Blue Flame Demon God. Thanks. The Watcher of Two Dimensions, voted for the monthly ticket. Judge himself also felt suffocated. After landing, he quickly backed away, exited the scope of the empty field, and returned to breathing oxygen. The blue gas flame on Sanji's body surface turned into a cyan gas flame, which is because he injected the extracted oxygen into it to support the combustion, which greatly increased the temperature of the flame. Sanji directly used the sixth form of the function legs in the form of the Qingyan demon god. The speed was so fast that Judge didn't even react. The attack had already come to his head. However, Sanji clenched his fists with both hands and opened his arms, sucking all the air around him into a true minister. 0.8. Kamikaze howling. Even ordinary people can become strong. Whether it is the energy flame boosted by Judge's high-tech boots, or the high-voltage electricity wrapped around the high-tech spear, they're all extinguished accordingly. This is the Nirvana being silenced. 0.47. Admiral 1 hit. Life burns, sever blood. Can it really be done? Wishful thinking. The high-tech spear was directly bent to ultimate by Sanji's foot, and it tried to support it, but it was burned red by the high temperature of the flames, and drops of molten iron were flowing and dripping, and finally it was fused directly without a sound. Judge's eyes widened. He looked at Sanji's constantly enlarged feet, but he didn't have any ability to resist. It wasn't until this moment that he realized. It turns out that technology is barely worth mentioning in terms of real strength. B. Sanji is also the genetic warrior I created. There is nothing wrong with my blood factor. There is nothing wrong with the life plan. With a final dose of self-satisfaction, Judge closed his eyes. Boom. Judge is not dead. Sanji's foot finally hovered 15 minutes above Judge's head, turned a quarter turn and kicked towards the sea. The violent cyan flame brought the wind pressure and lifted the edged Judge into the air, turning into a cyan dragon roaring and swooping towards the sea surface. High flames. Boom. The high temperature enough to burn human skin rushed forward, blowing away all the clone soldiers. Even Reiju and others who were genetic soldiers were blown back again and again. Even Sima D couldn't help but marvel at the power of this move. Bluntly say, Sanji's kick just now is already at the level of Admiral. But Sima D glanced at Sanji, who had faded from the state of Qingyan demon god. It seemed that he had withdrawn from the fighting form because of victory, but in fact, it's already the end of the battle. Life burning, that can only be used after mastering life return. Why is everyone learning this desperate move? A holy light lit up in Sima D's hand, filling Sanji's missing vitality. This is what made Sanji calm down and cast a grateful look at Sima D. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene. Sanji, who defeated his father, and get the sign in reward, Sanji's Blue Flame Demon God form. Sanji's Blue Flame Demon God form. As a new ability developed by Gas Fruit, you need to have the blood factor of the Lunaria family to use it. It is a combat move that can greatly strengthen physical damage. Relevant information floods the brain. The general direction is similar to what Sima D guessed just now, and the reason why the liquid gas is not directly ignited is that armament hockey acts as an insulator. But it is difficult to really understand it, if it is not directly empowered. Let Sima D explore by himself. Without a month or so, I am afraid that the essence of it is rare. With his 100% brain development, and the duality of human peak wisdom plus the 10 years of hard work of ordinary people on this project fixed. But the rewards are also great, because the Qingyan demon god form is a passive move. As long as it can be maintained, then as long as it is a head-to-head physical move, you can get its blessing. Can consider it, replace the golden arrogance of the Super Saiyan form with no defense except being handsome, with this blue flame demon god form. Another good increase. Here Sima D is improving his abilities, while Sanji over there is walking in front of Judge, who is half kneeling on the ground. Although Sanji just shifted his target at the last moment, the aftermath is enough for Judge to drink a pot. No matter how powerful technology is, it is still no match for manpower. Sanji said condescendingly, my blood relationship with Munch-Munch's family has been severed, and I, Sanji, am myself. This wedding is also for the alliance between our Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Wait. He recalled the tragic memory of his childhood, the time when he was bullied by his brothers and despised by his father. It is the mother who admires her cooking skills and... Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke ring for a long time, and the whole person turned into nothingness and was about to elementalize and leave. Can't help but there are 8 monthly tickets plus more. Neither of them spoke, but they seemed to have talked a lot. If your Vince-Moke family wants to form an alliance with Big Mom, you should find another one to marry. Finished speaking, Sanji stopped looking at Judge and took one last look at the Saint-Germain. As one's own father, in fact, Sanji doesn't even know himself, he still hopes to be recognized by Judge. Sanji stopped elementalization, kept most of his body in a state of nothingness, and looked coldly at Judge who was shouting. Sanji glanced at Reiju, who also looked at him from afar. The only warmth. With your combat strength, I can give you the position of head of the Vince-Moke family, 48. Has this guy always been so arrogant? Unscrupulous Judge. With your combat power, I can give you the position of head of the Vince-Moke family, Judge said in a deep voice. It's a pity to marry you to the Big Mom Pirates. Come back. As long as you are here, Germa 66 can dominate North Blue. And not 66 days, as long as you are alive, no one will dare to resist. Judge thought he had thrown the chip he cared about most. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is worth nothing to Sanji like shit. This guy doesn't even know what Sanji wants. Sanji looked at Yenji coldly, and then disappeared into nothingness without looking back. Wait. B asterisk 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 D-boy. Judge hurriedly said, isn't Vince-Moke the patriarch of the family enough? I can make you the acting king of Germa 66. As long as I abdicate, you will be North Blue the king. However, Sanji didn't respond at all, but Sima D wanted to laugh. Is this Sanji's inhuman father? It's really talking for itself. Judge's expression sank. Demon Buster, what are you laughing at? Judge asked. Sima D's laughter stopped abruptly, and she pointed at herself suspiciously. Were you talking to me just now? Sima D confirmed. Besides you here, who else is called? Boom. Judge didn't even react. Sima D had already flashed in front of him, pressed his head and smashed it into the floor fiercely, letting his face kiss the deck of his own fleet. Sima D looked at Reiju speechlessly. Has this guy always been this arrogant? Reiju. Although it was her father who was held down, Reiju clearly understood that Sima D, who was able to hold Judge down until now, had formed an absolute crush on Judge. If they are tied together, they will not be opponents. Look around again. The 3 genetic warrior brothers are all indifferent. They are cold-blooded fighting machines who have been stripped of their emotions. They clearly understand that they are not Sima D's opponents. If it is not necessary, the first priority is to protect themselves wisely. Even if the person who was rubbed on the floor was their father. Reiju could only sigh. He begged. Although he is not a qualified father, he is still our father anyway. Please don't insult him like this. Sima D is a person who takes soft things but not tough ones. For Sanji's sake, let him go. Sima D let go of her hand, and clapped her hands in disgust. Judge was finally able to stand up, with a bloodline Madara look on his face, and several teeth were missing. But he didn't care about these, and he didn't even look a little angry. Devil Killer, Sanji is my child anyway, how about we form an alliance? Judge said with bright eyes. You may not know the technology of Jamal 66. You, kill yourself now, Sima D. Seeing Judge with a few missing teeth giving a speech there, to be honest, if Sima D were Sanji now, he would definitely feel extremely ashamed. Judge looked away, pointing at a clone trooper and ordering. See, Judge proudly said, as long as we have soldiers from Germa 66 and your high-end combat power, there is absolutely no problem in conquering North Blue. For example, reforming his own children, forcing his wife to undergo surgery, and he doesn't feel that what he did was wrong. Branches of lineage factor hyphenation point life design map. Vince-Moke Judge and Vegapunk jointly discovered the biological lineage factor, also known as the life design map, which can be applied to human beings to create clone soldiers, and transformation, human, is the strongest means of genetic modification. As Sanji commented, a person who talks to himself. But, our clone soldiers are the most obedient tools, even if it is. Judge will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. But this is indeed Judge's style. Ding, congratulations to the sign-in scene. Germa 66 King Unscrupulous, and get the reward, Bloodline Factor Branch Life Design. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Gong. Flowers are 3,000 plus more. The technology of this clone soldier is really good. If the new Marine or the Revolutionary Army can get it, the basic force will be enough. The clone soldier pulled out his sword without hesitation, and stabbed it cleanly into the hardpoint 49. The foreplay is done enough, the good show is on. Add more 62,500 words. 144000 words. Okay, then Germa 66's biggest hole card is gone. That being the case, Sima D no longer has the time to talk nonsense with Judge. Looked at him disdainfully, Sima D turned around and flew towards the elephant owner, ignoring the thing. Hey, our alliance is a strong alliance. Judge said unconvinced. Are you dissatisfied with the distribution? Except for the North Blue, the other 3 open seas can be given to you. Hey, Demon Buster, don't go. However, Sima D didn't take him with him at all, and disappeared into the clouds directly. Leave Judge in a powerless rage. What a great opportunity. Why don't you want to join forces? Judge gritted his teeth. Seeing my 4 sons and daughters again, apart from Reiju just now, none of the other 3 sons who valued him stood up for him. What happened to you just now? You didn't do anything, Judge asked. However, we are not opponents. As Sanji's, that guy's partner, he won't kill you, Yangzi said calmly. Yeah, since I can't die anyway, there's no need to go up to die, Yiji nodded. Preserve the vitality and wait for the counterattack. This is what you taught us, father. Niji made the final summary. The angry judge's beard blew up, but he has nothing to do, after all. The person who deprived them of their feelings was himself. Reiju looked at the family who didn't want to be family at all, sighed faintly, and looked towards the sky as if he was looking at someone. Wah! Congratulations, you have found your family. Above the stratosphere, Sanji was looking at something through the thick clouds. His eyes were bloodshot and his mood was extremely unstable, because there were flames flickering around him. Sima D also flew over at this time and had a face-to-face meeting with Sanji. It's embarrassing. I used to have such a father, Sanji said helplessly. Birth is not something you can choose. Today you have proved yourself and made a break with your past self. Why should you care about people you don't need to care about? Sima D asked rhetorically. This brought Sanji to his senses. I see. Sanji, BFDG, took a last look at the cloudside and thought about it. He still couldn't help but said, it was Reiju who helped me escape, and I owe her a favor. I have to pay it back. I understand. Sima D nodded. Judge doesn't look like someone who will give up. I will save their lives during this trip to the world. Then he said earnestly, thank you, hi. The whole family doesn't speak 2 different languages. Let's go for a walk. Everyone is still waiting for your meal. No problem. Manhan banquet arrangement, when flying back to the elephant owner. Baron Dandan stood on the edge of the island, looking at Sima D and the 2 calmly. Although I don't want to meddle in other people's family affairs, if Sanji-san represents the alliance between the StrawHat pirates and the Big Mom pirates, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. If Sanji can represent the Munch-Munch family and the StrawHat pirates alone, that would be the best. Sanji didn't speak, watched Sima D said firmly this time. Is it difficult to handle this matter, or is it difficult for you? Baron Eggy was still deciding on his words. Sima D continued. Compared with the original history of the Red Road Sign, the Titan Potion, and the Covenant of the StrawHat pirates, is it still difficult? Baron Dandan was a little surprised. This was the first time Sima D had such a tough attitude. He also understood the bottom line of Sima D. The wedding banquet will continue as scheduled. As for the deal between Mom and Munch-Munch's family, I will take care of it. Baron Eggy bowed. The StrawHat pirates have the qualifications to make concessions to the Big Mom pirates. Then it's best, don't let inexplicable people affect our strong alliance, Sima D said with a smile. Of course. Sima D took Sanji and flew over Baron Eggs until Baron Eggs disappeared before turning around and jumping off the elephant owner. He has to communicate with Munch-Munch's family and then report to Big Mom to make a decision. On going merry, the people who have been greeted by Sima D are chatting about new topics and no one mentions what Sanji did. Huh? Are you running fast? Luffy was shocked. Idiot, you didn't listen to all the explanations just now, Zoro roared. I haven't eaten meat for more than a year, I'm hungry. You took all the jerky on board before you left. It's been eaten in 3 days. Looking at the noisy crowd, Sanji couldn't help smiling. The monthly pass is only 4 plus more. Zoro looked back at Sanji like a radar. He sensed a wave of malice. Big Mom, have you washed your neck? Ooh Sanji, don't mess with the innocent, hey. That's cursing in my heart, I just want to kill you. The foreplay is done enough and the show will be staged. The Elephant Lord continued to walk towards the direction of Wanguo, leaving the Germania behind in a short time. Debt repayment progress. 62,500 words, 144,000 words. This is his family. Even if this is the case, are you trying to find fault? Sanji was so preoccupied with anger that he had no time to think about the messy things at home. B********D. No empty field. Such a fuss. Eyes must be on Zoro, unless this guy. A-hole. Lousy didn't speak just now. Hey, sexy cook. Did you scold me just now? 50. Arrive in all countries, meet or meet? After several days of sailing, the Elephant Lord finally arrived near Wanguo, and Baron Dandan came to going merry. Every one of the StrawHat pirates, my mother asked the Elephant Lord not to enter the 10,000 kingdoms for the time being, and please go to the sea and follow me into the 10,000 kingdoms. Oh, Big Mom, who likes to collect so much, refused to enter the Elephant Master? It seems that Big Mom is quite vigilant, after all. The tonnage of the elephant owner is placed here. Even if Sima D wants to destroy him, it will take a lot of effort. If there is a big disturbance in 10,000 kingdoms, I am afraid that it will suffer heavy losses. Everyone in the StrawHat pirates did not speak, but looked at Sima D, waiting for him to make a decision. Do you want to start right now? Seeing the eager crowd, Sima D couldn't help rolling her eyes. No? Are you going to shoot in from the outside? Wanguo is the utopia, established by BIGMOM, determined to make all races in the world a family. The rarer the creature, the more valued by Big Mom here. So, the population of the nations is great. Even if they stand up and let them kill, they will be exhausted to death. Of course. The most important thing is that although it is very pretend to do so, it is basically impossible to sign many scenes. Yes, Sima D nodded and said, of course, we have come here with the sincerity of forming an alliance, and we should do as we please. Baron Egi breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble everyone, call the shopkeeper Neko Mamushi and Duke Inarashi, and get me and Titan Pokmas off the elephant's back. Katakuri-sama is already in the nearby sea area, and he will greet you in person. Said to come personally to welcome. But if the Straw Hat Pirates had turned their backs just now, they would be fighting in person in minutes. Of course, come up. Sima D agreed, going merry is big. Even a Titan Pokemoose more than 10 meters high can temporarily sail on the deck. As for the other members of Baron Egg, they stayed here to watch the fur tribe, preventing them from making any small moves. Duke Inwarashi and shopkeeper Nekobamushi were waiting at the side, and everyone boarded the boat. Going merry turned on the energy injector and flew towards the sea. Although the shopkeeper Mao Viper has heard of it, it is the first time he has seen a flying ship. Look left and right like a curious cat, but perhaps it was because Duke Inwarashi who broke up was also there, so he didn't express any emotion. In silence, Going Merry landed on the sea, and there were all kinds of ships lined up in front of her. In addition to Katakuri, the other two, Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie and Cookie. The Minister, Charlotte Cracker is also here, and there are other dessert ministers Lu Jen. The welcome lineup is really grand, Sima D said with a half smile. Anyway, the Straw Hat Pirates are also one of the 3 that overthrew Marineford, of course they must not be neglected. Baron Eggy said neither humble nor overbearing. Although everyone knows that this move is to guard against your Straw Hat Pirates, but as long as the Straw Hat Pirates don't choose to turn their backs, then the Big Mom Pirates will be happy to accept them. If the Straw Hat Pirates can be annexed, the Big Mom Pirates will definitely become the leader of the 4 emperors. This euro is too big, so they had to choose to take the risk. The boat leans up, Katakuri, whose face was half hidden in the scarf, jumped over and landed on the deck of Going Merry, looking directly at Sima D. Obviously he knew exactly who was making the decision on the anti-ship. Ask for flowers. Katakuri stared at Sima D's wise eyes for a few seconds, but finally got nothing. He couldn't see a trace of hostility in Sima D's eyes. This surprised Katakuri. Did the Straw Hat Pirates really come to form an alliance? Before signing Sanji's wedding, Sima D did not have any hostility towards Big Mom, provided that this crazy woman does not make things up for herself. For example, looking at the handsome Sima D and the like. Then it's unbearable. Welcome. Katakuri's voice was low and hoarse. Mom already knows about Jamal 66, and the wedding is still in accordance with the original plan. Please follow our boat, and we will take you directly to the Center Cake Island. Mom has been waiting there for a long time. Of course. 17 Sima D nodded graciously. Katakuri waved his hand. The large army ahead is marching towards Wanguo, and May drives Going Merry to keep up. There was only one solitary ship left, waiting for the arrival of Germa 66 in place. Germa 66 is still not enough compared to the Straw Hat Pirates with multiple general-level combat power. Especially when the Straw Hat Pirates and Germa 66 have an unresolved hatred. If necessary, Germa 66 may not even get a new engagement. 51. Sign in to Wanguo. Ability extraction. But these are not what Sima D cares about, at this time. They looked at the surrounding islands with different shapes, and were amazed. The nations are not one land, it is based on the Cake Island in the center, surrounded by 34 islands dotted around, governed by 34 dessert ministers. Interestingly, these 34 islands are all in the dessert category. Nut Island is a nut-themed island, and Jam Island is a jam-themed island. Seeing Chopper, Luffy and other foodies, their eyes are staring straight. God, can I eat this chocolate? Wow, this jelly looks delicious. 017. The clouds in the sky turned out to be cotton candy. A few people were yelling, but it was quite lively. Sima D's sighed. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene, Toto Land of Desserts, and get the sign in reward. Big Mom's Steel Balloon Physique. Big Mom's Steel Balloon Body. Big Mom has a very strong body, and its defense is very strong. The blade of the Titan family was broken by the body of Big Mom, who was only 5 years old. Even a hail of bullets could not add a trace of scars to her, like a steel balloon, which is a powerful power she is born with. But if she suffers a huge stimulus, this ability will disappear, and the body will become more fragile than ordinary people. Sima D noticed that her strength was rising sharply, and she didn't stop until it rose by 30%. This is the strength increase that comes with the Steel Balloon Physique. But Sima D actually didn't really want this ability. He has a human body limiter lifted, and there is no upper limit to his strength. And although steel balloons usually have a good growth rate, they will disappear after being greatly stimulated, and the body will become more fragile than ordinary people. Some of the gains outweigh the losses, after all. His Super Saiyan form undoubtedly perfectly fits the setting of suffering great stimulation. 1871. Sima D activates Dragon Essence, Steel Balloon Deprivation. Next moment, points of light escaped from Sima D's body one after another, and at the same time the power that was the boost was weakened accordingly, until the last 30% of the power disappeared, turning into a ball of light and floating on Sima D's palm. Dragon Essence's language is directly in the cooldown. Sima D milked herself with her empty hand and regained the ability to speak normally. Humph. because it is the dragon language, so Katakuri and the others didn't understand, and they didn't know what the ball of light in Sima D's hand was. Sima D swept the circle among her 4 women. Nami is Logia. Robin has a golden clock. Hancock's own combat power is also good. Vivi, come here. Vivi obediently walked over with Thor's hammer. Sima D slapped the steel balloon into Vivi's body. Vivi was taken aback, immediately after receiving the feedback from the steel balloon. Both strength and physique have been multiplied. Armament hockey, full coverage, this is stepping into the advanced level. Coupled with the skin that ordinary people can't break through at all, Vivi's combat power has increased by more than several times. Sima D couldn't help feeling a little lucky. Fortunately, Vivi was taken down early, otherwise, if he were to pierce the membrane now, I'm afraid it would be. It's going to be a big deal. Wow. Thank you Dijong. Vivi threw herself into Sima D's arms. Because Katakuri and the others are still around and can't say much, so Vivi can only thank Sima D a little first. On the contrary, Katakuri watched the whole process silently. Observation hockey, which had been developed to the limit long ago, vaguely guessed something. Can actually take out part of your body and fuse it with someone else's? To show off to myself? What is the purpose of Sima D? Instinctive, Katakuri takes Sima D's actions and digs deeper to find out what he really means. After all, this is the villain who masterminded the Summit War, and every move can be unintentional. Actually, Sima D simply does not want to leave a shortcoming for herself. And he firmly believed that Big Mom would not be able to launch an attack for the time being, so he was confident and did not hide anything. Deal with rewards. Sima D once again looked at Wangguo, which was like a dream kingdom. He suddenly remembered the dream of a runaway princess in his previous life. I want to have a small house. The roof is marzipan, the chimney is roast pork rolls, the bed is honey red date cake, the pillows are all crystal shrimp dumplings, the rain is raisins, and the snow is 5.5. Tang. You can see small steamed dumplings filled with soup everywhere outside the house. The river is full of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and the fish swimming in the sky are all cooked. As long as you snort, they will automatically line up and jump into my mouth. The clouds in the sky are cotton candy, and the stones on the ground are braised pork. Although Wangguo is limited to the part that can realize the dessert, it is also enough to dream. B. Is everything really as beautiful as it seems? 52. Scary strategist. Self-defeating. Is everything really as beautiful as it seems? According to the laws of the world, all citizens of Wangguo must pay 1 month's life every 6 months as a fee for Big Mom's protection. Otherwise they must leave. However, Big Mom will never allow anyone to leave the world. Anyone who tries to leave will be sentenced to the lucky big wheel, a big wheel with a minimum lifespan of 50 years, even the luckiest person, the kind that can't handle it without a lifespan of 50 years. If I remember correctly, Pedro seems to have broken away from the Big Mom pirates. It seems that he still has some relationship with Baron Eggy, and we can arrange for the two of them to PK later. Here Sima D is distracted thinking about what is there and what is not. Katakuri, who had been watching him all the time, became more and more cautious. 15 is definitely not wrong. This demon buster is planning a shocking plan. Could it be that the United Whitebeard pirates are attacking? Or the reorganized Luogia pirates, not disbanded but still trailing behind? It can't be that the two pirate groups are getting together again, right? The more Katakuri thought about it, the more likely it was, and the more he looked at Sima D more unkindly. Perceived malice. Sima D recovered from her distraction, and looked at the source of malice suspiciously, just in time to see Katakuri look away. Why is Katakuri so hostile to me? Here we are, Katakuri said suddenly. Sima D looked up, on an island with a towering cake as the background. A team of biscuit soldiers and a team of chess soldiers lined up on the shore, led by Charlotte Perisparrow, the eldest son of Big Mom. This is a man with a clear mind and excellent tactical skills, who acts as a military advisor in the BIGMOM pirates. But, as a person with the ability to lick fruit. Perisparrow has a long tongue like a hanged ghost, and the end is almost hanging down to his navel, but his skin color is fair, and he has a long nose of the same style as Usopp. Sir. This man. So scary. Shirahoshi carefully tugged at the corner of Sima D's clothes. It's scary. Sima D patted Shirahoshi's head to reassure her before flying off the deck with the lead. The others also showed themselves and played going merry one after another. Perisparrow also greeted him. Hey, Perisparrow let out a laugh that resembled Doflamingo. Welcome everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates to come to Wangguo as a guest. My mother has been waiting for a long time, and she came with me. Sima D smiled and walked side by side with Perisparrow, but deliberately slowed down a bit, making Perisparrow subconsciously slow down a step. Let Luffy and Katakuri lead the way to the cake castle in the center. Hey, Captain Emperor is really thinking of the captain, Perisparrow praised. Although he thinks that he is the #1 successor of the pirates in order of seniority, he also has a sense of responsibility and a sense of mission as the elder brother of the Charlotte family, so he doesn't care too much about ranking. Of course, after all, we are only in charge of brainstorming. If we really want to make a decision, we still need the captain. Sima D pretended to laugh at himself. This made Perisparrow's eyes flash. Although he is the military officer of the Big Mom pirates, there is no doubt that Big Mom is a master of words. Take his advice when you are happy, if you are not happy. Dare to block her words, Even the sons and daughters of Big Mom have not been killed, and they have killed quite a few. With this in mind, Parasparrow couldn't help frowning a little, but soon stretched it out again. No matter how, after all, Big Mom is their mother, and it is also because of Big Mom's presence that Big Mom pirates can become 4 emperors and have all nations. This is a world where the strong are respected. Heh, Lieutenant Captain Emperor is really humble. Parasparrow said with a smile. As far as I know, the 3 pirate groups on the Summit War are all under your deployment. It refers to the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Luogia Pirates. You are among the StrawHat Pirates, so your right to speak will definitely not be too low. Where is he like him? Be careful when speaking to Big Mom. Sima D smiled and didn't say much. I also have a general understanding of the mentality of the many sons and daughters of Big M 293 Ohm. They have gained glory and status because of the strength of Big Mom. Although they are dissatisfied with Big Mom's dictatorship and tyranny, they cannot survive independently of Big Mom. So, Big Mom pirates are strong because of Big Mom, and will also decline because of Big Mom. Just kill the core Big Mom. Big Mom pirates, break without attack. Certainly, this is a landing on the bright side, but few people can do it. B. It seems that there is no need for a complicated battle plan. Just be reckless. Del. After getting the human body limiter, Sima D seems to be a little bit fond of breaking tricks with strength. 53. Big Mom kills his son. Luffy wants a fight. Add more 64,000 words, 144,000 words. With the idea of how to disintegrate the Big Mom pirates, Sima D also stepped into the cake castle. As soon as you enter the door, you will see the grand banquet hall, bustling with people, each with an extraordinary atmosphere. This is the whole family mobilization. It can be seen that Big Mom attaches great importance to it. But, is it a little too much attention? Sima D looked into the distance. Big Mom's huge fat figure sat under the headed throne, and the fat on his body formed layers of creases. 2. If you give birth to a baby like a piglet, your body will not be out of shape. Well, Big Mom laughed and said, let's see, who is here? Our future allies, the StrawHat Pirates. Well. It can be seen that Big Mom is very happy, it's just that her fat figure makes such a shocking laugh. It's really funny. Fortunately, Big Mom has enough deterrent power. Even Usopp is silent, dare not make jokes at all, otherwise he will definitely die. Ha. Are you Big Mom? Luffy said amusedly. Then you must be very good? Let's fight? Only after coming out of the House of Time and Spirit, Luffy is full of confidence now. Everyone who belonged to the Big Mom pirates was surprised. Why did this Straw Hat boy court for death as soon as he came up? And the laughing Big Mom stopped abruptly, squinting at the sincere-looking Luffy. For a while, Big Mom can't tell whether Luffy really wants to beat himself, or just wants to learn from each other. Sima D secretly sighed, just a little carelessness about Luffy can cause trouble. Fortunately, the problem is not big. He stepped forward. He directly tied Luffy with a bow, and threw it to Zoro and the others to watch over him. He smiled and said, please don't pay too much attention to it. Our captain has no brains. When we see a strong man, we will want to learn from each other. If there is a chance later, we can let him know the combat power of the 4 emperors. But for now, let's talk about business. Let's. Sima D opens the gold treasury. The rubbings of the original Red Road sign history, and a row of 10 black tubes of Titan family medicine flew out and flew towards Big Mom. This is. Big Mom couldn't help standing up. Brush. Katakori's right hand turned into a glutinous rice dumpling, vigilantly stopped the rubbings and all the potions of the Titan family. This can't be some kind of poison, right? Sima D looked over suspiciously. Buddy, what are you going to do? Master Katakori. Eggy Baron said. This is a potion of the Titan family. After taking it, the user will lose the ability of Devil Fruit, and then transform into a Titan. Pokemus has already tested, no problems at all. The Titan Pokemoose on the side nodded hurriedly. That's right, I can swim in the sea now. Katakori silently glanced at the two of them, then stared at Sima D scrutinizingly for a while. Big Mom is getting impatient. Katakori. What are you doing to my distinguished guest? Big Mom growled unceremoniously. Although there are various races in Wanchai, there are no Titans living there. This is because every Titan in the world hates Big Mom because of her sick food disease that wreaks havoc on the Titan village. Big Mom's unsuccessful attempts to reconcile with them further deepened their animosity towards her. As a last resort, Big Mom gave up trying to bring the Titan to the world, instead decided to use scientists like Geisa to create a Titan belonging to their own country. And now this opportunity is in front of her. The terrifying power swept across the grand banquet hall, causing the air temperature to drop several degrees. It doesn't matter at all, Big Mom is going to kill the sun, right? The overbearing attitude did not mean any discussion, it was just a tone of notification. Flowers are 1400 plus more. Debt repayment progress. 64,000 words, 14400 words. Big Mom stared. Sima D showed an interested look. Huh? Opera cure. How dare you defy me? Big Mom picked up a tube of Titan potion, and casually pointed at a man covered in cream. But Mom, I am a cream fruit capable person. Just now Baron Eggy, Zhao Qianzhao, said that if you drink this human potion, you will lose. Paper that must be a famous scene. Big Mom only needs Titan medicine. Opera, come and drink, shouldn't it be? Katakuri was obviously also afraid of his mother losing his temper, so he came to Big Mom silently and handed over the rubbings and 10 tubes of Titan medicine. As for Guy's life and death, 54. Butterfruit, Luffy making trouble. Just when Sima D was expecting Big Mom to kill her son, Katakuri, who loves his younger siblings, stepped forward and stopped in front of Big Mom. Opera, Katakuri said in a deep voice, don't disobey your mother's words. Opera Cake came to his senses. This is when he woke up. What a wrong thing he did. How dare you disobey Big Mom's orders, even her son. Those who disobey orders will still be killed without hesitation. It is precisely because he is the son of Big Mom that Opera Chow has a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Opera Kira hurried forward to take the Titan potion, uncorked the bottle and poured it directly into her mouth. Afraid to take a step too late, the enraged Big Mom was executed on the spot. While everyone was observing Opera Chow, Sima D released observation hockey and found that although there are countless desserts in the room, only 167 does not have 10 fruits. Is this the attitude of hospitality? The treasury of gold is not yet closed. Sima D directly took out an apple from it, just in time for Opera Chow's transformation, and then circles of milky white cream patterns emerged on the surface of the apple, and it turned into a paramecia cream fruit after a while. This thing. Sima D glanced at Sanji. He and Butterfruit were the only ones on board. Sanji shook his head hastily. Butterfruit? It sounds like there is no attack power, so forget it. Luffy and Chopper were a bit greedy, but the former was controlled by Zoro, and the latter knew that the devil fruit was not strong enough, so he didn't express his opinion. Sima D also casually threw it to Katakuri. Katakuri still cautiously did not catch it with his hands, but turned into glutinous rice to catch the butterfruit, and then threw it to a chess player. I am speechless for Sima D. At this time, Opera Kira suddenly let out a strange cry, fell directly on the ground and rolled over, and her body would also swell like a balloon, and the process was accompanied by painful wailing. Now this transformation is not easy. Well, Big Mom shouted happily. Titan. The Titan she's longed for has finally appeared. Opera Chow's Titan transformation was soon over. He sat up and panted violently, stared blankly at the smaller brothers and sisters in front of him, and then exchanged eyes with Titan Pokemon. Well, Opera Chow, how do you feel now? Bigmom asked with concern. Titan Opera Craig came back to his senses. He stood up and exercised, and then clutched his stomach tiredly. I don't feel strong right now, I'm weak. Huh? Big Mom looked at Sima D with a frown, and said displeased Ly, what's going on? Are there any other side effects? Katakuri cast a vigilant gaze immediately. Sima D rested her head speechlessly. Can this Titan Opera Craig not even distinguish between weakness and hungry? BFCC. Fortunately, there was also a successful experience at the scene, and Titan Pokermoose hurriedly stepped forward. Mom, Opera Chow is probably hungry, and the transformation into Titan consumes a lot of energy. Yes. With a big wave of Big Mom's hand, the Titan Opera Chow opened his belly and ate a meal. The food is only on-side desserts. Fortunately, the amount is large and full. After a full meal, Titan Opera Chow stood up contentedly and vigorously waved his fists. Looking at the condition is very good. Mom, I feel like I can fight Katakuri Big Brother now, Titan Opera Chow said confidently. Seeing that Titan Opera is in good condition, and Titan Pokermoose has also taken the Titan Family Potion for several days, which already proves the success of the Titan Family Potion. Big Mom laughed excitedly. Well, that's great. There are also Titans in my world, well. Laughing so loudly, proudly, even the Straw Hat Pirates were negligent. Perispero stepped forward and reminded, Mom, shouldn't it be time to start the banquet? Today, almost all the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates gather here, either to fight directly with the Straw Hat Pirates, or to sign a covenant for the Straw Hat Pirates. I'm not listening to you giggling here. Oh, well, I'm so happy that I forgot about it. Big Mom was in a good mood, and waved his hand. The banquet has begun. The captain and deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and that Sanji, you all come here join me at the head table. This can also be regarded as the goodwill released by Big Mom, which means that Luffy and Sima D are eligible to talk to her. 55. Fake it, Sanji's color will appear. I don't want it, I want dinner, banquet. Luffy's eyes glowed, and he rushed to the nearest dessert. As the signboard of the world, the desserts here can be said to be the most delicious in the whole sea. After a while, Luffy was addicted to the sea of sweets and couldn't extricate himself. Sima D sighed helplessly. Sorry, our captain is rather capricious. I will discuss the specific matters of the alliance. Sima D shrugged. Well, it seems that the Straw Hat captain also likes desserts. Let him eat it. Enough, Big Mom said loudly. As long as the Straw Hat Pirates hold the Titan Potion, the Straw Hat Pirates are the guests of Big Mom. Sima D was about to walk towards the main table, but found Hancock pulling her and sending him a warning look. Don't mess with flowers and grass anymore. Sima D was taken aback. Are you serious? What will happen between Lousy and Big Mom? But when I followed Hancock's gaze, I saw Smoothie with long legs, Garrett with a voluptuous figure and other women. Sima D is the one who suddenly realized, don't worry, Sanji's marriage is enough. If there are more Straw Hat Pirates, they will not be Straw Hat Pirates. Sima D said openly. It can be regarded as a peace of mind for Katakuri. Hancock let go of his hand in relief. As for why you didn't follow. Hancock also understands his temper, and if he is not careful, he will conflict with Big Mom, which will definitely affect Sima D's plan at that time. Although Hancock doesn't care too much. But Sima D is not alone. The big sister Robin is so sensible, if she makes too many troubles, she will be thrown into the cold palace. When everyone is seated, Big Mom took the lead in saying, "Today's timely welcome banquet is also a celebration banquet for the alliance between my Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. After this time, my Big Mom Pirates are one step closer to becoming the One Piece." Big Mom opened the printed version, and the original red road sign rubbing on the top is clearly visible. Since then, Big Mom has two original red road signs history. Luffy, who was buried in making desserts, raised her head to refute upon hearing this. He is the man who is going to be the One Piece. Fortunately, Zoro had expected. He and Frankie stood by Luffy's side. Seeing that he was about to show up, they pushed him back into the cake. On the main table here, Sima D looked at the quiet girl next to Sanji. This person was Charlotte Pudding, who was going to marry Sanji, and she was a rare member of the Three-Eyed tribe. DJJ. The third eye of the Three-Eyed family is also horizontal. If it is vertical, it can cultivate a Erlang god. And at this moment, when Sanji saw Pudding, his eyes were full of love. It is obvious that Pudding is extremely fond of him. "Ah, my goddess. I will love you for the rest of my life," Sanji swore on the spot. Pudding had a strange expression on his face. 3 points of embarrassment, 3 points of helplessness, 3 points of confusion, and 1 point of embarrassment. Longing. The embarrassment is because I was confessed when I met for the first time, and I was obviously a stranger before. Helpless is that she can't resist this marriage, so she can only choose to obey the arrangement. Confused is that she was told that this marriage will no longer be acting, but will really marry the opposite person, bound to the Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. Asking for flowers, the last yearning. It is because she does not reject Sanji. She was disliked by Big Mom since she was a child, and she also longs to be loved by others. All kinds of emotional dumplings together. Pudding didn't know what he was thinking for a while, so he could only lower his head pretending to be shy. This made Sanji's heartbeat even more. So cute. So cute. Is this his future marriage partner? Love, love, love. Well, it seems that the two of you see each other right, Big Mom said gratifiedly. You have been getting in touch with each other in the past few days, and on the day of the wedding banquet, all the respectable people in this sea will come. Then don't embarrass me. 00. Yes. Mom. Pudding said with some fear. Leave Pudding to me without worry. Sanji's chest thumped loudly. At this very moment, he has completely forgotten about Sima D's plan, and really plans to marry Pudding as his wife. As for what to do next, feel sorry, he is in love with the brain, and now he doesn't think about that thing at all. But it is precisely because of his acting in his true colors that he has no flaws. Big Mom was very satisfied, but Katakuri, who was suspicious, let go of his guard for the time being. Sanji's love for his sister came from the bottom of his heart. This cannot be faked. Could it be? Was he suspicious? 56. Big Mom's courtship? System mutiny? Sanji's real performance makes Katakuri let down a little bit of guard. Big Mom has nothing to fear. She is so powerful that she will rebel against the Straw Hat Pirates at all. If there is, it will be fine to suppress it, but showing off your muscles is still necessary. Demon Buster, I heard that your Conqueror's Haki is very strong, Big Mom said excitedly when he saw Lai Shin. I wonder if it is stronger than my Conqueror's Haki? Talking, Big Mom directly released Conqueror's Haki, regardless of whether the surrounding people could bear it or not. 787. Sima D didn't expect Big Mom to be so casual, and they would fight as soon as they said it. But will he be afraid? Buzzing. The same top-level Conqueror's Haki collided above the main table, revealing that apart from the golden and blood-colored bodies, the aftermath of the collision trembled and the desserts on the main table fell one after another, and Katakuri sitting next to him also tried his best to release Conqueror's Haki, protect your younger brothers and sisters in it. But the action to protect my younger siblings is to use Conqueror's Haki to counteract Sima D's Conqueror's Haki, which is a bit of a suspicion. How could this Hancock stand it? Buzzing. Hancock has applied to join the battlefield. At that time, Hancock's Conqueror's Haki was only an intermediate level, and it was still a bit worse than the advanced Katakuri. The kind-hearted Shirahoshi couldn't see Hancock being bullied, and immediately released Conqueror's Haki, but she just slammed into Katakuri without knowing how to control it. She is also a senior Conqueror's Haki. Teaming up with Hancock and still being suppressed by Katakuri? But Katakuri couldn't pull the frame anymore, allowing Sima D and Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki to collide head-on, and a large amount of black was generated out of thin air to tear everything it touched. Vivi was also eager to try this scene, and Luffy was also interested. They are looking forward to the appearance of a new Conqueror's Haki, so that they can join the competition in a fair manner. There is none left. As the Big Mom pirate group of the Four Emperors group, only Big Mom and Katakuri have Conqueror's Haki. Everyone in Big Mom Pirates looked at Shirahoshi in amazement. Sima D and Hancock own Conqueror's Haki, and they're not surprised. But this little girl who looks weak and weak also has Conqueror's Haki. And it can still compete with Katakuri. It's outrageous. Sitting firmly on the Diaoyudai, Jinbei glanced disdainfully at the members of the Big Mom Pirates. People who have never seen the world, what is the fuss about? If you know, there are 8 awakened people in the Straw Hat group. There is a duck among them. I don't know how they will feel. It's strange. The old man actually thinks. The 4 emperors are nothing more than that. Old lady. When seeing the reward, Sima D's face was completely black. The young master has given you face, so don't make any excessive demands. As soon as you hear it, you will know what Sima D means. Jinbei muttered, 4.0 sensing that Big Mom's eyes were gradually turning off, Sima D hurriedly interjected. Sima D and Big Mom's Conqueror's Hockey collision is also gradually withdrawn, and Katakuri and others also gradually withdraw. Are you and Big Mom on the same team? Big Mom, you are also very strong. My Conqueror's Hockey is still a little bit weaker. Thank you for your mercy. This little one looks pretty good too. It's a pity. Big Mom shook his head and said, I wanted to give it a try. What kind of excellent children will be produced by our genetic combination? Well, I never imagined that besides Kaido, there would be someone else who could confront me with Conqueror's Hockey. Well, Big Mom stared at Sima D with satisfaction. Although Big Mom acted recklessly, he is still an old man. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Big Mom's courtship. Get the sign in reward. Please offer a flower duck. The difference is 2,800 plus more ducks. Perhaps it will be much better than Parasparrow and Katakuri. 57. Big Mom inoculation. Pudding's dowry. Add more 66,000 words, 14400 words. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene. Big Mom's courtship. And get the sign in reward. Big Mom's postpartum rapid recovery physique. Big Mom's postpartum rapid recovery physique. Big Mom, who gave birth to 85 children in 42 years, has automatically evolved a postpartum rapid recovery physique, which can obtain fat through a large intake of sugar, and transfer the weak state after childbirth. Sima D. This is simply outrageous, so F******** G disgusting, so disgusting. Are you sure this scene reward wasn't intended to disgust me? Sima D let out a long breath. Lousy 15 wants to be your ally, although it's fake, but you can't greedy my body. He stared at Big Mom coldly, and said word by word, don't mention this matter again, otherwise this ally doesn't matter. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked over nervously, talking to Big Mom in such a tone, will they really not be hammered? But, the strong and the strong have equal qualifications for dialogue. Big Mom didn't pay attention to Sima D's warning, but sighed regretfully. You and Kaido are the same, you obviously have such excellent genes, why don't you lend them to me? Big Mom sighed. Sima D's eyes turned cold, and there was already a vague murderous look overflowing. Damn. No matter how disgusting Lousy is, the follow-up famous scene is a big deal. Lousy doesn't want it, but he must do it. I will kill you, fat woman. Sima D's murderous intent was not concealed at all, and Big Mom and others clearly felt it. Now, instead, Katakuri, who had been wary of Sima D before, stood up and staggered the topic. I wonder how much the Straw Hat Pirates can provide regarding the potions of the Titan family. This is a step down. Big Mom still looks like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water, but there is no mention of vaccination. 10 tubes. Sima D said, 10 tubes can be provided every month, and it can be provided for free in the first year, and then resources will be exchanged for the follow-up. 10 tubes per month, 1 year is 120 tubes, and 120 titans can be produced. This has greatly exceeded expectations. Even in Elbaf, the number of titans is extremely small, and it is estimated that there are only a few thousand people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hated for such a long time because of Big Mom making such a fuss. Yes, the conditions offered by Sima D can be said to be extremely generous. But, then I don't know what the Straw Hat Pirates want. Parasparrow asked with his tongue hanging. The original history of the Red Road sign and 120 tubes of Titan medicine are extremely exaggerated as a betrothal gift, and our dowry is also extremely exaggerated. It can't be too little, otherwise Pudding won't be able to hold up his head in the future. The Big Mom Pirates also want to save face. It's impossible to just **street youth the Straw Hat Pirates for nothing. In this regard, Sima D said, the Straw Hat Pirates don't really need anything, why don't we just take a few more devil fruits that we don't need as a bride price? General material Sima D can be materialized, only this devil fruit. If someone has already used it, he cannot realize it. And no one uses. Feel sorry, there seems to be nothing worth asking for. Devil fruit? That's fine. Big Mom nodded and said, there are a few useless devil fruits, so I'll give them to you. Please don't get me wrong, it's useless Star Pirates. 000, Parasparrow explained. As you can see, our devil fruit abilities are mainly desserts, just like Beast's Pirates Love Zone same, so among those few devil fruits, there are still good abilities. Sima D nodded, expressing understanding. Anyway, it's just picking up a wool. It's best if you have the right one, if not, when the Big Mom Pirates disintegrated, wouldn't they still belong to them? This is equivalent to taking their things back as a dowry, what is Sima D happy about? Suddenly, the door of the grand banquet hall was kicked open, and a group of unexpected and reasonable people came to kill them. 58. Top knowledge color, judge is going to make trouble. The dowry is the only thing to be negotiated, sudden changes happen. Boom. The door of the grand banquet hall was kicked open, and Judge led the team to push a group of chess soldiers and biscuit soldiers, striding to the main table. Big Mom. We are also here to form an alliance. Why do we only accept the Straw Hat Pirates, but choose to ignore us Germa 66? Judge asked. That mighty yo. The previously bustling grand banquet hall was completely dry. Isn't this too brave? Oh, Sima D glanced at Sanji with interest, and used the mind link. If Big Mom wants to kill them, can you save them? Sanji looks gloomy. Obviously, I didn't expect Judge to be so brainless and directly question Big Mom. What qualifications does he have to question Big Mom? Germa 66. Even the Sea of the Weak like North Blue can only last for 66 days. Even if you have life-design blueprints in hand, for Big Mom, it is only a supplement for low-level soldiers. How can there be such high-end combat power as the Straw Hat Pirates? It really is. There is no B number at all. Just save Reiju. Sanji finally recovered. Judge didn't see it. As for the other three brothers. Feel sorry, they're just robots who don't have feelings for each other, they can't really be called brothers. Learn, Sima D folded her hands and prepared to watch the show. The spiritual communication is only 3 sentences and the reality is less than 1 second. Big Mom recovered from the brief stupor and once again confirmed that the person standing in front of him was not a strong man like Sima D. Then came the rage. The power belonging to the 4 emperors rises from her fat body, making everyone feel the pressure of Mountain Big. Who do you think you are? Big Mom said with a dark face, it's just a group of little boys from North Blue. Big Mom's words paused, and he looked at Sima D. Sima D smiled and said, you're welcome, Sanji and Vince Moke's family have severed ties, so, except for that young lady, please do as you please. Talking, Sima D opened the golden treasure house and sent a tube of Titan potion. This is Reiju's life money. Big Mom is very satisfied with Sima D's sense of humor. Then the momentum suddenly rose. The Conqueror's hockey slammed into Judge and the others as if they were real, and flew them out of the banquet hall like autumn leaves. Only Reiju stood there unharmed. Katakuri. You go out and give them a good lesson, let them know the majesty of the 4 emperors, Big Mom ordered. Don't disturb the interest of our distinguished guests. Yes. Mom. With a dark face, Katakuri turned into glutinous rice and melted into the ground. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the gate of the grand banquet hall, and closed the gate of the grand banquet hall with a wave of his hand. This is the ability transformed from Sima D's mind link, which can implant the picture you want the other party to see into the other party's brain, thereby creating a phantom that is close to real existence. It can be called a bug-level feature, but again, then, no matter in the other person's eyes, perception, or hockey, all channels for perceiving external information will really exist in this person. The subsequent scenes were extremely cruel, which made Sima D, who was scanning with mental power, very happy. Observation hockey breaks through from the advanced level to the top level like a broken bamboo, and advances all the way to the highest level. Ding! Congratulations on the sign in scene. Katakuri's high Logia elementalization, and get the sign in reward, Katakuri's top observation hockey. A bottleneck was broken, and Sima D realized that she had acquired a special feature, phantom implantation. Sima D's spiritual power has been greatly increased. Katakuri's top observation hockey, one of the Conqueror's hockey, which can sharpen the 5 senses and can detect the breath of surrounding creatures and changes in emotions. After reaching the top level, observation hockey may evolve characteristic. The monthly pass is only 1 plus more duck, 1 duck. Well, then. Katakuri is truly a talent who can use the glutinous rice fruit of Paramecia to develop elements that are close to Logia, and can also make the soft glutinous rice dry into Judge's high-tech spear. Another trump card, an ability that can only be used when fighting against opponents of the same level. For example, Sima D implanted a person. The bug effect is also bug-level consumption. Sima D has a hunch that if he uses this feature, observation hockey and mental power scan will be greatly compressed, and the diameter of the deployment may not exceed 100 meters. 59. Marriage and marriage, the perfect snake girl. Well. Big Mom seemed to be aware of it. Demon Buster, you seem to have realized something, and your strength has broken through again? As expected of the 4 emperors, this keenness is really pervert. It doesn't matter to Sima D. Said frankly, the predictive feature of Katakuri observation hockey is very interesting, and it made me realize the new feature. As for what features, Big Mom also understands that since Sima D didn't say anything, it's not easy for her to ask more questions. After all, as far as Sima D's current combat power is concerned, not to mention equal to her, at most it is slightly inferior. Tear. Big Mom looked fearfully at Brook who was not far away. She sensed the restrained power from the green flame in the eyes of this Bone Man. The homies who acted as attendants were all instinctively afraid that Brook would not dare to approach within a radius of 10 meters. Big Mom pondered for a moment, or 753 chose to turn a blind eye to Brook, and instead looked at Duke Inuarashi and shopkeeper Nekomushir who were silent from beginning to end. The 2 of you are the current kings of the Fur Clan, right? Big Mom said bluntly, I will make Lord Shang the 35th territory of the 10,000 kingdoms. Discuss with the 2 of you and choose one to be the minister. Compared to the equal dialogue with Sima D, the Duke of Inuarashi and the shopkeeper of the Cat Viper can't even do Jack the Drow, and they can't get into the eyes of Bigmom at all. What Lord of Day and Night, at most, she can get the position of a minister. More? No. This charity-like attitude does not mean to regard the Fur Clan as an important combat force. Although Duke Inuarashi and shopkeeper Nekomushir were angry in their hearts, they were relieved when they thought of the real plan, Sima D said. The old fat woman let you be arrogant for a few more days, and then you will return even your capital and interest, BFAF. Duke Inuarashi and the shopkeeper Nekomushir looked at each other. Duke Inuarashi stood up and said in a deep voice, "Then I will be in charge." Big Mom nodded and glanced at Parasparrow. Parasparrow immediately stepped forward and led Duke Inuarashi out of the banquet hall to arrange the position of the elephant owner. Sima D told the elephant owner before that he can temporarily obey the command of Duke Inuarashi, so he is not worried about the problem of not being able to command. As for the fact that the elephant owner never listened to the orders of the fur clan before. Titan Pokmas, who was a fur tribe, knew about it, but he only thought that Duke Inuarashi and the others had found a new way, so he didn't care about this detail. "I'm working hard there with my new partner Titan Opera Chow." Before the gate closes, Reiju also took the opportunity to escape from the banquet hall. Judge and the others were taken care of by Katakuri, and someone had to go to treat them. Large balls of glutinous rice emerged from the foot of the main table, condensing into the appearance of Katakuri. Mom, Judge and the others already knew they were wrong, and decided to let the fourth son, Yuji, marry us, Katakuri said in a deep voice. According to the original plan, Big Mom is planning to eat and wipe out Germa 66. Where is there any talk of marriage? 18.2. The sudden emergence of the Straw Hat pirates forced Big Mom to change his mind, although Sanji verbally said that he would cut off his blood relationship with Judge. After all, he broke the relationship between the bones and the flesh, pleading for Reiju. If this continues to implement the annexation plan, there is no guarantee that this fragile alliance relationship will be broken directly. Compared with Germa 66's clone soldiers and high-tech weapons, the Straw Hat pirates' high-end combat power and Titan potions are obviously much more important. Thought about it, Big Mom said, then let Joe Scarponi marry him. Yes, marry. Most of the Big Mom pirates only talk about marriage. Sanji used to be marriage, but now it has become a wife. This is the importance of strength. As for Charlotte Joe Scarponi, she is the 29th daughter of Big Mom and she is 20 years old this year. It's just right for Yongzi. But this guy belongs to the Snake Girl clan. Looking at the long neck girl standing in the corner, although she looks good, but the neck is as long as her height, Sima D can't help but feel curious. Tisk. I don't know if Yongji, a guy who has no feelings, can accept Joe Scarponi. Rao Sanji, who calls himself the Guardian Knight, can't help showing the expression of survival. Fortunately, the one who married him is not this snake girl. Otherwise, I'm sorry Sima D if I can't say it, I chose to go straight to the front. Thank you Mom. Joss Carboni said respectfully. Like a soldier carrying out an order, there is no shyness or joy in getting married. He is obviously smiling, but his attitude is so cold, it doesn't look like a serious person at first glance. On the contrary, he and Yongzi are considered a perfect match. 60. Seduce Sanji with cohabitation S*X. Eat meat in front of Big Mom. Big Mom greeted everyone to continue to eat and drink, and he also stuffed desserts into his mouth with big mouthfuls. Sima D took a few sips before putting down the cutlery. Wangguo's desserts are indeed very delicious, and they can be called first-class taste. As a carnivore, desserts and the like can be regarded as desserts at best, and it is a bit unaccustomed to eat them as a staple food. If others don't show face like this, Big Mom will get angry. But now Sima D. Well, is the dessert not to your liking? Big M.O.M. asked with concern. It's nothing, it's just that I'm more used to eating meat, Sima D said casually. Hearing that, everyone else couldn't help but look sideways. In Wangguo, I don't like to eat desserts, but it is also a violation of the law. The law of Big Mom. Big Mom was not as angry as before, but laughed out loud. Well, we can't leave our guests hungry, long bread. With the call of Big Mom, a little old whitebeard came running fast. Cuckoo, Big Mom, is there something that doesn't suit your appetite? As an old man who has been with Big Mom since she was 6 years old, the chief chef, Long Bakery, is also one of the founders of Big Mom Pirates, and he is one of the few people who can directly call Big Mom. Long bread, our guest wants to eat meat, you make it for him, Big Mom said. Oh, Long bread was quite surprised that at the banquet of Big Mom personally ordered to make food other than desserts? He took a few more glances at Sima D, and was about to turn around to make. Luffy shouted from a distance. I want to eat meat too. I want half a ton of meat. Good guy, meat is counted by the ton? Long bread glanced at Luffy, then at Big Mom. Do it for him, Big Mom agreed. Long bread was surprised again, even the people who were not sitting at the main table were so tolerant. Is this still the Big Mom he knew? Can't help but. He was a little curious about the identities of Sima D and Luffy. Watching the loaf go away, Sima D remembered this person. Those with the ability to eat fruits can turn any object into food, but the food created by this ability is not delicious, although it can fill the stomach. In the original book, the cake castle collapsed. When the Big Mom pirates were about to be wiped out, it was this little old man who inserted his sword into the venue, turned the top of the fallen cake castle into a soft cake, and saved the Big Mom pirates. It's just that he himself was not very lucky, he was not cushioned by the cake and landed hard, and almost died suddenly on the spot. Well, don't worry, the culinary skills of Long Bread are very good, Big Mom laughed and said. Although he is best at desserts, he can also cook other foods very well. Sima D smiled and nodded, disapprovingly. Can it be better than Sanji's? It turns out that ginger is still old and spicy. Oh, this barbecue, it's not worse than Sanji's. Sima D launched the golden right hand and found that the deliciousness of the barbecue in her hand has hardly changed, which is the performance of cooking all the flavors to ultimate. I can't help but give thumbs up to the long bread again and again. Not far away, Luffy is directly buried in the meat Yamanaka. Killing proves the deliciousness of Yamanaka with actions. Around, the members of Big Mom looked at the two people who were eating meat, and then looked at their sweet and greasy desserts. I was a little hungry for a while, ask for flowers. Everything is good in this 10,000 kingdoms, but the freedom of food. Never mind, I will cry if I continue. After a, both host and guest, banquet, Pudding and the Straw Hat Pirates live directly on Cake Island. There are still a few days before the wedding. During this time, everyone will stay here temporarily. Pudding smiled sweetly. I can see Sanji's distracted mind and Sima D's amazement. Who would have thought, is it really okay? Sanji asked with wide eyes. Sanji. Exactly, I don't want to continue going to sea without Sanji's cooking. Jinbei echoed seriously. What are you talking about? Our plan is not. The automatic subscription is 4 plus more ducks. How can Sanji refuse this? Sanji happily took Pudding away, leaving everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates staring at each other. Does this cute girl in front of you have a dual personality? This strange words, and Pudding suddenly said shyly. Sanji-kun, before getting married, in order to get to know each other better, can you live with me? Ah, no, we have to find a way to take Sanji and Pudding away together, Nami said firmly. 00 Usopp worried. Sanji won't be really seduced by S**X, right? Then our plan. How about the follow-up trip? It left Luffy a little confused. Of course, it's my mother's arrangement. Pudding looked away with a flushed face. Live together in advance. Right, it's just an alliance, not a marriage. I believe Big Mom can understand it. 61. Everyone is acting. Only Luffy is the real one. Add more 67,500 words. 14400 words. What are you talking about? Our plan is not. Luffy hasn't finished speaking yet. Frankie punches Usopp abruptly. You be *****D with a long nose. The last time you snatched my explosive fruit, you paid me 100 million berries. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Ah, I hit. Frankie's sudden violence made Luffy stunned. Say, when did Usopp snatch Frankie's explosive fruit? Didn't he strip it himself from who? Tay. Usopp 047 steals something from Frankie? Just look at Usopp, who is being beaten up now. Why is he? Hey, don't do it, Luffy said angrily. No matter what, as a partner, you can't fight among yourself. Luffy and Frankie went to compete, and Zoro also pushed the frame in the past. Temporarily control Luffy's big mouth. Sima D and Robin and others stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror and continued to discuss the alliance. Big Mom took good care of us today. It seems that they really want to form an alliance, Sima D said. HMPH, although I'm annoyed that she's greedy for your body, her attitude afterward was pretty good, and I can accept it, Robin said with his hands on his hips. From my point of view, it is most suitable to form an alliance with Big Mom. Jinbei said in a deep voice, Big Mom has a good relationship with Kaido, and with our current relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, there is only red hair pirates left. It's just right to take them under the knife. That's true. Crocus agreed, although that kid Shanks was once my partner, he was no longer a member of the Luogia pirates as he showed at the Summit War. The Four Emperors Regiment, we replaced it with the best. Hey, if it wasn't for them to sideline the Summit War, how would Marine dare to fight against me now? Sima D said angrily, this time he is fighting against the red hair pirates. After forming an alliance with Big Mom, all three of the four emperors, I won't help him. Let's see how he will die this time. Several people's conversations, in the mirror world. In the floor-to-ceiling mirror, a woman is recording it word by word. The guy who looks like an old witch heard her. She has a big red hooked nose, a scar on her face, long light purple hair and long nails, purple lipstick and nail polish. It was Charlotte Bray. In the original book, the mirror fruit ability user, which is regarded as the escape channel, can open and enter the world in the mirror by touching the mirror, and can freely shuttle through mirrors like the door fruit. Now, as a monitor, she came to check whether the Straw Hat Pirates came to find an alliance with Big Mom and whether they were sincere. According to current information, the Straw Hat Pirates are still very sincere. Suddenly, Sima D frowned and said, it's strange, I don't know why, I always feel like I'm being spied on. Usopp, are you using observation hockey with the see-through feature again? Perspective properties. Bree didn't know if this observation hockey could see her, but she decided to evacuate the mirror as a precaution. Then wiped off the sweat. As expected of a strong man whose mother would compromise, I just glanced at it from the corner of the eye through the mirror, and I was able to detect it. But hurry up and hand over this information to Crocus' big brother. The subsequent sudden actions were all acting for Bree. Real world, but to be on the safe side, Sima D. This is in the territory of Big Mom. Regarding the real plan, everyone should not mention too much, otherwise it will be exposed. Bree is gone. Nami. It's all Usopp, the 2.4 guy, what are you talking about? He was the one who discovered the spiritual force in the floor-to-ceiling mirror just now, and he was familiar with the many capable people of the Big Mom Pirates, so he immediately guessed that it was Bree who was eavesdropping. The difference between automatic subscription is 3 plus more ducks. Usopp. Don't talk about that. Luffy and Frankie are really fighting. This guy doesn't even know we're acting. Sima D confirmed that there was no spiritual energy in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, and then nodded to everyone. Sima D still uses telepathic link to chat. Everyone is acting, only you, Luffy, are the real ones. Debt repayment progress. 67,500 words. 14400 words. Everyone. One so with the mind link, I reminded Usopp to change the Huatu. So far it seems to be working fine. As expected of you, Luffy. Good guy. 62. A perfect match between cold-blooded and ice beauty. Bree was killed sooner or later. Katakuri room. Parasparrow is also here. Katakuri, do you think the Straw Hat Pirates really came to form an alliance? Parasparrow asked. Katakuri thought for a moment in silence, thinking about the details of the Straw Hat Pirates till now, finally. Still shook his head. The Straw Hat Pirates are very positive, but my hunch tells me, there is a problem. Well, Katakuri, your premonition is still trustworthy, but the alliance of the Straw Hat Pirates is too important for Mom to become the Pirate King. Parasparrow said helplessly. Let's wait for Sister Bree to come back. Katakuri nodded. Regarding Germa 66's marriage, what's your mother's opinion? Katakuri asked in a deep voice. I heard that Yuji is a reformed person with no feelings, if Yoshika Boni's sister married. Katakuri 15's words were full of worry. This guy only exposed his emotions in this way when he was beating his younger brothers and sisters. I think this is a good thing. Parasparrow stuck out his tongue. Joe Scarponi's character is cold. If he is replaced by a warm guy like Sanji, it will be more for Joe Scarponi's temperament difficult to get along with. And precisely because Yuji has no feelings, he doesn't even care about her appearance. So, it makes sense. Katakuri nodded helplessly. I don't know if it's because Big Mom chooses her husband only for race and strength and doesn't care much about appearance. Children born to Big Mom have more or less various problems. The strongest Katakuri is even more of a toad chin. Joss Carbone, though sweet in appearance, is an ice beauty with a long neck, and ordinary people are really unlucky to enjoy it. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room rippled, and Bree, who looked like an old witch, got out of it. Puff puff, Parasparrow big brother, Katakuri big brother, I brought back very important information. Katakuri. Parasparrow, although she is my sister. But Bree's smile. More like an old hag. Huh, Bree, what information, show me. Parasparrow changed the subject. Bu Lei didn't notice it at all, and handed over her information book as if offering a treasure. Parasparrow opened it in front of himself and Katakuri, and then closed it silently half a second later. The words are just like a person, it is too horrible to look at. Bray, you'd better dictate to us. I forgot to use the witch font I invented. Bree patted his head. I heard such exciting news, I didn't care about it. Then it's up to me to share this exciting news with the two big brothers. It's really exciting, Bree babbles, but just misses the point. If it wasn't for her own sister, never mind, darling, bear it. Finally, after Bree's long-winded talk, he finally got to the point. Puff puff. The devil killer of the Straw Hat Pirates has taken a fancy to Mom. Parasparrow stared at each other, have a crush on Mom? Although I don't want to admit it, but with her mother's honor, the Devil Slayer is blind. I fell in love with the relationship between Mom and Kaido. Bree gasped. Devil Slayer wants to use this alliance to build a relationship with Kaido, plus their original relationship with the Whitebeard Pirates, and this isolation interrupted his planned Red Hair Pirates in the middle of the Summit War, and then won the challenge of the Red Hair Pirates to become the new 4 emperors. Katakuri. Parasparrow. Hash, if you don't change your shortness of breath when you talk, you'll be beaten up by your big brother. But, the target of the Straw Hat Pirates turned out to be the Red Hair Pirates? 900. Because of the complicated situation on Summit War, Luffy didn't have much communication with Shanks. So not many people know that Shanks entrusted his Straw Hat, Arm, and Nika Fruit to a young boy. Therefore, Katakuri and Parasparrow still believe in Sima D's choice of Red Hair Pirates. After all, compared with the Big Mom pirate group, the 3-4 emperors, they all have a huge large ship group, not to mention Big Mom's soul fruit allows her to have a larger Homid's army. The crowd tactics alone can consume most of their combat power. In contrast, the Red Hair Pirates, who are also taking the elite route, are good targets, as long as the hard power is stronger than them. 63. Pudding. Is this guy a gentleman? But, with the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, it is still a little bit reluctant to challenge the Red Hair Pirates. Parasparrow frowned. With a small number of people, Red Hair Pirates can stand out among many elites and become the only 4 emperors without a large fleet. It is not that simple existence. These are not the issues we should pay attention to. Katakuri said in a deep voice. Since we can roughly confirm the intentions of the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are also the beneficiaries, then we should organize this wedding banquet properly. Right, Mom is really looking forward to the wedding cake, and if something goes wrong, I'm afraid it will make Mom feel like eating. Cravings. The 3 of Parasparrow all showed terror on their faces. For Big Mom under cravings, if they can't eat the food they want, they will go berserk and lose their rationality. Only the most instinctive reaction exists. Even sons and daughters can kill without hesitation. Brothers and sisters who died of mother cravings these years. But there are not a few. As for the wedding cake, I'll ask the chief chef of Long Bread. Parasparrow said cautiously. I'll take you to Parasparrow, big brother, Bree said courteously. Well, let's go. The two got into the mirror, leaving Katakuri thinking about something in place. A long time, Katakuri said quietly. Really, is it that simple? Katakuri's observation haki has been cultivated to ultimate. Although he can only predict the future for a few seconds, he has a beast-like intuition for certain things. Compared with the complicated human heart, Katakuri still trusts his intuition even more, but now since there is no evidence, Guangzhou Shiju Juju Big Mom will definitely not give up the alliance with the Straw Hat Pirates. So, I'll keep an eye on you, Demon Buster. Katakuri's intuition is vicious. You can tell at a glance who the core of the Straw Hat Pirates is. TIR. I found that Sima D's goal was not pure from beginning to end. That night, in Pudding's boudoir, Pudding looked at Sanji incredulously. Some couldn't believe that he was still a pig face before, but he could be a. Are you really going? Pudding said pitifully. Is there something I did wrong that made you angry? No, of course not, Miss Pudding. You will always be perfect in my heart, Sanji hurriedly said. Just as a gentleman, even though Miss Pudding is my fiancée, before the engagement ceremony, for you I can't stay here with you because of your reputation. This guy turned out to be a gentleman. How does this make Pudding figure out? Obviously not long ago, he looked like a pig brother who wanted to lick the soles of his feet, and he was justified in asking him to stay overnight? It's amazing. Originally, Pudding was planning to find an opportunity to stun Sanji when she was sleeping at night, and then use her memory fruit ability to read Sanji's memory to determine the real purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates. But who can talk to them is just a step away. Sanji is suddenly a gentleman. Happily, for her pure character design, Pudding can't refuse Sanji's proposal. In the end, he could only agree with and watch Sanji leave. Next second, Bree got out from the floor-to-ceiling mirror and suggested, why don't I call someone and just knock him out? No, Pudding subconsciously refused. Why? Bree wondered. Pudding also reacted, strange huh? Why would she refuse directly? Because of. Did Sanji's sudden gentleman at the end touch her heart? No, Sanji's strength is very strong, armament haki has reached an advanced level, and he is also a Logia gas fruit capable user. Even if Katakuri's big brother makes a move, it is difficult to guarantee that he will be knocked out without making a fuss and will startle him. Grass, ha ha ha. Hat pirates. Pudding explained, but it seems more like covering up his inner thoughts. Bree, on the other hand, didn't doubt him, and nodded knowingly. Although Sanji also used the ability of the invisible fruit in Summit War, Sanji is now in an elementalized state, which is also invisible, and ordinary observation haki can't capture him at all. So nagging, no one doubted that he would have the ability to have two devil fruits. 8SS64. Mental Powerbomb. If you don't agree, let's go heads up. Sanji hummed a little song and returned to where the Straw Hat Pirates were. Because of the unique nature of pirates, so the Straw Hat Pirates were assigned suites, with the hall and kitchen in the front, and rows of rooms in the back like a hotel. So the news of Sanji's return was heard by most of the people. Yo, you're such a perverted cook, you're willing to come back? Zoro asked in surprise. Humph. Idiot chrysanthemum, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't care about you. Sanji continued humming a little song. Cut. It seems that I have been satisfied. B*******. D. What are you talking about? Sanji was furious suddenly. Miss Pudding is not such a casual woman. We just had a heart-to-heart chat this afternoon. Zoro didn't speak, but the expression on his face showed disbelief. How else would you be so moist? Could it be? Just touching your little hands makes you so satisfied, right? Damn it. No empty domain, oxygen is pumped away. Zoro couldn't be calm anymore, so he hurriedly left Sanji's control at 280 degrees, took a deep breath, drew his sword and was about to fight Sanji. Squeak. A door opened, and Sima D looked helplessly at the two people who were at war. Waved, the forbidden magic domain was opened, and the oxygen that had been taken away refilled the space. It's good to be back. Sima D nodded to Sanji. Pudding is a person with memory fruit ability, and can view and cut other people's memories, so if there is nothing wrong, it's better not to spend the night with him. Hearing this, Sanji was taken aback. It was the first time he knew Pudding's ability. The rationality that was lost only because of the love brain suddenly returned. Memory fruit. Why is it that no one else, just Pudding who has the memory fruit, is arranged to be his fiancé? TB. Previously, Pudding seemed to be very surprised that he didn't stay overnight. Just thought for a moment, Sanji just shook his head and said, I believe Miss Pudding, she won't harm me. Even if it is true. Then it must be the brutal big mom who forced her. Okay, it's been a few seconds since my sanity returned, but my love brain has taken up the top score again. Fortunately, Sima D had already expected it. It doesn't matter, I set a taboo in your brain. If someone wants to touch your memory, it will automatically explode and blow up your memory, and you will not be able to check anything at that time. Hey. What the hell? Sanji is still waiting to ask, but Tong Maddie has already closed the door. Hey, don't go. Come out and make it clear. Sanji stepped forward and knocked on the door. But Sima D ignored him at all. Zoro on the side also laughed when he saw this. You deserve it. I'm really looking forward to it. You have become a fool. I wonder if you will be so perverted? Zoro mocked. Idiot Liu Kai. I'm very annoying now, don't come looking for me. Hey, why don't you accept, BFFC, heads up? You think I'm afraid of you? Come. Let's go. Soon, on the open space outside the house, the two performed a full martial arts exercise. Devil form explosive kick. One sword, death, lion song. This night, Cake Island has been echoing with the sound of explosions, and everyone knows how terrifying the combat power of the two second-in-commands of the StrawHat pirates is. Those are existences that can rival Perisparrow. While everyone admired the combat prowess of the two, they were also thinking that if the deputy is so powerful, what about the more famous Demon Buster and Luffy as the captain? And former One Piece crew member Crocus. There are two former 7 warlords of the sea and Jinbei. This luxurious lineup seems to be enough to compete for the 4 emperors. Early the next morning, it wasn't until the furious Nami rushed out of the room, caught the two of them and beat them up, that the quarrel ended hastily. Sanji is ready for breakfast, looking at Sima D helplessly. Although there is nothing wrong with it, it seems that she has asked everything. Blow up memory or something, shouldn't it be true? Okay, don't look at me with that kind of resentful woman's eyes, Sima D said with a smile. Do you really think I will do that kind of thing? Plant a spiritual bomb in the head of my companion? Sanji didn't speak. Tricky thing, Sima D either don't do or do activities. That would be really deceitful, Sima D. Well, it is indeed a spiritual bomb. The difference between automatic subscription is 3 plus more ducks. 0.65. Blackbeard is eyeing the fruit of words. The wedding is going to be lively. Add more 69,000 words, 144000 words. Well, it's true that a mental powerbomb was planted. Sima D shrugged and said, but it's not aimed at you, but against the intruder. If Pudding really wants to manipulate your memory, the mental power will be blasted. Sanji's complexion changed, but he didn't say much. Sima D also said, it is Pudding who wants to manipulate his memory and the mind, force bomb will take effect. FFLX. As long as Pudding is not distracted, there will be no problem. B. Could it really not be? Sanji knows it all. Otherwise, do you really think there is such a gentleman who can sit still? He had predicted Sima D's prediction a long time ago, and he didn't want to hurt Pudding, so he resolutely chose to leave. It seems that you know it too, and thought that your lust was really deceived by lard, Zoro joked. Sanji didn't contradict Zoro this time, but... Ba. B ******* D. Why is there a dead snake in my drink? Zoro sprayed the whole thing in one sip. Oh, that's the new product that D told me about, Lion Majesty Bubble Wine, fighting fire with fire, Sanji laughed. Are you an idiot? You believe that too? Zoro was furious. Huh? Sima D raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning me? Don't think I can't hear you if you scold me in your heart. Don't forget that I have a soul link. Sima D angrily said, snake wine is a tradition in our hometown. That's right, Chlorella head, this is obviously looking down on you, my god, Sanji fired at the side. But, Sima D glanced at Sanji with a half smile, giving Sanji a bad feeling. I was about to run away, but, time pause, I wish you well. I wish you happiness. 2 lights, the two reached the pinnacle of their physical bodies, and they groaned in vain. Made pure Shirahoshi blush. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Katakuri and Perisparrow did not show up during this time, and other Big Mom members were also busy with their feet on the ground. This is the alliance ceremony between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Also comes with a Jamal 66. It can be said that it is the most talked about big news in Haishang recently. Of course. Some are happy and some are sad. The world government is very fond of this strong alliance, but there is nothing to do about it. The 5-star old man said in a deep voice, we must not let them form an alliance smoothly. Let Stussy go to the wedding venue and wait for the opportunity to destroy the wedding. It is best to make them turn against each other directly. Having said that, Stussy is just the queen of the pleasure district. For an existence like Big Mom, it is still a little bit of identity, and it is difficult to operate. Irksing Lao frowned. Stussy's undercover identity is very important, and it is wrong to expose it so hastily. Wisdom. Then why don't we just sit back and do nothing? Let Big Mom grow like this? Wuxing asked. Old Irksing remained silent, a long time. The old star still sighed. It's a pity that the attack on Marijoy was too sudden not long ago. Although the 5 of us stopped it together, we were injured respectively. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity to destroy the Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. The other 4 couldn't help but grit their teeth. That daring gangster, don't you have any clues yet? Oh, of course it's the best. The difference between automatic subscription is 3 plus duck 1? FFLX. At this time, the tone on the other side was obviously dissatisfied, but he didn't attack. At present, according to what he said, he is born different from ordinary people, and has 3 hearts, so he can hold 3 devil fruit demons. But I feel like he's lying. Debt repayment progress. 69,000 words, 144000 words. The one who was expelled by Sima D, Marine, and the Revolutionary Army, Doflamingo. Has the intelligence of Sima D's Grand Alliance been exposed? Lie or not, if it's just something like being born with 3 hearts, it's of no value to world politics. 5-star's eyes flickered, but he didn't respond to the topic. Instead, he asked, has the information about Blackbeard's ability to possess a second devil fruit been obtained? This laugh. The nearest 5-star old man picked up the phone, and the white phone bug turned into an unexpected image. It was. No one answered. Be sure to find out this information. If you succeed, world government can help you complete the goal agreed at the beginning at any cost. It's been confirmed that Blackbeard is eyeing the demon killer's word spirit fruit, and it will appear at this wedding. The visitor laughed wildly. I will deliberately expose the information at that time to make the scene chaotic. You need to send more with some combat power. 2B will kill the demon nemesis this time. The white phone bug on the conference table rang, causing the 5 elders to look over. .66. Dover's plan. Careerists hold a meeting. Has the intelligence of Sima D's Grand Alliance been exposed? Doflamingo. Wuxing Lao suddenly said in a concentrated voice. About why you escaped from Darius Rosa, and you are still in the toy form of a childlike fruit. What are you hiding? Listen to what this means. Doesn't Doflamingo seem to be blowing out Sima D's big league stuff? Doflamingo said with a strange smile. It's about my own life, 5-star old man. You'd better stop asking and focus on the wedding banquet here. Well, if I can kill the demon buster, then I will definitely exchange this information for 520 to get a satisfactory reward. Yes. With Doflamingo's willing personality, how could he send information to the world government for free? Even if Doflamingo hated Sima D to the bone, he wouldn't make a bad deal. Doflamingo, are you sure you want to bargain with us? The 5-star old man said impatiently. If the information you give is valuable enough, I can allow you to return to celestial dragons. Isn't this what you have always wanted the most? The other side was silent. Doflamingo still regretted everything. Let's talk about it after the death of the demon buster. Gotcha. It was hung up directly. The 5-star old man hung up the phone bug with a dark face, and looked at the other 4 people. What do you think of Doflamingo? Ponder for a moment. Daxing was not sure. It seems that as long as the information Doflamingo has is leaked, even if he becomes the celestial dragons, he will not be able to keep him as a StrawHat pirates. It seems that he can't be allowed to be like this. The StrawHat pirates really can't. But if you add the all-pervasive Revolutionary Army and Marine, the representative of the Sea Force, it will be completely different. Thinking to no avail, Elder Erksing raised another question. Recently, Marine has a lot of expenses, and there is also a mysterious bounty team that has arrested many pirates in exchange for bounties, and the financial pressure is very high. Why don't you divert some from the cost of those waste? Samsung Old suggested. No. Big Star shook his head and vetoed. Those trash can't do anything, but if we reduce their expenses, it can also make us unable to do anything. Increase the gold in the sky. Seconded. Doflamingo here, still a toy. He stood on Pika's palm and watched Torrible hang up the phone bug. Dover, I said, why don't you sell the news to the world government? Torrible asked strangely. No. Doflamingo shook his head and said, the StrawHat pirates have a close relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, and now they are about to form an alliance with the Big Mom pirates, and in disguise, they are also friends with the Kaido pirates. That StrawHat kid is Shanks' pick again. Now it's getting involved with Marine and the Revolutionary Army again. If we offend them to death, there will be no place for us in this sea other than the Holy Land Marijoy. But can the world government, which has lost the greatest combat power of Marine, really solve the tripartite alliance of Marine, Revolutionary Army, and pirates? I don't want to be caught in the urn, on the contrary. If one day a war to overthrow the world government really starts, then that is our chance. What a chance to recreate our ancestors and become the first generation of celestial dragons. Oh, is there such an interesting thing? Just a few feet away from them in a different dimension, Teach is staring at Doflamingo and the others with piercing eyes. Thanks. The monthly ticket voted for, repaying the flowers, today must be updated. At the moment he is trying on a suit. She. That's right, Doflamingo said with a smile. Only by making this sea messy enough can we have a chance. As for Sanji. But the young master, Baby 5 wondered. Then why do we seek refuge with Blackbeard? Shouldn't we hide in the dark and wait for the right time? 1.2. All the members of the StrawHat Pirates will be Sanji's best man, and they will dress up to support him. Thief ha. Devil Slayer, let me take your devil fruit and set off a wave of revolution instead of you. Sima D didn't know that because of a Doflamingo, the upcoming wedding banquet battle had turned into a great battle of careerists. All of them are masters with great ambitions. Although this wedding is fake, you have to do a full set of acting, right? He, Doflamingo, is destined to become the king of the new era. As everyone knows, this era is called Blackbeard. I guess, the young master wants to take advantage of the situation. Diamante guessed. Doflamingo turns weak and crazy, but he has a big plan. 67. Sign into the mirror world. Big Mom borrowed again? Hey. Does my suit go well with Pudding's wedding dress? Sanji asked Sima D expectantly. Sima D. This guy really seems to be planning to marry Pudding. It also suits his love brain. But, if it is Pudding who was hated by Big Mom since childhood, maybe they can forgive them for killing their mother and killing Big Mom to set her free? This matter is really uncertain. After all, blood is thicker than water, isn't it? We can only look at Sanji's own creation. Yeah, super handsome. Sima D nodded perfunctorily. Sanji didn't hear it, and happily ran to the next door to ask for Pudding's opinion. Zoro leaned over and gestured with his gaze. Sima D opens the soul link. Zoro. Emperor, does that color cook seem to be 15 serious? Sima D shrugged helplessly. Zoro. FK, who is he really going to marry? Sima D. Let him go, after all, you may only get married at this place in this life. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched. Is this a good blessing? At this time, a person walked out of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. It was Katakuri with half of his face hidden in the scarf. After 3 days of investigation, everyone in the Big Mom Pirates also gradually regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as own people. Many devil fruit abilities are no longer hidden. Emperor, Mom invited you over to discuss matters, Katakuri said in a deep voice. Oh, let's go. Sima D followed Katakuri and walked into the mirror world for the first time. Ignored the outrageous-looking Bree, Sima D looked at the intricate road, a little curious. How did they remember the route? Ding. Congratulations on the sign-in scene. Second small world mirror world. And get the sign in reward. The Demon Mask of Gemini's Sacred Cloth. The Demon Mask of the Saga Gemini's Sacred Cloth. It is the final form of the sacred clothing closest to the sacred clothing, and it is also a dream form. The Devil Mask is one of the components of the Gemini Sacred Cloth. It has no special effect when used alone, and the ability can be activated only after collecting all the parts of the Gemini Sacred Cloth. Rewards have been stored in the system space. It turned out to be the second part of the sacred garment of Gemini? If so, the masks of the devil and the angel are all together, and that's all that's left. 4-winged angel wings, 4-winged demon wings, helmets, shoulder armor, knee armor, chest and plastron, arm guards, leggings, and combat boots. There is a long way to go, but it's not incomprehensible when you think about the power of the sacred clothes of Gemini. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Katakuri asked calmly. No, it's just that I suddenly thought of some ideas for the development of new moves, Sima D answered. Oh, can you tell me something? Katakuri asked directly. Sima D also did not expect that Katakuri would be so unscrupulous to ask for advice, referred to as shameless. Is it possible to talk casually about other people's fruit ability development ideas? But, it's not that Katakuri cannot be taught. I just thought that Katakuri's glutinous rice fruit is similar to Luffy's rubber fruit to a certain extent. You can also copy many of the moves he uses. Sima D joked. In previous lives, Katakuri copied Luffy's fighting moves one-to-one, but was ridiculed by the Haimeas. Oda was lazy and didn't think of new moves for Katakuri, so he copied them directly. Katakuri nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. His observation haki has been cultivated to ultimate, while Conqueror's haki and armament haki cannot be improved overnight. If you want to improve your combat effectiveness in a short period of time, you can only work hard on the development of Devil Fruit's ability. What Sima D said is a good idea, Katakuri said politely. This is really listening to the 580, Sima D said. Then you must not be Street UTED in vain. Immediately asked. The world in the mirror looks complicated, how did you manage not to get lost in it? The placement of these mirrors is regular. Katakuri explained. The direction of the exit of the mirror is consistent with the position of the mirror in reality, so I don't remember the world in the mirror, but the real world. The layout, practice makes perfect. I see. Talking room. The two came to a mirror, and Katakuri walked through Sima D first to follow, and came to Bigmom's boudoir. Sima D suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could it be that Big Mom came to me this time too? Bringing up old things again, to borrow seeds? 68. Big Mom and Kaido's abacus, Red Hair Pirates Doomsday. Well, you're here, Devil Buster. Big Mom laughed and said, I'm looking for you this time. Wait, Sima D said with vigilant eyes. If you dare to say that you like me, then I will not be polite. When Sima D's voice fell, Sima D saw it clearly. Big Mom showed resentful eyes. I go. Both Sima D and Katakuri were shocked. The difference is. Katakuri was shocked because Big Mom showed the appearance of this little daughter. Sima D is outraged by being disgusted. Is it killing? I just said a word. You are so disgusting. What am I trying to do? Well, I got it. Big Mom said angrily. Then tell you another matter. Sima D. So just now you really plan to bring up the old matter again? Sima D suppressed her nausea and listened to what Big Mom said. But it was Big Mom's whim, and after discussing with her brother Kaido, she had a bold idea. With the relationship between your Straw Hat Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, I don't need them to take action, as long as they remain neutral is enough. At that time, Kaido and I will fight together to clean up the other pirates in New World. Quote. And the Red Hair Pirates and their territory will be handed over to you, the Straw Hat Pirates, to take over. As long as the plan goes well. Without Shanks, the 4 emperors who are dedicated to maintaining the so-called order, our 4 royal groups joined forces to drive Marine out of New World, and we can each establish a new country in New World. At that time, we will compete with the world government, and they will only be expelled to the first half of the Grand Line. Sooner or later, they will be replaced. Sima D is absolutely unexpected. Big Mom and Kaido, do they still have such ambitions? Rule the world? To be frank, Sima D was not very interested. But, learn about the strategy of slowing down the army. Sima D pretended to think a lot, then nodded slowly. I have no objection to this, but for us without a large fleet, the distribution of benefits is a bit unreasonable. Sima D said. Compared to guarding the territory in New World, our Straw Hat Pirates actually prefer keep sailing and take a look at Raftel. Sima D watched Big Mom's reaction the whole time. Big Mom did not have much reaction, really. Big Mom is the same as Whitebeard. Although they keep saying that they want to become One Piece. They don't actually pursue the position of One Piece too much. Otherwise, how could it be possible that Big Mom did not go to Ohara to find scholars to interpret the original history from the beginning to the end? To know the original history of Luojia's Red Road sign, or a rubbing copy stolen from Big Mom. This means, Big Mom has long dominated the existence of one side, and before Luojia became famous, he was already a big pirate. Otherwise, Luojia will not steal carefully, instead of robbing in a brazen way. After all, Big Mom is different from Whitebeard, brutal and bloodthirsty is just the target that Luojia can crusade. Because Luojia knows, he won't take advantage of the war with Big Mom, at least he will suffer heavy losses. But in Luojia's time, Ohara was fine. 2. Big Mom is determined to create a country where everyone is equal, and has developed into a local rich man in the New World enclosure, only wanting to continue to expand the territory to become a hegemon. It is obviously unrealistic for a land-rich man, who encloses land to do Luojia's kind of adventure without a fixed place. Yes, regarding Sima D's suggestion that the Straw Hat pirates will continue sailing and attack One Piece, Big Mom did not show much emotional fluctuation. Well, so you want the original historical copy in my collection? Big Mom asked back with narrowed eyes. Qian Wang Zhao. In this regard, Sima D said, feel sorry. In fact, in the past 2 days, he has used mental power to scan and share the 3 historical originals in Big Mom's collection with Robin through a spiritual link and completed the analysis. But, scanned by mental power, it cannot be counted as a certificate for the sign in scene. So toilet, Sima D still has to find a reason to go and see it with her own eyes. Isn't this an opportunity? 69. Conflict broke out. If you want to fight, fight to the end. Add more 71,000 words, 144,000 words. Sima D planned to wait until Big Mom was killed, so she would have time to take a quick look. But there is no guarantee that someone will take advantage of the chaos and steal the 3 originals of Big Mom's history. Avoid long nights and dreams, then take advantage of this opportunity to sign in and get the reward first. So, that's right. Sima D looked directly into Big Mom's eyes and said, alliance with Big Mom. Besides isolating the Red Hair Pirates, I also want to obtain the original history of the Red Road sign in the hands of you and Kaido. Wen Yan. Big Mom looked gloomy, showing no signs of happiness or anger. Katakuri stepped back calmly and stood in front of the mirror. Boy, you are really brave. Sima D didn't care at all. B1997G Mom, in order to realize the entry of the Titans into the world, even Pound's kind of stuff can be talked about, for the purpose of giving birth to a child of the Titans. Explain the fact that Pound just has a big face and doesn't have the genes of the Titan family. Now that Sima D is holding the potion of the Titan clan, the worst thing he can do is get a few reprimands from Big Mom. It is absolutely impossible to turn his face directly. As predicted, well, how bold. It's been a long time since I met someone who dared to talk to me like that. Big Mom laughed and said, you want the original history of the Red Road sign? No problem. You just need to be and my daughter choose one of them to marry, and I'll show you right now. Sima D. BFEA. Although not all of Big Mom's daughters are crooked. There are also beauties like Charlotte Garrett, Charlotte Pullum, Charlotte Smoothie. Big Mom, are you kidding me? Sima D said with a dark face. All the ones I like are over 30 years old, and the only one who looks good at the right age is Pudding, and the others, ha ha. This didn't have any polite comments, and Katakuri couldn't help frowning. What Sima D said is indeed true, but don't be so rude. It made Big Mom laugh. Well, isn't it easy? Then make Pudding yours. Buzzing. Sima D's abrupt Conqueror's haki erupted, which caught Big Mom and Katakuri in awe. Immediately, Big Mom also broke out Conqueror's bully in Sima D's confrontation. The red and gold Conqueror's haki condensed the essence, tearing the ground and furniture of Big Mom's boudoir mercilessly. But Katakuri only felt like a small boat deep in the sea. Sima D and Big Mom's strong Conqueror's haki made him desperate. Katakuri looked at Sima D in horror. It was hard to imagine that this young man, who was no older than himself, could compete with Big Mom's Conqueror's haki. Why did Sima D explode suddenly? Big Mom. Sima D snapped. Even if you don't care about your children's feelings, but now Pudding is Sanji's favorite person. I don't allow you to change Pudding's fiancé so casually. Katakuri froze. He never expected that Sima D would explode because of this. Oh, what if I insist on the choice I just made? Big Mom threatened with a black face. This made Katakuri wake up. Mom is going to get angry? God, don't disobey mother's order, otherwise. That's your mother, Sima D yelled angrily. I don't want to talk nonsense about your family affairs, but if you want to impose your will on our fellow Straw Hat Pirates, then you have to fight. My Straw Hat Pirates will accompany you to the end. 70. The 3 views follow the 5 senses. The potential of the 3-eyed race. You want to fight? My Straw Hat Pirates will accompany you to the end. Boom. The blood-red flame shot out from Sima D's body, which is the sign of the opening of the 10 times limit Kaiwangchen. Feeling Sima D's rising terror, Katakuri's complexion changed drastically. It is an existence that he cannot beat. Big Mom also felt Sima D's terrifying aura, and the original color of anger became cloudy and uncertain. She did not expect Sima D can be so domineering in front of her. Even if you tear your face apart, don't you want your companion's feelings to be dominated? Although Big Mom can't understand this kind of ridiculous friendship. But Sima D's performance, as well as his Titan potion, are enough for Big Mom to weigh in carefully. Both Katakuri and Sima D are looking at Big Mom, waiting for her final decision. Is it to fight? Or with? One after another figures also appeared around. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates divided into two camps tacitly with each other, and they were also waiting for the result. Among them, Sanji suffered the most. Why are you about to make a move all of a sudden? Obviously he is about to attack Pudding, with this in mind. Sanji looked at Pudding, who was hiding behind Charlotte Owen in embarrassment, wanting to see Pudding's reaction. To be frank, Pudding is also a little tangled now. These days, Sanji's gentleness that is different from ordinary people, her perfect cooking skills that are different from desserts, and her meticulous care for her are all things that she enjoys when she was bullied by her brothers and sisters when she was young. It's just like, do you have an old father who loves you? Pudding was quite happy when Perospero told her that this time she was not setting an ambush, but actually married and became Sanji's wife. Occasionally, I still fantasize about a better future. Just like Capone Beige and Chi Feng's sister are so affectionate. 18. Why at this moment, Mother will conflict with the Straw Hat Pirates? Pudding, Charlotte Dafu said in a deep voice. You must always remember that you are the daughter of Big Mom and a member of our Big Mom family. Don't let the big brothers down. Needless to ask, this is hitting her. Pudding hasn't responded yet. Sanji was the first to get angry, the one playing with peas. Sanji said angrily, Pudding is my fiancé. How dare you? Enough. Pudding suddenly clenched her fists and shouted with all her strength. Her lowered head suddenly lifted, revealing her third eye. Between the Big Mom family and Sanji, she finally made a choice. But she doesn't want to say anything too heartless, so she just hopes that Sanji will be like everyone else, feel sick when seeing her third eye, and stay away from herself. This is also the prejudice that Pudding has been instilled by Big Mom all the year round. In the original book, Big Mom refers to himself as Doran. I firmly believe that as long as Pudding, who is a three-eyed tribe, opens her third eye, Sanji will be frightened into a daze, and that is the best time for Pudding to shoot. B. What everyone present didn't expect was that Sanji, who has always taken the responsibility of protecting the lady, followed the five senses with his three views. Asterisk 010117112415110112490. As long as Pudding is cute enough, what about having an extra eye? What beautiful eyes, Sanji said with a look on his face. Pudding sauce, so you still have such beautiful eyes. Why didn't you show them to me before? It's really fascinating. Everyone was stunned. Leaving aside the people from Big Mom, even the Straw Hat Pirates are a bit unacceptable. The extra eyes are indeed too different. But soon, they have wandered around many magical countries, seen the world of the light and monster Lu Li, and soon accepted the setting of three-eyed race. Robin even popularized. Three-eyed people are very rare. It is said that if all their third eyes are opened, it seems that they can get an incredible power. Oh, is Pudding sauce so powerful? Sanji was surprised again. Wow, like Tay and Usopp, they can shoot light from their eyes? Chopper guessed. Maybe. Usopp nodded. I said, are you paying attention to the wrong issue? Zoro said helplessly. Still fighting now. Time to discuss this stuff? While opposite. Pudding is still in shock. She never expected that Sanji would not dislike her appearance at all, and even expressed his love directly. This is something Pudding never imagined. Daifuku, who warned Pudding just now, was also silent. 71. Sign in the original history. Famous scene triple hit. It is true that their relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates is unknown, but he is also Pudding's big brother. Pudding has been ostracized since she was a child because of her three-eyed identity, and now she finally meets someone who really likes her. Let's wait for the news from Mother, Perospero said with a final word. After all, war or peace, these people don't count, it all depends on the meaning of Big Mom. The voice fell. The rampant Conqueror's hockey collisions have finally stopped. Everyone's expression is concentrated, it's time for results. A few minutes later, 803, boom. The gate, battered by Conqueror's hockey's collision, fell down, revealing Sima D pushing the door open. Sima D scratched his head and looked at Katakuri behind him. Ah, how is the door of your house so fragile? Isn't it because you and Mom made such a big fuss? Recalling the scene just now, Katakuri couldn't help but look at Sima D with lingering fear. How could he be tough with his mother on Conqueror's hockey? It really is. Incredibly strong. Such a strong person. If it is not known that the Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are allied to isolate the Red Hair Pirates and attack the Four Emperors. It's hard to believe that the Straw Hat Pirates with such combat power exist. Why did they ally with the Big Mom Pirates? Judging by their strength, it's not bad if you don't hit the door directly. Okay, it's all right. Katakuri looked at everyone in Big Mom, and said in a deep voice, it was just that my mother was happy to see Lai Shin, and she competed with Emperor in Conqueror's hockey, so let's break up. Call. Great. I thought I was going to fight the Straw Hat Pirates. The little brother with the long nose is quite interesting to brag about. I really don't want to hack him to death with my own hands. Everyone in Big Mom breathed a sigh of relief. It can be seen that the Straw Hat Pirates put pressure on them. Pudding also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes suddenly darkened, and when he raised his head, he found Sanji standing in front of him, his eyes full of pity. Sorry, just now, before the words came out, she was pulled into Sanji's arms.
Don't be afraid, I'm here for everything, Sanji said firmly. This gave Pudding great comfort. He stopped talking and hugged Sanji back silently.
The children of Big Mom next to them looked at this scene with different expressions. To have a love that loves oneself, and is allowed by Big Mom, this is a luxury to the extent of a dream in Big Mom Pirates. Children's affection? Non-existent. It's just Big Mom's tools to realize the dream of reunion of all nations, and fight for hegemony in the sea. So now Pudding can meet someone who loves her and is satisfied with Big Mom. It made many big brother sisters smile. Certainly, there are also jealous ones. But there is Sima D who dares to confront Big Mom and is still unscathed standing here. These people dare not show it. Robin, come with me. Sima D beckoned and said, Big Mom agreed to let us see the original history, but you have to give her a copy. Just translate a copy and fool around. Robin nodded in understanding, and walked towards Sima D with long legs. Emperor. Shirahoshi said weakly. I can also take a look. I wanted to see the original history of the Red Road sign since I was very young, but... The Straw Hat Pirates know the reason. There's nothing wrong with that, come on, Tong Ma Di laughed. Robin also turned around with a smile and took Shirahoshi's hand, giving her great courage to come to Sima D's side. Sima D looked at Katakuri. Lead the way. Come with me. Katakuri turned and led the way.
The others also left one after another, tacitly ignoring Sanji and Pudding who were embracing each other. The sour smell of love makes people stay away from them.
History is originally in the treasure house guarded layer by layer, even with Katakuri leading the way. It took a long time to get the green light all the way. After half an hour, 5.9 I finally saw the 3 historical originals collected by Big Mom. 2 ordinary historical originals and 1 the original Red Road sign history. Sima D intentionally controlled her gaze, signing in one by one from left to right. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. Historical original Edelman battle record. Get the sign in reward. 72. Gold cloth. Death is also a negative state. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. History original. Edmund battle record. And get the sign in reward. 4-winged angel wings with Gemini's sacred cloth. The 4-winged angel wings of the saga Gemini's sacred cloth. It is the final form of the sacred clothing closest to the sacred clothing, and it is also a dream form. The 4-winged angel wings are one of the components of the Gemini sacred clothing, and there is no special effect when used alone, and all the parts of the Gemini sacred clothing must be collected to activate the ability. Rewards have been stored in the system space. Good. It was a good start. I am looking forward to the day when the sacred clothes of Gemini are gathered together. What kind of brilliance will bloom in the world of pirates?
Super Saiyan form plus Gemini sacred clothes, it will be cool. Continue. Ding. Congratulations to the sign in scene, original history Uranus Apocalypse. For signing in reward 15 inches Seiya broken Sagittarius golden cloth. Seiya's Sagittarius golden saint cloth. It is made of legendary sacred materials, and the golden holy cloth is the strongest battle clothes worn by the 12 golden saints at the top of the 88 constellations. But due to the damage in battle, the power of the golden holy cloth is inexhaustible, waiting for a protagonist to restore it. Semicolon. Rewards have been stored in the system space. There's a flood of information flooding the brain. That is the instructions for use of this set of Sagittarius golden saint cloth. This set of Sagittarius gold saint cloth has the inheritance of the saint cloth, which can directly enable the wearer who has been recognized by it to open up the 6th sense and awaken his own small universe. But there is only one small cosmic seed, and in addition to strengthening the body to a certain extent, the greater effect is to use this set of Sagittarius golden saint cloth. The most common one is to use the Nirvana, God's arrow. So far Sima D is still acceptable. But this set of golden holy clothes is damaged. A one-of-a-kind increase. Sima D still chooses to wait for the first-class Gemini cloth. After all, if she accepts the cosmic seed of this set of Sagittarius golden saint cloth, it may hinder the subsequent approval of the Gemini saint cloth. #B. As for the Sagittarius golden cloth, Sima D has roughly determined the most suitable new owner for it. Of course, the premise is that he can get the approval of the Sagittarius golden cloth. These two are the sign-in rewards for the original history copy, and they are also very good rewards. But well, just an appetizer. The highlight is still. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene, the original history of the Red Road sign, and get the sign in reward, life blessing of the goddess of life. Life blessing of the goddess of life. The power of Ultimate's life is condensed into blessings and the holy light sprinkles on the living body, which can heal all negative states including death and restore them to their best state. Very good. Finally, it is no longer a holy cloth. This, life blessing of the goddess of life, is called a bug. Even the negative state of death can be eliminated. Isn't this the super enhanced resurrection technique? Certainly. Of course, it can also be used with the omnipotent version of the purification technique. Any problems with headaches, brain fever, and curses will disappear once the holy light arrives. That is, I don't know if those guys will subconsciously avoid me when they see me condensing the holy light. After all, the holy light of Sima D. That's Sengoku is the existence of discoloration. Okay, here is the translation, here it is for you. Robin's words awakened Sima D, who was distracted, and turned around to see Robin handing a translated document to Katakuri. Katakuri took a few glances. 510. I can't tell the real from the fake, so I can only nod and put it away. But the three did not leave. Shirahoshi didn't know whether he could understand it or not. He stared blankly at the original history of the Red Road sign, thinking that she could also understand ancient characters. There seems to be something in the middle, Shirahoshi murmured. This surprised Sima D and Robin. The two looked at each other. They all thought of the original history of the Red Road sign in Zou, which turned out to be a mechanism that could be opened, and it contained the medicine of the Fur clan. If so, Sima D turned on the mental power scan, and as expected, she found a space in the middle of the original history of the Red Road sign. 73. The Dark Golden Sagittarius Golden Holy Cloth. Add more 71,000 words, 144,000 words. Sima D glanced at Katakuri, not intending to share this surprise with him. It's just a shout of some words. Sima D said. It is rumored that Luo Jia, the One Piece King, has the ability to listen to everything and can understand the content of the original history, so these historical words should have certain characteristics, just like my dragon spirit. Same language. Shirahoshi nodded half understanding. But Katakuri is a little suspicious, really. Is it that simple? Seeing Katakuri suspicious, Robin's response was quick. Immediately covered and said. Dijong is right, historical characters have a unique ability. Generally speaking, it is difficult for people who know its meaning to write it into characters. Talking. Robin took out the pen and paper from the upai, wrote half a word on the paper, and then threw it out in a hurry. Before it hit the ground, it burst into flames. Katakuri stares. A glutinous rice shield was condensed to protect everyone, and they looked at the original history in silence. Kong has owned the original history for so many years, but he still has this characteristic. Sima D looked at Robin intriguingly. I didn't expect you to be so good at fooling people when you have a waist and a fat butt. Historical text. What Robin just wrote was dragon essence. Poor Katakuri. Just got limped by Robin. Knew it. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive people. Okay, let's go back. Sima D said. Of course Robin didn't make sense, and he pulled Shirahoshi who was still a little confused and left directly. Katakuri did not give it away, but stayed to deal with the funeral. The explosion just now happened in the core warehouse, which will inevitably cause a commotion. As for whether to really deal with the funeral, I still want to study the secret of the original history of the Red Road sign. Sima D is very relieved about this. The material of the Red Road sign historical copy is special, even the observation hockey with perspective characteristics cannot see the hidden space in it through the Red Road sign historical copy. And the switch that was turned on was only a tiny bit. The Big Mom pirates have been in possession for more than 50 years without any results. Can they find the key to open it in these few days? Luo Jia, their era was 50 years ago. This aspect also proves that. How long has Big Mom been alive? People in pirate world have strange physiques. If the strength is still at its peak, it will always maintain the state of a young man. And once the strength drops, will age extremely fast, such as Sengoku. Quickly, the three returned to the station of the Straw Hat Pirates, and everyone surrounded them. How? Got a new position. Usopp couldn't wait. Sima D had previously obtained the information of the original history of the Red Road sign, but due to the large number of people, he did not explain it to everyone. This may be a common problem of wise men, who always try to reduce variables as much as possible. Quote. Of course, the second coordinate has been determined. Luo nodded. This makes Chopper and others very excited. Crocus, on the other hand, smiled wryly. Did it go so smoothly? At the beginning, he, Luo Jia and others tried to steal the rubbings of the original Red Road sign from Big Mom, but they were almost left in this world forever. Wait until everyone calms down. Sima D just waved her hand. A Sagittarius gold Saint cloth box with a dark golden luster appeared in front of everyone. Dark gold. Compared with the brilliant golden color in Sima D's impression, it is obviously much less radiant. It seems that this is because of damage, so the color is dull. I thought it would be missing arms and legs. 74. The golden saint cloth recognizes the Lord. Awakening of the small universe. My god, what is this? Vivi asked curiously. Oh, this is a piece of equipment similar to Thor's hammer. Sima D said casually. As long as you can get its approval, your combat power can be multiplied several times. Instantly, everyone is staring at the Sagittarius golden saint cloth box. Everyone can see the magic of Thor's hammer. How can the box of Sima D be comparable to Thor's hammer? Everyone looked at each other. They all showed the inevitable eyes. God, tell me, Usopp said eagerly, what are the conditions for this request? Vivi and others also looked at Sima D without blinking, waiting for his answer. Sima D also hesitated. What are the selection criteria for the Sagittarius golden saint cloth? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the anime. But Sima D can probably guess a few conditions. The first is strength. Logically speaking, there is no reason for the golden holy clothes, just casually recognize a person with the lowest bronze strength as the master. But this is the world of pirates. Has anyone awakened the small universe? In the perception of the Sagittarius yellow 470 gold saint cloth, I am afraid that they are all very different, right? The second is to be recognized by the official Sima D, that is, the Pope or Goddess. Almost all holy clothes have a conferring meaning. This conferring authority can also be delegated by the Pope to coaches around the world, and most bronze and silver holy clothes are conferred by the Master. But like Cosmos, this is pirate world. Maybe Sima D, who is half master, can fill this role. Then he has allowed the Straw Hat pirates and others to test, and it is granted in disguise. Then there is the requirement of character, at least one must have no serious evil in the past. This one is actually a little looser. War will kill people, and it is inevitable that it will affect the innocent, so it is estimated that evil within a certain range can still be tolerated. Cancer's golden holy cloth. Dis has done countless evils, killed innocent people indiscriminately, and even killed seniors under the imperial edict. Saint Cloth still recognizes him as master. Intel. Dis repeatedly killed the guardian of the goddess, and he was spurned by the holy clothes. This should have reached the limit of the Saint Cloth's tolerance. According to the second rule. That is, you can't kill the people Sima D belongs to. The Straw Hat pirates are all adventurers who have saved more than one country, so they must meet this requirement. Above all, let's go with fate, Sima D said. He has no way to analyze these conditions for everyone, so that's all he can say. Everyone in the Straw Hat pirates. What you said was so casual. Everyone has no way to start, they can only think hard one after another. Zoro was the first to ask. You must let us know what's in your box, right? Ah, this. Didn't I say that? Sima D scratched his head and said. Not at all. Zoro braided black lines. He may be the only one present who doesn't have any desire for equipment other than famous knives. Luffy is very interested in the Sagittarius golden cloth even without watching it. However, what he is interested in is probably not the improvement of combat power, but because he thinks this thing is cool. Okay, let me introduce it again. Sima D said. This is the Sagittarius Gold Saint Cloth box, which is the battle suit equipped by the Saint Seiya. The Saint Cloth has will and life, so it can often play an ability beyond BFCG imagination. And if you get it, you can get a brand new ability. Thought about it, Sima D added. Oh, by the way, this Sagittarius Golden Holy Cloth is equipped with a weapon, which is a golden bow. Carrot. Golden bow, isn't that just range damage? Everyone subconsciously looked at Usopp, the only sniper on board. Haha, the golden bow, it must be mine, Usopp said confidently. He's the only sniper on board. In the past, whenever Usopp is so confident, the next second is bound to be a slap in the face. But this time, crack, the Sagittarius Golden Saint Cloth box seemed to feel a certain will, and then the golden box suddenly opened and assembled into the appearance of a centaur bending its bow to shoot an arrow, and then it exploded and turned into parts and flew towards Usopp, matching his body assembled on it. Wow, so handsome. Is this the Sagittarius Golden Saint Cloth? I love it. Everyone was amazed, probably because the Sagittarius Gold Saint Cloth is so handsome. Although the original gold has degenerated into dark gold, without the noble gilt color, the shape is still very handsome, especially the pair of quiet tassel-like wings, which flutter in the air like silk, adding to the beauty of Usopp. A bit of dignity. Usopp also looked up and down curiously, and finally his eyes focused on the golden bow in his hand. He couldn't put it down very much. But suddenly I was taken aback. He stood there blankly, as if he was comprehending something. The momentum around him also rose a little bit. Sima D understands. Usopp is the seed of the small universe that has accepted the Saint Cloth, and is awakening his own small universe. But it seems that it is not 100% successful. Tay. Sima D was a little worried. Can this small universe really be awakened in the world of pirates? 75. Conquerors +1. Life blessing. Can this small universe really be awakened in the world of pirates? After all, there are so many exercises and moves, and no one has cultivated internal strength and true energy. And Sima D is also equipped with various skills, but there is no such energy body as chakra and Ryutsu, but it consumes physical strength instead. Everyone also noticed the change in Usopp, and tacitly kept silent and waited in place. Sunrise. Luffy couldn't bear it anymore, and quietly exited the room. Sima D is still guarding Usopp. His mental power scan was always paying attention to Usopp, and found that after his aura climbed to a certain level, he stuck there as if he had reached the limit, and he couldn't move up or down. Is this a bottleneck? Sima D couldn't help frowning. After all, what Usopp has experienced now, will also be experienced in the future when Sima D collects the sacred clothes of Gemini. So, is this bottleneck due to lack of talent? Still, the ability system of the small universe cannot be realized in this world. It's also possible that both are possible. After all, the Saint Cloth is still a battle suit used by a group of small and strong people. Although Usopp has worked hard to become stronger, he is not even as good as Chopper in terms of physique. Even Shirahoshi is much stronger than him because of the increase of the little human medicine. The momentum around Usopp changed. This made Sima D suddenly feel a certain critical point, which made him think of someone, D-Baru. D-Baru seemed to be in this state at the beginning. The state of Conqueror's Haki is about to awaken. So the small universe failed to awaken and instead developed other abilities. Thinking room. Usopp slowly opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. It does appear to have failed. Before Usopp can speak. Buzz. Sima D's Conqueror's Haki came out through his body, crushing Usopp's mental power like a mountain, making him stand on the spot as if he had been hit hard, and his own instinct was resisting Sima D Conqueror's. That is to say, Sima D is trying to push, so Conqueror's Haki maintains an acceptable level for Usopp. According to the original method of activating Dabalu, copy it over and give Usopp a set. What Sima D didn't expect is, the Sagittarius gold saint cloth on Usopp's body suddenly raised a momentum, assisting Usopp to resist Sima D's Conqueror's Haki. Oh, interesting. Sima D continues to raise the Conqueror's Haki. Although the Sagittarius gold saint cloth is miraculous, it is only a battle suit after all, and it is still damaged. After Sima D made a 4-point effort. After all, the Sagittarius gold cloth is powerless, so Usopp can only fight against it by himself. But also raised Conqueror's Haki to a height he couldn't handle. At that moment, Usopp was either suppressed, or break out. Buzz. Usopp's Conqueror's Haki, after several twists and turns, was finally inspired and awakened. And the momentum is much stronger than running fast, even Vivi was slightly inferior when he first awakened. Sima D carefully gathered the Conqueror's Haki, covering Usopp's body with it, ensuring that it would not damage her furniture. After all, she and others will stay here for a few days. Asking for flowers. Outbreaks come and go quickly. Usopp gathered the Conqueror's Haki little by little, using the golden bow as a crutch, barely standing there. Although very tired, but the corners of Usopp's mouth turned upward. The harvest this time, even if it's not the best, it's still very good. Especially the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, which is enough for him to brag about for a lifetime. Seeing Usopp's crumbling appearance, Sima D condensed a group of unusually bright holy light, and threw it at Usopp casually. Usopp. N. Airy summation, 3QQ. Don't come here. But he, who was already exhausted, obviously had no way to escape the holy light. Far beyond the comfort of ordinary holy light. While all of Usopp's exhaustion and fatigue were removed, even his spiritual emptiness was replenished to a full state. This sharp contrast from emptiness to fullness made him moan uncontrollably. What? All the people left behind looked at him with strange expressions. When Usopp comes back to his senses, facing everyone's strange gazes, he couldn't help but blushed, and stared at Sima D angrily. Without waiting for him to ask, Sima D was the first to ask, how does the holy light feel this time? Is there a feeling of being alive? The automatic subscription is 4 plus more ducks. Why is there another one missing? Haha, just in case. 76. The trap of the sixth sense. Awakening by mistake. How does the holy light feel this time? Is there a feeling of being alive? Asked by Sima D, the train of thought of Usopp's questioning suddenly became incoherent, and he subconsciously thought about it carefully. What you said is really different from before. Although you can recover your vitality before, there is no way for you to be exhausted and mentally. God, have you improved again? Sima D nodded in satisfaction. Of course, this is not an ordinary blessing or the 920 diamond blessing, but the life blessing of the goddess of life. It is the ability to dispel even death. Wouldn't it be easy to give you a status? Tell me, has the small universe awakened? Sima D asked. Mentioning this, Usopp couldn't help but sigh again. The power called the small universe is really amazing. Usopp sighed. It is a kind of cosmic energy that exists in the depths of the soul, and it can fully enhance my observation Haki and armament Haki. It's just that when he awakened his sixth sense, he actually wanted to devour my explosive fruit. I just hesitated, then failed, and turned into a wave of energy lurking in my mind. Swallow burst fruit. Sima D lowered his head and thought for a while, and then he roughly understood what was going on. Among the senses in the small universe, the first 5 senses are sight, hearing, taste, smell and touch. Above the 5 senses is the sixth sense, a person with superpowers who have superpowers such as manipulating elements, predicting the future, telekinetic power, flying, illusion, mind reading, mind control, intuition. Simply put, it is a person who has awakened superpowers. And because Usopp has the ability to burst fruit, he can directly use this as the foundation to awaken the sixth sense. But, because of Usopp's hesitation, this opportunity was missed. Originally, that energy was lurking in Usopp's mind. As long as Usopp has a change of mind in the future, he can still awaken the sixth sense again. Didn't Sima D just help Usopp awaken Conqueror's Haki? That power has been completely digested by Usopp, if you want to awaken the sixth sense. Just look at Usopp's own talent. Instead, it reminded Sima D that when he accepts the small universe seed of the holy cloth of Gemini in the future, let him devour it to his heart's content. After all, being swallowed by the sixth sense small universe is not the disappearance of the ability, but just a different way of existence. With this in mind, sorry Thorpe, Sima D still spoke out his guess. In no mood, Usopp said calmly, it doesn't matter if you don't have the sixth sense, I like Conqueror's Haki better. And, this set of Sagittarius gold holy clothes is broken, right? It can't carry the sixth sense power. I have a hunch that if I am really awakened, it may be broken. Usopp played with the golden bow, eyes full of reluctance. I just realized a super power. It would be a pity if I destroyed it before using it. Super ability. Want a golden bow? Could it be the signature skill of the Sagittarius golden saint cloth, God's arrow? But Sima D didn't ask too much, and I believe Usopp will be eager to show it in the battle soon. At this time, all the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates came. What's going on? Just now we sense the breath of Conqueror's Haki. Sanji asked nervously. I'm afraid that the Straw Hat Pirates are in conflict with the Big Mom Pirates again. Usopp raised his head triumphantly, his long nose nearly poked the ceiling. It's my uncle who awakened Conqueror's Haki. Usopp boasted. Sanji glanced at Usopp, turned his eyes around the Sagittarius golden holy cloth, and then fell on Sima Shi again. God, is Usopp bragging? Hey, why don't you believe me, Usopp? 4.4 inches. Usopp jumped. Don't bring such disbelieving people. It's not once or twice that you brag, why should I believe your outrageous words? Sanji disliked Lane. Usopp is powerless to refute these words. So. Then prove it with facts. 77. The wedding banquet starts. The temptation of the queen of the festival. Add more 73,000 words, 144,000 words. Buzz. The inexperienced Conqueror's Haki came out through his body, caught off guard. Sanji's gaze sharpened, and his figure subconsciously turned into nothingness and entered the fighting state. But soon Sanji reacted, lifted the elementalization and re-revealed his figure. Staring at Usopp in disbelief. Are you really awakening Conqueror's Haki? Really awakened Conqueror's Haki? Well, the same sentence, different tone, bring different experiences to everyone. Jinbei counted again with his fingers. Top Conqueror's Haki, Sima D. Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Shirahoshi. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki 15. Vivi, Luffy, Hancock, Usopp. Junior Conqueror's Haki. Zoro, Crocus, run fast. Good guy. The real 9 people have awakened Conqueror's Haki. How many people are there in the Straw Hat Pirates? Counting Mei Lahey who ran fast, there are only 18 people. Half of the people awakened Conqueror's Haki. The other Conqueror's Haki awakeners in this sea are bound together. Are there as many people as there are in this room now? It's outrageous. Jinbei is more and more grateful for the fact that he delivered goods to the door. Being able to travel in this pirate group will be the most commendable decision in his life. Wow, are you really awake? Then we don't have 1, 2, 3, 9 Conqueror's Haki awakened. Usopp can be awakened. Damn, I can too. SX Cook. Don't think about it, it won't work, just give up. B************ D green algae head. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates exploded. Never thought. Usopp can also awaken Conqueror's Haki. Although a large factor is due to the support of the Sagittarius Golden Saint Cloth, and Sima D's crucial finishing touch. But awakening is awakening. But everyone is very envious and jealous. Okay. Sima D clapped his hands and said, everyone, prepare well, Sanji's wedding banquet will be the day after tomorrow, so don't lose the chain by then. Don't worry, everything is ready. What's wrong with this? This time, I must go through it once. Ha. With my invincible Usopp warriors, there must be no problem. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. For this grand banquet, everyone in Big Mom is mobilized, and it is bound to hold a century wedding to celebrate the strongest alliance of the 2 pirate groups in history. So Sima D and Katakuri are at the door, as the facade of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, welcoming the guests coming and going. Of course, it is also the introduction of some of the more prestigious people. Get to know Sima D. The focus is on 6 heavyweights from the underground world. It is also the leader who monopolizes the 6 most profitable industries. Sea Freight King, Umit, King of Warehousing, Kiberson. The Undertaker, Dorag Piccolo. Do you want to die? Sima D calmly said. Today is Sanji's wedding, I will forgive you once, if you are more presumptuous, you will not have to see the sun tomorrow. It's just to make it more lively later. Only Sima D knows that Stussie's real identity is CPO, maybe the world government gave her some mission. Stussie smiled in embarrassment when he heard the words, and looked at Katakuri with dark eyes. Someone is so arrogant on your territory, so why don't you take care of it? Will Katakuri be on her side? You are Sima D, the demon buster. You are really a young lad. Stussie blew on Sima D, smoke blowing on his face. Lone usurer, Dufeld. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussie. But, the automatic subscription is 4 plus more ducks. Originally, they were just politely introducing each other, but Stussie walked up with twisted waist. Provocative meaning should be too obvious. Did not expose her. Those who didn't know thought he was interested in Sima D.78. Organ dealers. Team up with Katakuri. Will Katakuri side with Stussie? The answer is obvious. Katakuri also had a sullen face, and sternly said, Stussie. Don't think that you can act recklessly because you have a little friendship with your mother. If your mother is killed, you won't say anything. This is to remind Stussie to restrain himself, otherwise no one will collect the body when he dies. Stussie was quite surprised. Sima D has such a status in Big Mom. I thought that everyone who married into Big Mom would. A-hole. You all know what Big Mom did. A sudden noise interrupted the deadlock. Heard the words and looked away. I saw a short and fat man who was still yelling without hesitation under the pull of many people. Last year's tea party was just because my father was seriously ill, so I sent a letter saying that I couldn't be there. Guess what I received? It is the head of my poor father. You. Call out. The 2 red rays of light staggered, directly melting the troublemaker into ashes without hurting the people who were trying to stop the fight. Stussie looked at Sima D in surprise. Just now, Sima D used heat energy light to melt that person directly. Did he really kill someone? That's the organ dealer Gigila, who makes a lot of money for Big Mom every year. Stussie said intentionally. So provocative. If Katakuri doesn't deal with it, the subordinates who belong to Big Mom will probably feel dissatisfied. As predicted, Capone Beige, who was also in charge of guarding the scene, looked a bit ugly. Katakuri also noticed this situation, and looked at Stussy with some displeasure. It was Katakuri who made the move. He directly punched Stussy flying, but the blow was not too heavy. Stussy had to bear it hard in order to hide his identity, and even coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in cooperation. Our Big Mom pirates do things, and we don't need you to tell me what to do. And also, our Big Mom pirates and the Straw Hat pirates are in alliance. Sanji is marrying a wife, and the one who married is Yuji from Germa 66. You guys have to figure it out. The implication is, the Straw Hat pirates and the Big Mom pirates are equal, don't mess with them anymore. As for Gigila's murder, no explanation needed at all. Next moment, a large number of people suddenly rushed out. They were all members of Gigira's Viscera pirates. Avenge the boss. It's all about Big Mom. I don't believe they can't be killed. Come on. These men are still charging. Annoyed, Katakuri directly released Conqueror's Haki, and 99% of the people were suppressed on the spot. The remaining few stronger people, they were all killed by Sima D using heat rays. With the seamless cooperation of the two. But one breath is to suppress the riot, and everyone will be resolved. So afraid of strength, it made other people's expressions froze involuntarily. Everything is as usual, and if Mom asks, just say it was my decision. Katakuri finally set the tone. Beige glanced, nodded and said nothing more. Just at this moment. President of the World Economic Newspaper, Morgans. Oh, Sima D looked at Morgans with interest, and smiled a little strangely. Hey, President Morgans, your news birds are really good at imitating each other. For a while, I almost thought they were following us. Sima D joked. It made Morgans laugh out loud. I'm sorry. Those little guys occasionally discuss business with each other. How can we sell the newspaper better? Next time I will let them see the Straw Hat Pirates pirate flag. I will give it to you. Best service. I thought you were going to say that you would give us free bills. Ha ha ha. That's not okay. Small business, small business. Morgans hurriedly begged for mercy. Then he saw Stussy with blood on the corner of his mouth, and walked over as if he had discovered some big news. Stussy, you're going to suffer. This is big news. Humph. Stussy ignored more good jow argans and walked straight into the wedding banquet. Okay, Katakuri said. It's almost time to arrive, let's go in and wait. Sima D nodded. He is really not interested in welcoming guests at the door or anything. That is to recognize the face, wait for a precise capture. Right spear. These underground kings, Sima D has no intention of letting go. If you can use it, keep it, if you don't use it. I understand everything. 79. The singing voice of Big Mom. Love the rings. The wedding scene is not the previous grand banquet hall, but the top of the cake castle. It is rarely used here at ordinary times, and it will only be turned on when getting married. So, ding. Congratulations to the signing scene. Wedding banquet on the top floor of the cake castle. Get the sign in reward. Space Demon God's true love pair of rings. Space Demon God's true love pairing ring. This is a pairing ring made by the Space Demon God for his beloved woman. If two people really love each other, no matter the distance or space, they can cross everything and come to each other's side with just one thought. Semicolon. Oh, it's a nice little gadget. The point is, Sima D took out the true love ring. The whole body is made of a material similar to blue emerald, but if you look closely, you will find that there is a bright starry sky in the ring, slowly flowing. This space demon is quite tasteful. Sima D praised. But Sima D is not for looking at their color 980 value. It is found that their materials are the same, and the naked eye, observation haki, and mental power scan look the same. There is no priority. After recognizing the Lord with a drop of blood, relevant information naturally came to my mind. Only those who truly love each other can feel each other's existence and transmit it to each other through the true love ring. Feel free to put a set on your left ring finger, the size is just matched automatically. So, copy, 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 copy. Sima D took the duplicated 5 true love rings and walked towards the 4 daughters Robin, Vivi, Nami and Hancock who were sitting together. Half a minute later, on the ring fingers of the 4 girls' left hands, there is an extra BFCC, blue emerald ring. Sima D can clearly perceive the existence of Robin's 4 daughters, it seems that as long as she moves her mind. Brush. Nami disappeared on the table and appeared directly to the left of Sima D. Wow, this ability is so convenient. Nami exclaimed. Brush. Hancock teleported to Sima D's right hand, hugged his arm and fell into fullness. HMPH. From now on, Your Majesty, don't even try to get up. Robin and Vivi were also interested in watching, and then teleported to the front and back of Sima D, surrounded by the 4 girls, which made Sima D quite enjoyable for a while. It is estimated that if the Space Demon God knows about it, he will do this with his true love. Now there are 5 people, so it can't be called pairing rings, right? Ding, ding. The melodious bell rang, and everyone couldn't help but look at the location where the bell came from. Squeak. The wooden door opens by itself. The Big Mom in the backlight is exposed, and the plump figure is really the most recognizable. Big Mom grinned, obviously very happy. Jumping down from the stairs, Big Mom's complexion twitched, and he closed his eyes. This old woman doesn't even wear bottoms. Damn, it won't grow needle eyes, will it? Holy light. Boom. But Big Mom landed, and the huge tonnage made the top floor tremble. Well, look left and right, all you see are dim sum and desserts. Hancock tried to keep up, but was held back by Robin. Sima D stood up silently and walked towards the lounge. Maybe it's because there are enough weddings, practice makes perfect, and the voice is good. If you close your eyes and don't look at Big Mom, it can still be heard. How dare you covet Her Majesty? Scared, slipped away. Phew, I must kick this fat woman later. Thanks. Stand book, voted for the monthly ticket. Don't say. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is still quietly waiting for Sima D's arrangement, and don't make any more troubles. Don't even look at what kind of goods you are. Besides Sima D, Hancock also listens to Robin. This moment, but as long as you think about the appearance of Big Mom. It was Big Mom who stared at Gao-Jay displeased Ly. Reluctantly sat down again, but his eyes followed Sima D until his figure disappeared. G-Mom Gao 80. The wedding starts. Sima D's plan. Sima D found Sanji, and changed her spiritual ability into Green Emerald True Love Ring and took it out. Briefly describe its effect. Before your engagement ceremony, you find an opportunity to let Pudding bleed to recognize the Lord and wear this True Love Ring, then it will be clear at a glance how Pudding has feelings for you. Sima D said. If Pudding doesn't fall in love with Sanji, then everything goes according to plan. But if it is true, God, haven't you told us the real plan yet? Sanji said in a deep voice. These days Sima D has been refusing to tell them the real overall plan on the grounds of secrecy. But now it's time to start, why don't you say it? Actually, I don't want to tell you. To be precise, there are too many plans. Sima D shrugged and said, depending on the number of spectators at the scene, the plans to start are different. When the time comes, you can see my signal and adapt to the situation, yes up. Sanji sighed helplessly, and waved his hands to show that he understood. He glanced at the green emerald ring again. Pudding sauce, I hope you don't let me down. For several days, Sanji really fell in love with this three-eyed girl, but he didn't know what the other party's true thoughts would be. Brush. Sima D directly used the ability of true love to ring, and teleported back to the banquet scene. Well, God, you are back. Big Mom waved. Come and sit together, the wedding is about to begin. The seats where the Straw Hat Pirates are located are right next to the main table of Big Mom. Compared with the seats of Perospero, Katakuri and others, they are all closer to Big Mom. Now he is still being invited to sit at the same table with Big Mom. That's a qualification that only none photos have. Forget it, Big Mom, you'd better sit alone, or I'm afraid I won't be able to eat. Sima D joked. He didn't want to sit with a fat sow. This kind of impoliteness caused many people on the scene to look sideways, and dared to refuse the invitation of Big Mom. The matter of the organ dealers is a lesson from the past. Just when people thought, when Big Mom was bound to be furious, Big Mom just laughed a few times and didn't force Sima D too much. After all, this is a strong man who can stand on an equal footing with her, and he also holds the key potion of the Titan clan. Big Mom has a high tolerance for Sima D. This amazes those around me. Does Demon Buster actually have such a face? Big Mom should be happier today, right? Ah, that's why even I know what I know. Why is there meat on their table? Big Mom's banquet will have meat. Big Mom is not interested in the Demon Buster, is it? All the guests talked about it, and some even took the initiative to talk to the Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates have mostly no social interests. Apart from, let me, the Usopp warrior, tell everyone about my heroic record of leading the Straw Hat Pirates to defeat Marine in the Summit War. This guy started talking about the mountains again. But today is also a festive day, and no one is going to expose him, they are all happy to watch Usopp playing tricks there. Only the Judge family, who are obviously one of the protagonists today, but who stand alone behind the Straw Hat Pirates, Judge glared at Sima D rather annoyed. Obviously they came to form an alliance first. But Judge also knows the hard truth in this sea, whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. It wouldn't make a fuss, nothing happened. Fortunately. The engagement banquet is about to start, you four, do you think today's dessert is still good? Sima D seemed to be absent, and looked towards a certain corner. Suddenly, Zero. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. If it weren't for the appearance of the Straw Hat Pirates. Perospero, the sociable elder brother, saw the embarrassment in time and walked over on his own initiative. There was nothing there. The melodious singing sounded, and the well-dressed Sanji appeared with Pudding on his arm, followed by Yongji and Joe Scarponi. The main show is about to start, and it's time for the Devil and Snake God to show up. Germa 66 is not eligible yet, and can enjoy food other than desserts at Big Mom's banquet. Coming. There was a little disdain in Perospero's eyes. Everyone is shocked. Very nice dessert. Judge politely said, when can the wedding start? Germa 66 is not qualified to form an alliance with Big Mom at all. Mom's original plan was to annex Germa 66 directly by killing people for money. The difference between automatic subscription is 3+ more duck inches. It was supposed to be their highlight moment, but it completely became a foil here. It is obviously unacceptable to be as arrogant as Judge. 81. The wedding surprise. Katakuri explodes. Add more 75,000 words, 144,000 words. Welcome to today's highlight, everyone. Let's welcome newcomers next. Charlotte Pudding, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family, and Sanji, the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates. And the 29th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Joe Scarponi, and Jamal 66's fourth prince, Vince Mo K. Yuji. With a smile on his face, Sanji walked onto the red carpet holding Pudding, who also had a sweet smile. Sima D glanced at the left hands of the two, both wearing green true love rings. Looks like the pairing was successful. The emotionally awkward Yuji and the icy Joe Scarponi followed closely behind. It's just Chuju-san. Both stared at the backs of their brothers and sisters, never thinking that they would become her foil. Obviously, I was bullied when I was a child. But this is the will of Big Mom and Judge, and the two of them can't resist at all. Maybe they don't think about resisting at all. In the melodious wedding march, the two couples stood on the wedding platform one after another, bowing slightly to the many guests. The royal wedding. Now on. Wow 1. Call out. Call out. Fireworks rose up one after another, blooming gorgeous fireworks in the suddenly darkening sky, forming the pirate flags of the Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, occasionally interspersed with some Jamal 66 logos. Compared with ordinary people who pay attention to the gorgeous fireworks, the Straw Hat Pirates are looking at the black layer that suddenly appeared in the sky. It's some kind of special cloud, homies. In the mind link, Nami guessed. There is not much lightning power, only a very simple ability to cover the light. 1. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. There is indeed a weak soul reaction. Soul Master Brook made a comment. Even so, it's eye-opening. Crocus sighed. It's amazing. Luffy's eyes lit up. I really want the ability of this devil fruit. Have to say, soul fruit is indeed a rather buggy devil fruit. Comma. Sima D looked at Brook. Brook, your soul fire and the fruit of the underworld, are they restraining these homieses? Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. It was discovered. During the debate. Perospero, acting as the temporary host, also announced the final result. This represents the world's worst couple, and it will definitely make the world bloom the worst flower of evil. Let the door applaud the newcomers. Boo. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the bright light shone on the couple and everyone. Synchronous. The chief chef Longbread also appeared, and a supergiant wedding cake rose in the center like magic, making Big Mom stare at it without blinking. Wedding cake. My favorite wedding cake. Looking at the state that looks like an idiot, it is almost the same as the current Sanji. This is the performance that the dream is about to be fulfilled. What a solemn wedding. What a big cake. As the top of the wedding cake, the place where the vows are made. It's really an idea I've never thought of before. I participated in Big Mom's 17 weddings, and there really wasn't one. During the discussion among the people, Ziosto, the white cloud, floated Sanji and Pudding to the top of the wedding cake, while Yuji and Jose Caponi had to stay where they were, the difference between Chiguquo. Next, let our newcomer, on behalf of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates Alliance, conclude a wedding covenant that will never betray you. Perospero excited. Sima D and the Straw Hat Pirates did not move at all, they just looked up at the sky with a smile on their faces. It formed a sharp contrast with Judge, who had a 3.9 livid complexion. Stop. Katakuri couldn't help but feel confused. The difference between automatic subscription is 3 plus more ducks. Although pirates can do all sorts of evil, they must never be dishonest. Comma. This is the highlight of everything today. This feeling of blessing your companions cannot be performed by acting. In the spotlight, observation hockey foresees automatic activation, making Katakuri's face stern. As long as this covenant is made. Shish. Katakuri has been staring at Sima D, he still can't believe it until now. Do the Straw Hat Pirates really want to ally with the Big Mom Pirates? Could it be his intuition? Debt repayment progress. 75000 words, 144,000 words. At that time, no matter what conspiracy the Straw Hat Pirates have, if they want to assassinate their Big Mom Pirates again, then they have to think carefully. 82. New Marine exposed. Teach to do things. Time goes back to a few days ago. Blackbeard Teach overheard the conversation between Doflamingo and 5 elders in the different dimension. That's a whole new plan. Just like using Ace to set off the summit war on the Marine side, this time Teach found the target of the world government. Certainly, he still didn't dare to show up directly, but controlled remotely through the phone number he got. Thieves, ha ha ha. 5 elders, guys, do you want to cooperate? Teach cut to the chase. I have a plan to eradicate 4 emperors, Big Mom and the Straw Hat Pirates. Are you interested? There was silence for a few seconds. The 5-star veteran asked in confusion, Blackbeard, how did you get this phone number? This is an internal line. Unless it is authorized, outsiders can call in at will. Thief, ha ha ha. If I don't have this ability, what qualifications do I have to cooperate with you? Teach said seriously. Found it. Samsung said angrily, Blackbeard. How dare you attack the G4 branch? Just like that, you still dare to cooperate with us. You are really delusional. Good guy. No wonder the call can come in. It turns out that the internal line is used. Thief, ha ha ha. Don't be angry. Teach laughed and said, I'm clearing the door for your world politics. You put, Clear the portal. The 5-star old man on the opposite side got stuck. Attacking a marine branch, how does it have something to do with cleaning up the portal? Of course, Teach said with a smile. Haven't you noticed something wrong with Marine recently? I have reliable news that Marine's new marshal, Kuzan, is related to the Straw Hat Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Shallow. The victim, Doflamingo, said it himself, and the news is sure to be reliable. But the 5-star elder on the opposite side completely doubted life. Marine mutiny. In an instant, he thought of the recent unusual financial expenditures. In addition to Marine applying for funds in more names, there are also bounty teams that have sprung up. Think about it carefully. It's also something that happened after Kuzan took office. Be suspicious, the 5 elders are not fools. Old Daxing took the phone bug, and said in a deep voice, Teach, where did you get the news? We need 100% confirmation. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Teach avoided answering, and said directly, isn't it easy to verify this? At Big Mom's wedding banquet, I will lead a team to raid to stop their alliance. All we have to do is to send out Marine's high-end combat power to participate in the battle. Won't it be clear at a glance whether it is a human or a ghost? Set off a new summit war. Daxing weighed the pros and cons silently, and did not answer for a long time. This is too big a deal. The most serious thing is, if Marine really rebelled, then the world government would be a toothless tiger, and its control over the sea would fall precipitously. You wait for the news, let's discuss it. Kacha. Hung up bug. Dashing looked at the other 4 people and said, let's talk about your opinions. The 5-star old man couldn't wait to say, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Marine is the sharpest political knife in our world, and it represents justice. How could it have anything to do with pirates and the Revolutionary Army? 5th, you seem to have forgotten about those idiots. Elder Ershing sighed, I just wanted to let those idiots get drunk, but I didn't expect them to be so arrogant that they don't even pay attention to Marine Admiral, and they love to do things that violate justice. I said long ago that if these tumors are not removed, something will happen sooner or later. The toy Doflamingo standing on Pika's shoulder had an ugly expression on his face. The automatic subscription is 2 plus more. Elder Daxing called back again, and the person on the other side answered, and he could hear Blackbeard's arrogant laughter. Seconded. How did the guy find them? The perspective shifts back to the wedding scene. Let's send the CPO to supervise the battle in secret. Seconded. 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 In that case, Blackbeard's proposed 300 battle plan is a good one. A consensus was established. Teach has long noticed Sima D's vague gaze, because Sima D has no intention of hiding it at all. Thief ha ha ha. Underscore. I knew you would agree. Thief ha ha ha. It's useless to talk about it now. Daxing Lao ignored it. The most important thing now is to determine the Marines' camp. If they are really, then they have to make preparations in advance. In a different dimension, 83. Blackbeard spoils the game. The weakest moment of Big Mom Pirates. We've been discovered, shall we continue to implement the plan? Asked the fighting champion Badgers. I'm afraid, the plan has failed. Toy Doflamingo said with a sullen face. Although we all guess that the Demon Buster may want to use the wedding ceremony to directly kill Big Mom and take the place of 4 emperors, but since he has discovered we are afraid that we will stand still. Oh, it seems that you know a lot about Demon Busters. Teach looked over. Toy Doflamingo turned his face away and did not answer the sentence. In order to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates, he has been studying them these days. Since this is the case, then let us disrupt the situation. Teach laughed loudly and said, we can't let them really succeed in forming an alliance. Dellinger, speak up. The door fruit ability user Dellinger nodded, and directly opened the space gate. It is also at this moment. Katakuri predicted their appearance, and rushed towards them violently. Stop. But, is Teach an obedient person? Thief ha ha ha. Liberation hyphenation point black flame. Dark fruit set off a black tornado with Teach as the center, and the never-extinguishing black flame Amaterasu was thrown out, spreading like rain to the wedding scene. The violent Katakuri is even more taken care of. Katakuri's observation hockey had a premonition to launch again, and saw that the black flame was as inextinguishable as the marrow attached to the bone, so he gave up the attack decisively, and directly activated the waxy fruit awakening, turning the ground around Teach into a wave. The glutinous rice wall intercepted all Amaterasu black inflammation. Thief ha ha ha, come and try this trick. Dark Cave Road. A large amount of darkness spreads from Teach's feet, and everything touched by the darkness is swallowed and sinks, and they will be greeted by endless Amaterasu black flames. Blackbeard. Big Mom finally reacted and released all the Conqueror's hockey in a rage, suppressing Teach like a tsunami. But Teach is like a slippery mouse. Noticing something was wrong, he took a half step back and fled into the different space of Menmenguo, perfectly avoiding the suppression of Big Mom's Conqueror's hockey. The darkness that devoured things also disappeared. The furious Big Mom and the black-faced Katakuri were left behind, standing at the place where Teach disappeared with a gloomy face, and the whole body was shrouded in low air pressure. But there is no other way. The door fruit seems to be an auxiliary type, but it comes with a different dimension. If Blackbeard insists on avoiding it, there is really nothing to do with him. Blackbeard, you are looking for death. Big Mom said. The Big Mom pirates belong to the Order. Issued a hunting order for the Blackbeard pirates, and saw them give up all missions and hunt them down endlessly. Good guy. Big Mom seems to be really angry. 18.2. It's just incompetent rage. After all, knowing that Teach is right in front of you, but you can't do anything about them, this is very embarrassing. But, is there really no way? Sima D walked up to Big Mom, turning a blind eye to the terrifying aura emanating from her body, and staring at Teach across a different dimension. This gave Teach a sense of foreboding. This product. Wouldn't it be possible to crack the different dimensional space of the door fruit? A group of underground rats, come out and face the horror. Sima D joked. Teach's complexion changed. He thought of a possibility. Walk. Without hesitation, Teach turned around and ran away. B. Can you make it? Shock Fruit. Speech ability embodies the ability of Shock Fruit. Sima D clenched his fist with his right hand to condense the white dome, and directly punched the void in front of him. Teach has no time to respond to Sima D. Yo, it's all out. Sima D laughed. The furious Big Mom directly crossed the space fault, rushed into the different dimension space and grabbed Teach with his big hands. Probably because Sima D glanced at the scene, pretending to charge the white dome in her hands, but did not delete it immediately. The automatic subscription is 2 plus more. The Big Mom pirates without Big Mom, Katakuri and other main forces are the weakest moment in history. The space shattered into a spider's web, and with a crisp shattering sound, the space between different dimensions and reality was broken, revealing members of the Blackbeard pirates and Don Quixote family hiding in it. Smoothie and the others, who were one step late, were almost cut off by the space. Katakuri followed closely behind, but only a dozen people poured in. Perospero and other main combat forces of the Big Mom pirates also poured into the different dimension space, and fought with the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard. God. Open the door. We're going to help Mom. Smoothie said hastily. Quote. Click. 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 The space is self-healing the fault, and the space between the different dimensions, Wong Nuohao, is hidden in the void again, and there is no channel to come and go. Do you want to take the plane and kill these people? Mom. Watch out. 84. Akainu's breastfeeding strength. Blackbeard's winner and loser. Do you want to take the plane and kill these people? Is thinking. The door of the door fruit suddenly opened in the space. Teach was the first to be blasted out, and then a large number of members of the Blackbeard pirates either escaped or flew out. They all rushed out from the different dimension space as if fleeing for their lives. It seems that Big Mom has a lot of kamui in it. Wow, it hurts. Teach stood up with bared teeth, raised his head and shouted, Marines. Are you really going to betray the world government? Don't miss this opportunity. Big Mom's sturdy figure also appeared from the space portal at the same time. Hearing Teach's roar, Big Mom became even more angry. You actually teamed up with Marine. Big Mom said angrily, Blackbeard. You really deserve to be a traitor. You don't deserve to be a pirate. Everyone, kill me. Yes, Mom. The combat power of the Big Mom pirates surrounded the Blackbeard pirates, and even Judge participated with his family, as if he regarded himself as a member of the Big Mom 710 family. Because of the Straw Hat pirates, Big Mom is no longer planning to annex Jamal 66, so their battle suits have not been confiscated. Except for Luffy, the Straw Hat pirates jumped up and stared viciously at Teach, the culprit who sold Ace. Everyone else is as stable as Mount High. This is what Sima D ordered through the Soul Link just now. Let the Big Mom pirates and the Blackbeard pirates go dog eat dog. As for Luffy, he's never been one to follow through on plans. Second gear. JTE Bazooka. Straight to FK with Teach. Tidge. Thief ha ha ha. Are you an idiot? Teach grabbed Luffy's arm, and Dark Fruit was activated, which directly eliminated Luffy's Nika Fruit ability, and also gave Luffy a weakness. Directly dragged Luffy to fly towards him. This is to use Luffy as a shield. Don't think about it. Katakuri had already encountered this scene, emerged from the ground in the middle, and took over Luffy who was being dragged away. Teach is still waiting to wrestle with Katakuri, but Big Mom has already arrived. In a rage, Big Mom took off the pirate hat, Napoleon, on the top of his head, and a blade extended from the top of the hat to become a machete in his hand, with a faint blue luster all over his body. The gun of Al Buff Wiguo. The giant sword energy shock wave enveloped Teach's whole body, forcing him to give up Luffy, and turn to concentrate on armament hockey to resist this offensive. Don't say. Teach still has 2 brushes, and he turned out to be a forceful opponent of Big Mom's move head on with his bare hands. 182. The other members of the Blackbeard pirates don't have this combat power. Most of them were beaten by members of the Big Mom pirate group. That is, there is a Don Quixote family, and Doflamingo's devil, BFAF, fruit is awakened in the chaos, which is also a very good means. It is barely able to maintain the situation. But the defeat is only a matter of time. After all, this is the headquarters of Big Mom. Pelusalino. If you don't come again, Marine will die. Teach yelled anxiously. He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Pelusalino, who was fishing in the dark, also knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Call out. A beam of laser light rushed towards him, causing Big Mom to raise his knife to block, and at the same time, Teach was also rescued. The laser beams that were split into the air condensed on the ground into the appearance of Pelusalino. Yo, is it very lively? Pelusalino said slowly. It's full of sarcasm from the start. At the same time, lava meteorites rose up from the sky, which is Sakazuki's best meteor volcano. Meteor volcano, which has been repeatedly defeated in the past, also showed the horror of Logia for the first time. Surprisingly, most of the 10,000 kingdoms are shrouded in sea. I'm afraid that Sakazuki also exerted the strength of breastfeeding. Damn it! Perospero yelled angrily, the pirates are joining forces with Marines. Blackbeard, are you really not moral at all? Pirates also have the morals of pirates. Working with Marine. Isn't this calling for foreign aid if you can't beat it? Hiss, thief ha ha ha. Teach looked up to the sky and laughed grimly. Winners and losers, as long as I kill you people, who knows the relationship between me and Marine? Get ready to meet. Teach's arrogant words stopped abruptly, probably 85. All three admirals. Big Mom's crisis. Add more 77,000 words, 144,000 words. Brush. Sima D appeared in front of Teach, raised his right fist to charge power. The white ball cover on top was already half the size of a human, and the whole body exuded a blue luster. This punch, it's Whitebeard's. Fist down. Even though Teach raised his hand to block in time, he was horrified to find that Sima D's strength had reached a certain level of terror, which made him feel like he was facing Baihuzi. Shock Fruit's space tear almost broke his armament hockey defense, but his Dark Fruit can still absorb the power. But Sima D's terrifying physical strength, and the powerful punching wind formed between his fists, actually locked him in place. After a brief struggle, Teach still couldn't stand on his feet after all, the whole person was blown away by the fist wind, and even a large piece of ground under his feet disappeared. San Juan Wolf's body flew back more than 10 meters before finally stopping at the edge of the cake castle. Whoa! Teach opened his mouth and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood first. Terrible. His Dark Fruit's pain transfer, the conversion speed was unexpectedly unable to catch up with Sima D's damage limit, causing pure physical damage to him in an instant. It's outrageous. Even if his Dark Fruit can't be elementalized, it's still Logia's. It turned out to be a pure physics damage that caused him to vomit blood. That punch, no armament hockey attached. Sima D calmly put away her fists and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the lifting of the human body restraint. During this period of time, Sima D only needs to do a few sets of activities every day, and her physical strength is a rocket-like leap. Now she can use 10 times Realm King Fist as a regular ability without too much load. Punch with all your might. The power is also beyond the ordinary punch, although it is still far away from the serious punch of dividing the earth, but the future can be expected. It's a pity, one punch is still immune to death. Sima D regretted. Teach was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Your punch doesn't have armament hockey, no conqueror's entanglement, it's outrageous that it can hurt me, okay. Big Mom will come back to his senses at this time. She looked at half of the nations that had been ignited by Meteor Volcano, and her anger came out along with conqueror's hockey, putting great pressure on the people around her. Among the guests, some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground with a single glance. Mom, we must send someone to stop Sakazuki. Perospero said eagerly. Let him destroy like this, even if we win in the end, the nations will be finished. Asking for flowers. Big Mom tried his best to control his emotions, staring at Teach angrily. Emperor. Big Mom said in a deep voice, please the Straw Hat pirates to intercept. The voice did not fall. You saw a meteorite come down and hit the sea, causing a tsunami to drown a large number of Homie's troops. It's Fujitora Admiral smiling. Sima D said with emotion. I almost invited him to board the boat at the beginning, but I didn't expect to become an opponent one day. Big Mom's complexion is even more gloomy. In addition to Pelusolino, who was leisurely wrestling with Katakori, Marine actually dispatched 3 admirals. Coupled with the existence of Blackbeard Teach, there are 4 admiral combat power levels, and Doflamingo who has awakened String Fruit. This is determined to eradicate their Big Mom pirates. 86. Fujitora Admiral's stone throwing. Tengai Shinsei. Emperor. Big Mom said again. Please Straw Hat pirates intercept the 2 Marine Admiral. I really can't help this. Sima D waved his hand and said, although I can hold back the 2 admirals, but Akainu and Fujitora are in 2 directions, I can only stop one of them, and the other. Sima D shrugged helplessly. I'm exhausted. Blackbeard. Luffy's roar suddenly came, and then I saw Luffy who turned on the 4th gear, like the god of war descending into Blackbeard. This time Luffy got smarter. Use armament hockey to cover the 667 on the body surface. Although doing so will intensify the consumption of armament hockey, it also isolates Teach Dark Fruit's ability to eliminate Devil Fruit's ability. In this way, Teach and Pelusolino are 2 big troubles, even if it is temporarily delayed. I understand, then leave one of them to me. Big Mom looked at the sky. Zeus. Come here. Baiyun Zeus flew over, carrying Big Mom to the direction of Sakazuki. Obviously, for this admiral who set fire to most of the nations, Big Mom has a higher priority. Sima D can only pray to Akainu. Hope it doesn't die too badly. Then it flew in the direction of Fujitora. As for the scene, Blackbeard and Doflamingo, you guys have to work harder, try to kill more Big Mom people. As for the people who killed the Straw Hat pirates, feel sorry. The damage sharing halo is still on, and Luffy and the others are not weak at all, there is no chance for them. It is the true love ring obtained, allowing Sima D to return to the battlefield directly at any time. Yes, Sima D left without worry and found Xiao Xiao who was dropping meteorites. A large area is destroying the Homie's defense line of Wanguo. And Sima D finally found out. Yi Xiao's meteorite was not pulled from outer space at all, but from the stones found in the Sky Island, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The reason why there is a burning flame like a meteorite is that Yi Xiao used his own gravity fruit to accelerate the falling of the stone. So that's how it is. Earth's Kármán line is 100 kilometers. This world is much bigger than the Earth, I'm afraid it's much higher. Sima D tried her best to release her observation haki, but she couldn't touch the outer space at all. Switching to the one-way limit of mental power scanning also yields nothing. I'll just say, how can someone's observation haki find meteorites in outer space? Tout. Ding. Congratulations on the sign in scene. Fujitora admirals throwing stones. Get the sign in reward. Uchiha Madara's Tengai Shinsei. Uchiha Madara's Tengai Shinsei. Use Susanoo to form 3 different seals, and summon 2 huge meteorites in the sky to fall to the ground one after another to clean the battlefield. Semicolon. Dash. Okay. Now there is really someone who summons a meteorite. Part of the information floods into the brain. To Sima D's surprise, Tengai Shinsei's exclusive ability turned out to be Susanoo's exclusive ability, which cannot be used without Susanoo. During thinking, Sima D also came in front of Yi Xiao. Both of them were floating in midair and looking at each other. I didn't expect to see you in such a way. Yi Xiao sighed. Yes, Sima D also sighed. If you hadn't run away without saying a word, I would have dragged you onto the boat. A smile, noncommittal smile. Boom. An explosion attracted Sima D's attention, and the mental power scan was directed to the location of the sound source. But it was Big Mom's move, Albaf's gun Wiguo, which directly smashed Sakazuki and his warship. And Sakazuki is also mighty. Lava Fruit's awakening field is already a small field that can assimilate the sea into itself, indirectly isolating the restraint of seawater on Devil Fruit's ability. And Sakazuki also used a part of the magma to turn it into stones by greatly weakening its 2.3 temperature, giving other marines a foothold on the sea. Now, Big Mom stepped on Zeus and floated in the air, while Sakazuki leaned out half of his body in the magma on the sea surface and looked at him. The aura is short. It's just an admiral. You also want to mess with me? Big Mom said. 87. Hit Fujitora with a meteorite. Akainu's gorgeous counterattack. It's just an admiral. You want to stop me too? Big Mom said disdainfully. Sakazuki also knows. If Admiral is alone, it is still quite reluctant to face the 4 emperors. Even Big Mom instead of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, can exist as a veteran 4 emperors, and it should not be underestimated. So, Sakazuki starts with a big move directly to prevent being seconded. Then let's try it. Magma Rage. Sakazuki roared. The magma on the sea surface rolled backwards towards the sky, forming a magma titan behind Sakazuki, and the blazing flames were burning on the surface of his body. The surrounding seawater is largely evaporated into water vapor, which surrounds its 15 perimeters like water belts. Yuruo God descends. In front of this magma titan, Big Mom is as insignificant as an ant. It's not over yet. Sakazuki himself turned into magma and merged into the magma titan, turning the magma titan into Sakazuki's appearance. Big Mom. Die. The magma titan roared and waved his palm, driving the power of heaven and earth, and smashed the gun of Al-Buff Wiguo that Big Mom split, not to mention smashing Big Mom with unabated momentum. Shoot fly. Good guy. Sima D was shocked. Probably because. Isn't this move used by Sakazuki, the Vulcan's Fury, in the 4 Elephants of Heaven's Will? Only, the flame god statue that was supposed to be formed behind him was added to the magma entity. He also awakened with lava fruit and merged into it to form a fusion body that integrates offense and defense. To know, the magma titan is powered by armament haki, and its every move is already powerful, but now it is enchanted with Logia's natural power. Not to mention being able to use up Big Mom, but there is no problem at all in doing one. Interesting. Sima D praised. Unexpectedly, Sakazuki also knows how to draw inferences from one instance. Although I and your excellency can be regarded as old friends, but after all, the camps are different, isn't it appropriate to be distracted in front of me? Yi Xiao suddenly asked. Let Sima D withdraw part of his attention. Yi Xiao, do you really want to fight me? Sima D said with a smile. Did he still smile? This person is different from Akainu's hatred, and is closer to Kuzan's limited justice. He is a person who values civilian safety more than marine justice. In the original book, Fujitora Admiral let go of the members of the StrawHat fleet for the sake of the civilians of de Res Rosa. Because the StrawHat pirates wiped the A of the world government F and pulled out the cancerous tumor of Doflamingo and bowed to him for this. Now, is Yi Xiao really going to attack Sima D? I have a question, I hope I can answer it. Yi Xiao put his hand on the stick knife. If you don't answer, you will start fighting directly. Sima D didn't care at all. You want to know why the StrawHat pirates are allied with the Big Mom pirates? Sima D had expected. What is the contradiction between Xiao and the StrawHat pirates? This is probably the black spot. I'm still explaining to you. Yi Xiao smiled politely. But anyone can see that. If Sima D's answer can't satisfy him, I'm afraid it's hard to talk about it. With Big Mom fighting on the sidelines, how could Sima D speak out about her plan openly? It seems that I still need to ask you for advice. Sima D shrugged helplessly. Hearing the words with a smile, he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, Is the dragon slayer still a dragon? Then make a fool of yourself. With a smile, he drew his sword and waved a gravitational wave towards the sky. When he sheathed it again, a huge boulder fell from the sky island in the sky. The one that was 300 meters long was the largest one so far. Wow, you're probably waiting for me, aren't you? Sima D exaggerated 323. Then, boom, Sima D punched out. The fist wind brought up came first, and the falling meteorite, which had not yet accumulated much kinetic energy, was directly smashed into powder by the fist wind, and it recoiled into the sky without a trace. It was easily resolved. I also have a trick, you come and try it. The azure energy overflowed from the eye sockets. Susanoo, which had not been used for a long time, started, and it was a perfect body immediately from the start, and the 100-meter body made even a smile look serious. Sima D didn't use Susanoo to attack directly, but separated into two bodies on the back. The two halves of Susanoo and the main body were sealed together, but nothing happened. But a smile is a huge change in expression. Probably because of 88. Sima D's goal. Shuffle the underground world. Change your face with a smile. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, but his observation hockey had already captured it. A meteorite that was several times farther than Yishao's boulder smashed through the clouds and came to suppress Yishao. Smile is never expected. Will it be hit by a meteorite one day? But, with a smile, he pulled out his stick knife and swung out a gravity wave again, easily hovering the meteorite in the sky. There is one more, what do you want to do with it? Sima D clasped her hands. Yes, Tengai Shinsei. It is to summon two meteorites named Tianyi and Junxing. And Yishao's gravity fruits are all used with the stick knife as an aid. At this time, they are already used to fix the first meteorite, but what about the one hidden behind? The answer given by Yishao is swing the knife. The first meteorite hit the second meteorite in reverse, and both meteorites changed their trajectories, falling towards the center of the cake island. Good guy. This hand borrowing a knife to kill people can be played in seconds. Good job. Sima D couldn't help but praise with a soul link. This made me laugh. Aren't you with them? Not to mention that the Straw Hat pirates are still on top. Okay. Next moment. With a smile, I saw Frankie and the others take out the Hearthstone, and while rubbing, it was followed by beams of teleportation beams, disappeared on the cake island and appeared on the Going Merry moored in the distance. Next moment, Going Merry directly activated the energy injector, took off on the spot, adjusted her body, and collided the bow of the ship with two meteorites. A low-power lion's roar cannon directly crushed the first meteorite. But because of the angle problem, the second meteorite was safe and sound, and crashed into the Cake Castle in Cake Island in the heavy rain of the first meteorite being shattered. Good guy. It used to be just a matter of two meteorites, but now it has become a more difficult problem of one meteorite and a group of meteorites. Those who know that the Straw Hat pirates are helping, but those who don't know thought it was an assist. But at the moment, the people on Cake Castle had no time to take care of this, and gave up fighting tacitly. They all used their abilities to intercept the aftermath of Sima D and Yishao. Candy Virgin. Perospero used candy to create a huge golden iron maiden, and turned it into a shield to protect the top floor of the small half, so that the people belonging to Big Mom had a place to hide. Shield White Line. Doflamingo also pulled up several huge lines from the ground, turning them into shields to defend another vacant position. Weird Rice Cake. Katakuri burst out rice cakes from the ground and formed a donut shape, intercepted the giant meteorite, and swung an armed black fist like Luffy's Titan pistol, smashing the second meteorite made of ordinary material it shattered directly. The scattered meteorite fragments landed on Candy Maiden and Shield's White Line. Although they also made many depressions, they were unable to break through the defense line of the two. Why didn't Teach join the defensive battle? Probably because of Rubber Ape Gun. Rubber Rhino Howitzer. How about saying that Luffy is an idiot? He's the only one who didn't choose to go back to Going Merry with the Hearthstone, catching Teach as the Hammer of Death. The Teach people are all numb, so where is the time to take care of the meteorite? Besides, the many members invited by Big Mom to participate in the wedding banquet this time have been mistreated. The defense of Perospero and Doflamingo is not without dead ends, only about 2/3 of the positions are defended. And because of the previous battle between the two sides, the others were hiding in the distance. There was no time to hide in the defense in a hurry. So, those with hard power like Stussy can live. But other pampered so-called kings of the underground world. Apparently, to Zhao meteorite didn't recognize their identities as honorable or not, and none of the 10 who deserved to be crushed to death could escape. Only this wave. The underground world is about to experience a wave of earthquakes, and the cards will be reshuffled. During this period, there is more room for manipulation. Go double. Seeing this, Sima D in the distance nodded in satisfaction. The effect is good. He smiled and raised his eyebrows, as if he saw something. 89. Find out about the baptism of the holy light. Add more 80,000 words, 144,000 words. It's you. Hey. Sima D hurriedly stopped what he wanted to say with a smile, turned back and punched the air, making a terrifying sonic boom, making everyone who had defended against the meteorite attack couldn't help but look sideways. The terrifying wind of the fist flew over with a smile, and it fell into the sea and exploded a tsunami of over 100 meters, which shows the power of this punch. Sima D frowned and picked out her ears. It seems that he doesn't like the sound of the sonic boom. Then with a wave, it is to use the ability of speech and spirituality to expand a silent field, and then smile and punch, long-range strike, with confidence. But with a smile, his expression was weird. Probably because Sima D looked like she was working hard to kill him, but every punch is crooked. Not right either. It's more like predicting his dodging position, but hitting 050 in the opposite direction. Duh, commonly known as thunder and rain. Did you do it on purpose just now and now? Yi Xiao suddenly realized. You and Big Mom are allied to wipe out the underground world in one go. Oh, very smart. Sima D laughed and said, I like chatting with smart people, so you should check this out. Sima D used the mind link to directly stuff the relevant information to Xiao Xiao. That's all the pictures of Sima D communicating with Kuzan, Sakazuki, Dorag, and Sengoku. While smiling, he dodged Sima D's fierce attack, and from time to time he swung a gravity tiger to set off a stormy sea, but he devoted most of his attention to consuming these news. Good BFFB, guy. The fight between the two of them was earth-shattering. Set off a tsunami. Smash the island. Cause an earthquake. Break up the clouds. Compared with Big Mom and Sakazuki, who are living and dying next door, the scene is a bit bigger. Obviously the two are not even Logia, but Paramesha. Who would have thought? Are these two fake fighting? Even. Katakuri also vaguely guessed that Sima D and the newcomer admiral should have both awakened observation Haki's foresight ability, so there will be a scene where both sides perfectly avoid each other's attack. This went on for half an hour. With a smile, he finally digested all the information, and then looked at Sima D meaningfully with widened and blinded eyes, as if he could really see. I suddenly want to see with my own eyes. What do you look like? Yi Xiao raised his head and laughed loudly. As you who have saved many countries several times, you also stopped marine and pirates in the Summit War. There is a great chaos, and now they want to save the civilians of this world from fire and water. What should you look like? What color hair? What shape are your eyes? It's good that the eyes are not closed. This evaluation, really high. Obviously Sima D is just to sign more famous scenes. Of course, his achievements cannot be denied. B. First of all, I need to correct one point. Those things were not done by me alone, and I couldn't have done it without the companions of the Straw Hat Pirates. A holy light lit up in Sima D's hand. As for regrowing, I can really do things like eyes. Do you want to give it a try? The smiling observation Haki can clearly perceive the holy light in Sima D's hand, which contains abundant vitality. This reminded Yi Xiao of an incident in that top-secret document. Is it the strange healing ability that healed all Marines at the end, but gave a fatal blow to all Marines? Pondered for a while, smiling, he finally shook his head. It's a blessing not to look at things. There are too many dirty people in the world. Then he gave Sima D a knife. Sima D dodged the gravity tiger, and threw the holy light to Yi Xiao with a backhand. He hesitated for a while with a smile, but still dodged to avoid it. But, from the very beginning, Sima D was not aiming for a smile. 90. What should the future look like? After Shengguang was dodged with a smile. It spanned a large distance, and finally landed precisely on the furious Big Mom. The overflowing vitality caused her, who had given birth to nearly 100 children, to groan involuntarily, and part of the original injuries from Sakazuki also quickly healed. But again, the blow that was supposed to hit Sakazuki hard was also because of this small pause, and it was narrowly escaped. For a while, did Big Mom not know that Sima D was trying to help her? Still, help Sakazuki. Of course Sima D helped Sakazuki, and Sakazuki himself knows about it. But the two obviously wouldn't say, eat me with a punch. Sakazuki bombarded with an extra large dog head, leaving Big Mom no time to think about the problem, and fought with Sakazuki again. And for Sima D, with a smile, he said, you just met Sakazuki's danger, so did you do it on purpose? After all, I don't know if the dog's head will be seriously injured by the set of exercises I passed on to him, so I just help out. Sima D said indifferently. Anyway, he wanted to recruit Xiao Xiao to join the group, so he didn't have so many scruples. Certainly, the play in hand still cannot be forgotten. And, both of them deliberately directed the attack so that the aftermath fell on the islands of 10,000 kingdoms, but they were all in no man's land. Wherever you go, it's too early to live. Compared with the battlefields of Sakazuki and Big Mom, the destructive power is much more terrifying. After all, the two of them were just going to destroy it. Proper natural disaster level destructive power. Only. Because of Sima D's silent domain, the movement here did not attract too many people's attention. Except for the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone else is busy living and dying in Bo, who has time to pay attention to them. This is also the best time for Sima D to win a smile. How about it? Do you want to join our plan? Sima D smiled and said, you ran away in Alabasta, so you can't escape this time, right? Even your boss is mine. He smiled and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he asked, if I disagree, are you going to silence me? This is what I asked. Don't make me think too dark. Sima D shrugged and said, since Teach can appear here, and Doflamingo has changed from a toy form to a real body again, I am afraid that the news of Marine's rebellion has already been known by the world government. It's not bad for you to inform. Besides, you don't know how to do this. After all, the world doesn't conform to your idea of Ta, right? Smile and fall silent again. Comma. Since it was discovered, I'm afraid that the Marine and the world government will go to war again. Smiled and said pitifully. Once the war begins, the injured are always civilians. There is no way to prevent necessary sacrifices. After all, where does war not shed blood? Sima D said helplessly. I can guarantee that, within the scope of our power, we will try our best to protect civilians. I believe this. Nodding with a smile. What Sima D and the Straw Hat Pirates have been doing all along, to put it bluntly, is to hold justice for the common people, to use their fists to let justice shine in the world. ... Ask for flowers. Oh. This is also a smile. When I first learned about the Summit War, I couldn't wait to go directly to the gate of the new naval headquarters in order to know the fastest way to know whether the Straw Hat Pirates still carried out their own justice or the dragon became a dragon after all. Now it seems. Sima D was taken aback when she heard this. The monthly ticket is 3 more ducks. The florist before he crossed over. It's not too late now. Sima D said. As long as the cancer of the world government is pulled out, and the existence of the Marine Law Enforcement Agency is guaranteed, there will not be too much chaos in the sea, and then we only need to establish a fair new with the central organization, the transition period can be safely passed, and the world government can have a new future. Quote. I have one more question at the end. Smiling solemnly, he said, I don't know, what should the future look like in your mind? What should the future look like? But, future. Sima D subconsciously emerged a picture. It's the last day. It's useless to keep it. 0. He also had a share in the feat of saving Alabasta and Derice Rosa. If I had joined in Alabasta, there seemed to be a little emotion in Yishao's pale eyes. I chose to leave instead of joining, but now it seems that I made the wrong choice. Yishao sighed. He really hadn't thought about it. After all, he was just for the sign in scene, and he was not interested in becoming the ruler of the new world. 91. Word Ling San Lien. All out war. The future I want. Education for young children. Education for learning, income for labor, medical care for sickness, support for old age, housing for living, and support for the weak. Just 28 words, but it paints an unimaginably beautiful picture for Yishao. Really? Can you really achieve such a prosperous world? Yishao tremblingly asked. The world depicted by Sima D is simply unimaginably beautiful. Compared to now, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is heaven. Yishao would never have imagined that the florist in Sima D has basically realized the fact. I believe that as long as everyone works together, there will be no problem in completing. 093. Sima D said confidently. I have always believed that we are building a heart for the world. We are building a life for the people. Peace to all ages. Shocked again with a smile. He couldn't help murmuring. Set up a heart for heaven and earth. Life for the people. Continue to learn for the sake of the saints. For the sake of all ages, to open peace. For the sake of all ages, open peace. Good. 2 lines of tears flowed out of Yishao's pale eyes, and he sincerely respected Sima D. If there is a day. I hope you can heal this broken eye for me, and see the peaceful and prosperous world with your own eyes. Sima D laughed. He stopped pretending and stretched out his hand to Yishao. Fight side by side for all the good in the world. Shocked with a smile, let go of the right hand of the stick knife, and hold it with Sima D. Fight side by side for all the good things in the world. The interaction here is so undisguised, it was immediately noticed by some strong people. Big Mom blocked Sakazuki's attack angrily, and flew to the side to stare at Sima D, opening and closing his mouth to look extremely angry. Sima D, who drove the silent field, said that I can't hear you at all when the dog barks. And, string fruit. Fruit awakening. Super birdcage. As early as in the previous battle, Sima D moved his position intentionally. Now it happens to be in the sky above Wandao. Sima D made a move of super birdcage, and the appearance of the starfish spewed out, turning into a sharp line far exceeding the steel wire, straight into the ocean, and firmly nailed to the seabed. The entire 10,000 kingdoms is shrouded in the scope of super birdcage, and all internal communications are cut off accordingly. Sima D doesn't intend to leave it that simple. Vibration gold replacement. The silk threads that make up super birdcage turn from white to black, with a unique metallic luster. It is vibrating gold material. Fei belong to vibrating gold, are metals of the same level, but super strong metals that could not be destroyed. Just ordinary condensed swords were of the level of big sharp swords, and at least there were no big sharp swords to break through them. Not only that, what Sima D has to do today is rush, do, kill, absolutely. Using dark fruit will increase the pain tenfold. Using the soul fruit will burn the soul by the fire of the soul. Use the door fruit and you will be automatically teleported to me. In order to avoid being unable to take effect due to too far away, Sima D's 3 combo attacks all use the language of dragon spirits. Now unless Sima D is killed. Otherwise, no one can leave quietly within the scope of this super birdcage. Next moment, Brooke's green soul fire ignited directly on Big Mom's body surface, but Big Mom didn't howl like ordinary people. After trying to extinguish the soul fire, he just let it burn. It's not about how strong her soul is, it's just that she has absorbed too many souls over the years, so there is no shortage of burning. But, it hurts. Teach, who was fighting with Luffy, screamed again and again. The pain that was meant to be doubled, now it has been multiplied 10 times to 20 times the original. That's the same as getting punched by a normal person, let alone Luffy fighting him in 4th gear. It's useless to keep it after 12 o'clock. Sakazuki and Pelusilino also took out Hearthstone and came to going merry. There were screams one after another. When the Big Mom pirates react and come to save people. 0.9. The Straw Hat pirates have all used Hearthstone, left the top floor of the Cake Castle, and returned to going merry. Even Luffy, who was stubborn, chose to retreat temporarily this time plus. At the same time, you're going to die badly. The monthly ticket is only 2 ducks away. Sima D lowered the altitude with a smile. It was Zoro and the others of the Straw Hat pirates, who were violently killing more than 70% of the underground members who had tried to protect them before. In an instant. At the same time. Wait, I can give you money. Side by side with going merry, face Big Mom and the main force of Big Mom pirates, Blackbeard pirates, and Don Quixote family on the Cake Castle. The original battle line was reversed, and the lineup of Straw Hat pirates against 4 emperors plus 7 warlords of the sea was lost. What? Help. 92. Conquerors 10 consecutive. The 10th Awakener. Until then the field of silence is closed. Big Mom's furious words also came to his ears. I sincerely want to form an alliance with you. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of good and bad. Pirates and Marine have mixed together. You are destined to be the target of all the pirates. Teach, Doflamingo over there, let's put aside the previous matter for the time being, and we will settle the score after killing the Straw Hat pirates together. Although Big Mom is very capricious. But she also understood the situation. The combination of 3 admirals plus the Straw Hat pirates, if only the Big Mom pirates, is really too much for 15. If they face Blackbeard and Doflamingo again at this time, then the Big Mom pirates may really become history. Facing the invitation of Big Mom, Teach said without hesitation, Thief ha ha ha, no problem. But the body of the Demon Buster will be handed over to me. This is still craving for Sima D's spiritual fruit. If Teach finds out that Sima D doesn't have the devil fruit ability at all, will he vomit blood in anger? I didn't expect you to use my birdcage, the Demon Buster, very easily. Doflamingo mocked. Sima D used birdcage twice. They are all used to trap him. Doflamingo, as the developer of this trick, Doflamingo is indescribably uncomfortable. Happily, among the 6 forces on the scene, he, Doflamingo, is only stronger than the people in the underground world, and still belongs to the bottom of the existence. 2. Sima D didn't pay attention to them, what they responded was. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? The exuberant golden light in Sima D's eyes changed the complexion of Dr. Doflamin, who knew him best. Quick, shut, strong identification technique. The bright golden light blooms, especially as dazzling as the second round of the sun. Except for Doflamingo and his team who responded quickly, and a small number of more vigilant ones. That is, together with Big Mom, they are all illuminated by golden light. 80% of the people's belly swelled like a balloon, followed by a flood of labor pains. Hiss. What is this? Pain, 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 pain. Am I going to have another baby? The scene was a mess. More than half of the combat power was directly crippled by Sima D. As for the rest, everyone, let's clear the field. Sima D landed on the bow with a smile. The Straw Hat pirates instantly understood what Sima D meant. Oh, do you want to use that trick? Usopp, who was wearing the Sagittarius golden holy clothes, stepped forward, eager to try. Yo, come on then. Zoro raised his lips, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him at the bow. If it's the Emperor's request, I will try my best. Shirahoshi walked out vigorously. Emperor sauce. Then, buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Buzz. A total of 299 Conquerors Hockey momentum rises. Auto subscription dropped again. What the hell? Who is it? Buzz buzz. Just so. Buzz buzz. Suddenly. Not to mention Big Mom and others as enemies. The Straw Hat Pirates have a team of only 20 people, but there are actually 9 people with Conquerors Hockey. Another wave of Conquerors Hockey rising. Just one more duck. Buzz buzz. As teammates, Marine San Admiral, Mobamushi Shopkeeper, Anuarashi Duke and others all look like they have seen a ghost at this moment.